हेलो फ्रेंड्स, तो आज मैं लेके आया हूँ बैटल थ्रू द हेवन के स्टोरी। तो स्टार्ट करते हैं।
Chapter 1, A Side Branch Disciple, 10 consecutive draws to start. The night was deep. In a secluded small courtyard at the back of the Xiao family residence in Wudin City, moonlight shone through the dilapidated window lattice, casting mild shadows on the ground. Lin Yan sat up abruptly from the hard bed, his forehead covered in fine cold sweat. He gasped for air, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just struggled out of deep water. Strange memories flooded his mind like a tide: Fighting Qi Continent, Jiama Empire, Wudin City, Xiao family. A 15-year-old boy, also named Lin Yan, an unremarkable side branch disciple of the Xiao family. His parents had died early, his aptitude was mediocre, and he was at the third stage of Doji Qi, as transparent as air within the clan. Am I transmigrated? He looked down at his slightly thin hands covered in thin calluses, then looked around the simple room that contained only a bed, a table, and a cabinet. The sense of reality pressed down coldly and heavily. It was not a dream. Those memories belonging to this world were terrifyingly clear. The indifferent gazes of the crowd during the family test, the occasional mockery from peers, and the confusion about the future that he dared not reveal because of his low strength, hidden deep in his heart. The world of battle through the heavens. Lin Yan muttered to himself, a mix of absurdity and excitement colliding in his chest. As a veteran reader from Earth, he was too familiar with this world where fighting Qi was respected and strange fires reigned supreme. Xiaoyan, Yao Lao, Nalan Yanran, Cloud Mist Sect, Hall of Souls. Those magnificent stories and characters became incredibly real at this moment. But soon, reality poured down like a basin of cold water. He was not Xiao Yan. He did not have the ring where Yao Lao resided, nor did he have the protagonist's luck. He was just a side branch disciple of the Xiao family whose parents had passed away, with ordinary talent. In this cruel world, such an identity and strength were almost destined to be fodder who would live a mediocre life or even die young. He was unwilling. A strong desire to survive and ambition rose in his heart. Since he was here, how could he be content with mediocrity? But where was the way out? According to the original body's cultivation speed, it would be difficult to break through to Do practitioner even by the age of 20, trapping him in the small place of Wudin City for his entire life. Just as his thoughts were churning and he was almost drowned by despair, ding. High-dimensional compatible soul detected. Soul fluctuation stable. Worldview cognition matching. Binding exclusive system. A series of cold, mechanical, yet incredibly clear voices rang directly in the depths of his mind. Lin Yan shuddered, his pupils contracting suddenly. Binding successful. 10,000 world supreme system, at your service. Host, Lin Yan. Age, 15. Cultivation, Doji Qi 3rd stage. Current world, Fighting Qi Continent number 7749. Novice welfare gift pack distributed, containing 1, novice 10 consecutive draws, opportunity guaranteed gold legend items. Do you wish to draw now? A translucent interface emitting a faint blue light appeared abruptly in front of his vision. The interface was simple and full of a sense of technology. In the center was a huge golden vortex-shaped button, with the words, 10 consecutive draws, marked below, surrounded by mysterious starlight spots. System. Lin Yan's breathing became heavy instantly, his heart pounding wildly, almost breaking through his chest. As someone who had read countless novels in his previous life, he understood too well what these two words meant. This was the only light in a desperate situation, the only possibility to rewrite his destiny. Without any hesitation, he suppressed the excitement that was about to burst forth and responded in his mind in a deep voice, draw. 10 consecutive draws immediately. Command confirmed. Consuming 1, novice 10 consecutive draws, opportunity. Draw starting. The golden vortex in his vision suddenly accelerated its rotation, erupting with dazzling light that illuminated the entire dim room. The center of the vortex seemed to connect to an infinitely distant void. The first ray of light gushed out, not golden, but a deep, pitch-black color that seemed to be able to devour everything. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a gold legend item, Strange Fire Ranking List Origin, Void Swallowing Flame, Child Flame. A line of gold stamped text flashed across the interface. At the same time, a weak black flame emitting a terrifying devouring aura appeared in the first slot of the system inventory, burning quietly. Although it was just a child flame, the domineering charm that seemed to be able to devour even light and souls made Lin Yan's soul tremble. Void Swallowing Flame, second on the Strange Fire Ranking list. Lin Yan gasped, his scalp tingling. A divine object of this level at the start. Before he could digest this shock, the second ray of light followed, a milky white flame, pure and flawless, yet carrying an extreme high temperature that could purify everything. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained a gold legend item, Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Purification Lotus Demon Flame, Child Flame. The third, a golden flame, noble and majestic, carrying the sharpness to burn space. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Golden Emperor Sky Burning Flame, Child Flame. The fourth, an emerald green flame, full of vitality, yet containing the cycle of power of withered plants and new life. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Living Spirit Flame, Child Flame. The fifth, an invisible fire, yet the moment it appeared, it made Lin Yan feel his own heart fire swaying along with it. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Fallen Heart Flame, Child Flame. The sixth, a deep purple flame, violently destructive, carrying the explosive aura of thunder. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin 3000 Burning Flame, Child Flame. The seventh, a dark red flame, in the shape of a turtle spirit, heavy and steady. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Turtle Spirit Earth Fire, Child Flame. The eighth, an azure blue flame, like ocean waves. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Sea Heart Flame, Child Flame. The ninth, a forest white flame, icy and piercing, freezing the soul. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Bone Chilling Flame, Child Flame. The 10th, a cyan lotus-shaped flame, perfect and elegant, containing the power of the earth. Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Green Lotus Core Flame, Child Flame. 10 consecutive draws, 10 rays of light, 10 types of Strange Fire Ranking List Origin Child Flames. Lin Yan was completely stunned, his brain blank. In the inventory, 10 flames of different shapes and brilliant colors were quietly displayed. Some were violent, some gentle, some strange, and some sacred, but without exception, they all emitted heart-palpitating, magnificent energy fluctuations. These were the heaven and earth wonders that countless powerhouses in the Fighting Qi Continent dreamed of and fought for. For an ordinary person, obtaining one would be a great stroke of luck, enough to change their life. And he, with 110 draw, had them all in his pocket. Ecstasy erupted like a volcano, almost drowning him. With these, what mediocre talent, what side branch disciple, all were just floating clouds. Xiao Yan had the flame mantra that could evolve and needed to bitterly search for strange fires to fuse with, while he started with the child flame origins of 10 strange fires. What a heaven-defying starting point this was. It took a full cup of tea's time for Lin Yan to barely recover from that extreme shock and joy, his chest still heaving violently. He forced himself to calm down and began to examine the system interface. Besides the inventory, there were options like personal information, task system, lottery center, system mall unlocked. He opened the personal information, and besides what was displayed just now, there were more detailed data. Soul power, mortal realm mid-stage affected by the host's transmigration, slightly higher than the average person. Cultivation technique, none. Do technique, none. Comprehensive combat power assessment, slightly stronger than an ordinary Doji-chi 3rd stage due to possessing strange fire ranking list origin, has a natural deterrent to low-level fire attribute cultivators. Strange fire ranking list origin child flame. Lin Yan keenly noticed the suffix. He focused his consciousness on the void swallowing flame child flame in the inventory, and a detailed explanation immediately appeared. Strange fire ranking list origin child flame possesses some characteristics and power of the mother flame, can grow through the host's cultivation or by devouring energy. Current status, weak. Warning, the host's strength is too low. Forcibly activating high-level strange fire ranking list child flames may cause backlash. Similar explanations also appeared on other strange fires. He understood that these child flames were like seeds, with infinite potential, but they were currently very weak and needed him to cultivate them slowly. They could not directly allow him to possess the power of a Dozun or Dosheng to burn mountains and boil seas. But this was still an unparalleled treasure. They meant infinite possibilities and were the top-tier foundation. Cannot be ambitious and far-sighted, must take it one step at a time. Lin Yan took a deep breath, his eyes becoming sharp and clear. After the ecstasy came deep rationality. He understood the principle that possessing a treasure can be a crime. Before his strength was sufficient to protect himself, the existence of these strange fires must not be leaked in the slightest. Otherwise, not to mention the behemoths like the Hall of Souls in the ancient clan, even the other two big families in Wudin City, or even some people within the Xiao family, would be enough to make him die without a burial place. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger, developing in a low-key manner, this was a strategy that must be adhered to. So, the most urgent problem now was how to use these strange fires to safely and quickly improve his strength. His gaze swept over the 10 strange fires one by one. The void swallowing flame was domineering, the purification lotus demon flame was violent, the golden emperor sky burning flame was sharp, none were very suitable for starting. Finally, his gaze lingered on that emerald green, vibrant, living spirit flame. Living spirit flame child flame ranked 5th on the strange fire ranking list. The fire attribute contains rich life force, which can significantly accelerate the growth of medicinal herbs, and can also gently temper the body, nourish meridians, and has excellent healing effects. Gently temper the body, nourish meridians. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This was simply a starting fire customized for his currently weak body and low cultivation. Using it to temper his body had the lowest risk, but the return could be the greatest, and it could lay the most solid foundation. System, how to absorb or use this living spirit flame child flame. The host can guide the child flame origin into the meridians in the body for nourishment and initial fusion. The system will assist in stabilizing the child flame state to avoid backlash. The process will have a certain amount of pain. Please endure it, host. It is suggested that the host find a quiet, uninhabited place to proceed. Right here, start now. Lin Yan did not hesitate at all. Strength, he craved to obtain strength immediately. This dilapidated and secluded small courtyard, in the deep night, was the best location. He sat cross-legged on the hard bed, held his breath, focused, and according to the system's guidance, sank his consciousness into the system space and gently touched that emerald green flame. Hum. As if a slight trembling sound, the living spirit flame child flame flowed out from the system space along an invisible connection, turning into a wisp of emerald green energy thinner than a hair, slowly drilling into his meridians through the Laogong acupoint in Lin Yan's palm. Hiss. The expected burning pain did not appear. Instead, it was a warm, gentle current, like the spring sunshine, and also like soaking in the essence of life. Wherever that wisp of emerald green energy passed, the originally stagnant and narrow meridians were gently and firmly widened and nourished, with an indescribable comfort amidst the faint tingling. The meridian walls even showed a faint emerald luster, and their toughness greatly increased. What was even more magical was that this life energy seeped into his muscles, bones, and internal organs, and the subtle hidden injuries originally left by malnutrition and hard cultivation were quickly repaired. The cells seemed to be cheering and jumping, greedily absorbing this pure life force, becoming more active and strong. He could clearly feel that his Doji-chi, which had originally stayed at the Doji-chi 3rd stage, began to accelerate its operation spontaneously under the moistening and urging of this life energy, and it grew and solidified at an astonishing speed. Doji-chi 4th stage. There was almost no bottleneck, it broke through as naturally as water flowing. The emerald green energy continued to circulate, deep into the bone marrow, removing impurities. The pain began to intensify, but it was still within the tolerable range, like a deep massage and reshaping. Sweat gushed out from the pores of Lin Yan's whole body, carrying a trace of gray-black impurities, and soon soaked his coarse cloth clothes. Doji-chi 5th stage. Breakthrough. The life energy began to impact the finer ends of the meridians, strengthening the skin and membranes. Under Lin Yan's skin, there was a faint emerald luster flowing, which then gradually faded away. Doji-chi 6th stage. Break again. When that wisp of living spirit flame energy was finally mostly consumed and slowly merged near his dantian, turning into an imperceptible emerald green spark and settling down, Lin Yan opened his eyes abruptly. In his pitch-black eyes, there was a flash of warm emerald color, which then returned to deepness. His whole body was soaked with sweat, sticky and uncomfortable, but he felt unprecedentedly relaxed and powerful. Clenching his fists, his joints made a crisp sound, and surging power flowed in his body. He couldn't wait to sense his own cultivation. Doji-chi, 7th stage. In one night, 4 stages broken in a row. Even though he had psychological preparation, Lin Yan was still shocked speechless by this terrifying speed of improvement. Was this the power of the strange fire ranking list? Even if it was just a weak child flame origin, if this spread out, it would be enough to make the whole Wudin City crazy. Ecstasy surged into his heart again, but he forcibly suppressed it and immediately tried to circulate his Doji-chi. Sure enough, the surging Doji-chi flowed unimpeded in the widened and tough meridians, several times stronger than before. Moreover, he could feel that the spark of the living spirit flame at his dantian was still continuously emitting a faint breath of life, subtly continuing to nourish his body. Cannot be exposed. Lin Yan was immediately alert. A 15-year-old Doji-chi 7th stage was considered quite good in the Xiao family, but changing from a 3rd stage waste to a 7th stage overnight was too abnormal and would definitely cause a huge uproar and countless inquiries. Must disguise. He recalled the hint in the system information about his soul power being slightly higher than the average person, and tried to concentrate his spirit to control the fluctuations of the Doji-chi in his body. Perhaps because of the transmigration fusion, or perhaps because of the nourishment of the living spirit flame, his control over himself was unexpectedly good. After several attempts, he steadily suppressed the manifested Doji-chi fluctuations to the level of the Doji-chi 5th stage. 5th stage, a 2-stage increase overnight, although fast, is still within the explainable range of suddenly enlightened, or, luckily took some residual medicinal power, and will not be too eye-catching. Lin Yan pondered and set a preliminary camouflage strategy. He got up, changed his soaked clothes, and pushed open the door. At this time, the sky was just beginning to turn white, and the morning light was dim. Standing in the small courtyard, he stretched his muscles and bones, and the sense of power filling his body made him want to let out a long whistle. But he restrained himself and just took a deep breath of the cold morning air. The future was completely different now. Xiao family, Wudin City, Jiama Empire, and even the entire Fighting Qi continent, he, Lin Yan, was coming. Just then, footsteps came from outside the courtyard, and a boy who was also a side branch disciple and had a decent relationship with him poked his head in, with his usual casualness on his face. Lin Yan, are you up? It's our turn to help look after the market today. Let's go early to avoid being scolded by the deacon. You seem a little different. The boy looked at Lin Yan, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. The person was clearly the same, but he felt much more energetic, and his standing posture seemed more upright. Lin Yan's heart tightened, but his expression remained as usual, even revealing a habitual, slightly reserved smile. Maybe I slept better last night. Wait for me, I'll be right there. He turned back into the room, and the moment he turned his back to the boy, his eyes suddenly became deep and sharp. Chapter 2. Body tempering with exotic flame, Doji Chi surges. The morning mist had not yet fully dispersed, and the air was filled with the scent of vegetation and soil. Lin Yan followed behind his collateral relative and companion, Lin Xiaohu, walking on the bluestone path leading to the Wudin City marketplace. He deliberately restrained his aura, maintaining his Doji Chi fluctuations at the 5th level. His steps were slightly lighter than usual, but not too conspicuous. Lin Yan, did you really not sneak any good food last night? Lin Xiaohu couldn't help but turn his head, eyeing him up and down again while scratching his head. How come I feel like your complexion is so good today? You're practically walking with a spring in your step. You were always so listless before. Really, I didn't. Lin Yan smiled, his tone carrying his usual gentleness, along with a hint of perfectly timed luck. Maybe it's just, I suddenly figured out some bottlenecks in my cultivation. I tried circulating my Doji Chi last night and it felt much smoother, like, I broke through to the 4th level. He didn't mention the 5th level, leaving himself some leeway. 4th level, for real. Lin Xiaohu's eyes widened, his voice rising by 2 octaves. They were both among the least talented in the collateral branch, and Lin Yan had been stuck at the 3rd level for years. A sudden breakthrough was truly a rare occurrence. Not bad, kid, you finally had a breakthrough in understanding. Let's go, hurry to the marketplace to work. Later, I'll treat you to a bowl of plain noodles to celebrate. Lin Xiaohu was happy for him and slapped his shoulder hard, a force that felt feather-light to Lin Yan, who was already at the 7th level of Doji Chi. Lin Yan smiled and agreed, but his heart remained calm. 4th level, that was just the tip of the iceberg he was willing to reveal. In his dantian, that tiny emerald spark flickered with a gentle light, constantly releasing pure life energy, nourishing his meridians and flesh. He could even feel his physique still growing stronger at a slow but steady pace. This living spirit flame was truly worthy of being an exotic flame known for its vitality. Even if it was just a wisp of the subflame source, its continuous nourishing effect far exceeded his expectations. It wasn't just the growth of Doji Chi, but an optimization of the very essence of life. The marketplace soon appeared before them, with the clamor of voices, the mixed scent of herbs, and the sound of metal clashing rushing toward them. Wudin City was dominated by 3 major families, each occupying a section of the marketplace. The Xiao family's marketplace was located in the south of the city. It was quite large, with rows of shops and numerous street stalls selling everything from low-grade medicinal herbs and magic cores to ordinary weapons and miscellaneous items. Lin Yan and Lin Xiaohu were assigned to an area responsible for looking after several of the family's self-operated medicinal herb stalls, while also maintaining order to prevent anyone from causing trouble or pilfering goods. This work was tedious, but it was a source of meager subsidies that the family provided to the collateral descendants. Standing behind the stall, Lin Yan's gaze swept casually over the dazzling array of medicinal herbs. Hemostatic grass, dew condensing flower, greenwood vine, these were all the most common first-rate or even unranked herbs. If it were before, he could only stare helplessly. The original owner's meager savings couldn't even afford a few decent herbs. But now it was different. In the system's inventory, 10 kinds of exotic flame sources were quietly displayed. And the task system and lottery center on the system interface were also glowing faintly. With a thought, his consciousness sank into the system. Current available tasks Novice Guide. Task 1. Initial Alchemy. Attempt to refine a lowest grade medicinal pill such as force accumulating pill, blood coagulation powder. Reward. Random first grade pill recipe times 1, system points times 50. Task 2. Testing one's sharpness. Defeat an opponent of no less than the 5th level of Doji Chi in actual combat. Reward. Basic Do technique lottery chance times 1, system points times 30. Task 3. Wealth accumulation. Earn 1,000 gold coins through legitimate means. Reward. Low-level medicinal herb identification atlas, system points times 20. Alchemy. Lin Yan's heart stirred. Although the living spirit flame was primarily vitality-based, its essence was still fire, and an exotic flame of an extremely high level at that. Even if the subflame was weak, it should be more than enough to refine the lowest grade medicinal pills, and it might even bring unexpected results. As for the pill recipes and techniques, the original owner wouldn't know, but he had the system. In the lottery center, there might just be relevant items. And wealth accumulation was a must. Without money, it was difficult to move an inch in this world. Whether it was buying herbs for cultivation or purchasing necessary items in the future, gold coins were hard currency. As for the combat task, he looked up, his gaze sweeping across the bustling crowd. In a place like the marketplace, conflicts were not uncommon. He first clicked on the lottery center. The interface showed that, besides the novice 10 draw that had already been used, there were random single draw 100 points time and specific category draw such as cultivation methods, dough techniques, medicinal pills, exotic items, etc. with higher prices. And his current points were 0. System, how can I obtain points? Completing system tasks, achieving specific accomplishments, and absorbing high-energy substances such as exotic flames, high-level magic cores, rare medicinal herbs, etc. can all earn points. It seemed that completing tasks was the fastest way to obtain points and resources in the early stages. A plan gradually formed in Lin Yan's mind. First, use the living spirit flame to continue stabilizing and improving his cultivation, while finding ways to complete the wealth accumulation task to obtain startup capital and points, then try alchemy. The system mall hadn't been unlocked yet, which presumably also required points. Just as he was deep in thought, a customer came to the stall wanting to buy some fresh blood coagulation grass. Lin Yan skillfully weighed, wrapped, collected the money, and gave change. Throughout the process, he deliberately slowed his movements, appearing somewhat awkward as usual, fitting his disguise of having just broken through to the 4th level and still adapting to the power. Time slipped away amidst busyness and observation. At noon, Lin Xiaohu was called away by another steward to help move goods, leaving Lin Yan to look after the stall alone. Just as he was counting the morning's revenue and calculating how far away the goal of 1,000 gold coins was, a noisy argument broke out from the free trade area not far away, and it seemed to include familiar angry shouts belonging to young disciples of the Xiao family. Lin Yan frowned slightly and looked up. He saw a small circle of people gathered over there, with 3 youths wearing Jialai clan attire in the center, acting arrogantly while saying something to 2 Xiao family youths who looked angry but somewhat timid. One of the Jialai clan youths was holding a pale purple medicinal herb of good quality, while a Xiao family youth opposite him was trying to snatch it but was easily pushed away. The Jialai clan and the Xiao family had always been at odds, and friction in the marketplace was common. But today's incident seemed to be a dispute over that medicinal herb. Lin Yan originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, his priority now was to keep a low profile. However, the system notification sound suddenly rang out at this moment. Detected a minor conflict nearby, involving family reputation and resource contention. Triggering subquest, maintain and establish prestige. Task requirements, intervene in the conflict in a reasonable manner to restore the Xiao family's reputation and ensure the ownership of the medicinal herb or equivalent compensation. Must not expose strength beyond the 5th level of Doji Chi too early. Task rewards, system points times 40, low-level storage ring times 1 cubic meter. Failure penalty, none. Storage ring. Lin Yan's eyes lit up. This item was standard storage equipment on the Fighting Chi continent. Even the lowest level 1 cubic meter storage ring was not something an ordinary collateral descendant in Wudin City could possess. With it, whether storing medicinal herbs, gold coins, or other items, it would be much more convenient. Moreover, the task requirement, must not expose strength beyond the 5th level too early, perfectly fit his disguise strategy. He took a deep breath, gathered the coins on the stall, and walked slowly toward the crowd over there. Getting closer, he could hear more clearly. Pa, we clearly laid eyes on this purple leaf orchid first, and we've already paid half the money. By what right does your Jialai clan snatch it? The Xiao family youth was so angry his face turned red. Snatch, the Jialai clan youth holding the purple leaf orchid sneered. His build was more robust than the other two, and his aura was clearly a cut above. He likely had the cultivation of the 6th level of Doji Chi. The stall owner said it. The highest bidder gets it. You Xiao family paupers only paid half the deposit. Does that count as buying it? I'm offering double the full price. This purple leaf orchid naturally belongs to me, young master Jialai. So his name was Jialai. He seemed to be a direct descendant of the Jialai clan with quite a high status. The two lackeys beside him also burst into laughter. The stall owner was a lean, middle-aged man, shrinking to the side, not daring to make a sound, obviously afraid to offend either side. You're being unreasonable. The Xiao family youth was speechless. They indeed hadn't paid the full amount, but the rule of first come first served was sometimes more effective than money in the marketplace. What, you're not convinced? Jialai stepped forward, his 6th level Doji Chi aura slightly released, pressing down on the two Xiao family youths who were only at the 4th level of Doji Chi. Want to fight, just you two. The two Xiao family youths were intimidated by the aura, their faces turning pale, and they couldn't help but step back half a pace, their eyes full of humiliation and unwillingness. The surrounding crowd pointed and whispered, but no one dared to step forward. The Jialai clan had been very prominent recently, and their conduct had become increasingly overbearing. Just as Jialai was feeling triumphant, preparing to take the purple leaf orchid and walk away, a calm voice interjected. Young Master Jialai, the marketplace has its rules. Once a transaction is agreed upon, even if the full amount hasn't been paid, there is a right of priority. You arrive later and increase the price. While that complies with the unwritten rule of the highest bidder wins, forcibly snatching it is arguably a low move and could also damage the Jialai clan's reputation, right? Everyone looked toward the sound and saw a handsome youth wearing the ordinary attire of a Xiao family collateral member walking over, his expression calm, his gaze fixed directly on Jialai. It was Lin Yan. Jialai was stunned for a moment. Once he saw that the person who came was just an unknown collateral member of the Xiao family, and sensed his cultivation was only at the 4th or 5th level of Doji Chi, Lin Yan was disguising it at the 5th level. He sneered even more. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's just a fringe piece of trash from the Xiao family. Is it your place to speak here? Get lost to the side, or I'll teach you a lesson too. He didn't take Lin Yan seriously at all. A collateral member at most at the 5th level, daring to provoke him. Lin Yan's eyes turned slightly cold, but his tone remained calm. I am merely stating a principle. This purple leaf orchid is quite important to these two clansmen of mine. If young Master Jialai really needs it, why not follow the rules and let them complete the transaction? Or, how about we make a deal? A deal? Are you worthy? Jialai waved his hand impatiently. Get lost quickly, don't waste this young master's time. If you nag again, believe it or not, I'll make you crawl back. A lackey beside him was even more direct, reaching out to push Lin Yan's chest. Can't understand human speech, huh? Young Master Ao told you to get lost. Before the words were finished, the lackey's wrist was steadily grabbed by a hand that didn't look particularly strong. Lin Yan had made his move. The movement wasn't fast, but it was extremely precise. To onlookers, he just raised his hand to block. The lackey only felt his wrist being clamped like an iron pincer, and a force far greater than he had imagined surged forth, causing his forward-pushing motion to stop abruptly, even causing faint pain. He looked up in astonishment, meeting Lin Yan's pitch-black, calm eyes, and felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Jialai also noticed something was wrong, his eyes narrowing. Got some strength. Looks like you trash have been hiding something. However, in the face of absolute strength, it's all a joke. He tossed aside the purple leaf orchid. The lackey nearby quickly caught it, clenched his fist, and his knuckles cracked. The aura of the 6th level of Doji Chi was released without reservation, and he walked toward Lin Yan with a grimace. I originally only wanted to take a medicinal herb, but now, this young master has changed his mind. I need to let you Xiao family people know who calls the shots in this marketplace. The crowd of onlookers let out a low gasp and retreated one after another, clearing a larger circle. The two Xiao family youths' faces turned even paler. They wanted to step forward to help, but were blocked by Jialai's other lackey. Lin Yan let go of the hand he was gripping the first lackey with, and the lackey hurriedly retreated, looking at his slightly reddened wrist with surprise and suspicion. Watching the aggressive and fiercely aura-wielding Jialai approaching step by step, Lin Yan appeared calm on the surface, even slightly lowering his eyelids, as if somewhat fearful. But inside his body, the energy of the 7th level of Doji Chi was already quietly circulating, gathering in his right fist. In his dantian, that tiny emerald spark flickered slightly, and a wisp of imperceptible, gentle yet resilient life energy quietly seeped into the meridians of his fist. He did not use any of the violent power of the exotic flame, but merely combined the physical strength nourished and strengthened by the living spirit flame with his 7th level Doji Chi cultivation. Seeing Lin Yan, not daring to look up, Jialai was even more triumphant, believing the other party had been scared by his aura. He let out a low shout, his right fist bringing a whistling sound as it struck straight at Lin Yan's face. He used 80% of his strength in this punch. If it landed solidly, it would be enough to break the nose of someone at the 5th level of Doji Chi and keep them bedridden for days. He wanted to make an example of him. The wind of the punch hit his face. Just at the moment when the fist was about to strike his body, Lin Yan, who had been bowing his head in fear, suddenly raised his head. His eyes were calm and waveless, yet sharp as a blade. Chapter 3. Market conflict, blown away by a single punch. The biting wind of the punch ruffled the black hair on Lin Yan's forehead. Jialai's sneering face rapidly magnified before his eyes. That fist, condensed with the power of a 6th stage Doji Chi, whistled through the air, aiming straight for his face. To the onlookers, this punch was fast, ruthless, and precise. It was certainly not something an ordinary 5th stage Doji Chi could easily withstand. However, in Lin Yan's perception, the trajectory of this punch was as clear as slow motion. The living spirit flame had not only strengthened his body but had also subtly enhanced his 5 senses and reaction speed. In his eyes, Zhao Liao's movements were full of flaws. He did not choose to dodge, nor did he use any fancy do technique. The original body didn't know any do techniques at all. All he did was to thrust his right fist, which had already been coiled and ready, in the most direct and simple manner, straight out to meet Zhao Liao's fist. There was no outward burst of do chi, no earth-shattering momentum. To outsiders, it looked as if a weakling, pushed to the edge, was instinctively throwing a punch in a panic to resist. Looking for death, a fierce glint intensified in Zhao Liao's eyes as he added another fraction of force to his punch, preparing to cripple Lin Yan's arm with a single blow. Bang! Under the gaze of countless people, the two fists collided head-on without any flare. The sound of shattering bones that was expected did not ring out. Instead, a dull thud echoed, followed by Zhao Liao's suddenly distorted groan of pain. The instant the fist struck, Zhao Liao felt as though he hadn't hit a body of flesh and blood, but had smashed into a piece of solid refined iron wrapped in supple leather. A massive force, far exceeding his estimation, surged from the opponent's fist like a bursting flood. It not only instantly crushed the doji chi on his fist but also charged into the meridians of his arm like a hot knife through butter. Crack! A subtle sound of bone fracturing came from Zhao Liao's own wrist. Ah! The intense pain made him scream. His whole body felt as if it had been struck by a heavy blow, and he uncontrollably stumbled back 7 or 8 steps, finally staggering and collapsing onto the ground. His right hand hung limp, his face turned deathly pale in an instant, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He looked up in terror, watching Lin Yan, who was standing in the same spot, having merely swayed slightly before returning to normal. His eyes were filled with disbelief and horror. Silence. A deathly silence instantly enveloped the area. The onlookers had their mouths wide open, enough to fit an egg. The 2 Xiao family youths who had been blocked were even more dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. Zhao Liao, a direct descendant of the Zhao Lai clan with 6th stage doji chi, had actually been blown back and injured by a single punch from an obscure collateral descendant of the Xiao family who looked to be at most 5th stage doji chi. And looking at Lin Yan's calm and composed demeanor, he clearly hadn't used his full strength. How could this be possible? Young Master Ao, the 2 Zhao Lai clan lackeys finally woke from their dream and rushed over in a panic to help Zhao Liao up. Zhao Liao was in pain, ashamed, and furious. The intense pain and feeling of powerlessness coming from his right wrist made him realize that his hand was likely crippled for the time being. He stared fixedly at Lin Yan, his eyes almost spitting fire. You hid your strength. Lin Yan slowly retracted his fist and lightly shook his wrist, revealing a perfectly timed expression of surprise and forced composure, as if he hadn't expected this punch to be so effective himself. He imitated the original body's slightly reserved tone, but spoke clearly. Young Master Zhao Liao was joking. I am just a collateral descendant. What strength could I possibly hide? Perhaps young Master Zhao Liao was careless just now, or I was lucky enough to break through to the 5th stage, and my strength increased a bit. 5th stage. Who was he kidding? Zhao Liao was so angry he nearly vomited blood. He was 6th stage doji chi. Even if he was careless, it was impossible to have his wrist broken by a single punch from someone who had just entered the 5th stage. This bastard must be at least 6th stage, maybe even higher. But there was no evidence. The fluctuations on Lin Yan really were around the 5th stage, and that punch just now was plain and simple, revealing nothing of his true depth. Good, very good. Zhao Liao struggled to stand up with the help of his lackeys, his face livid, his eyes full of malice. Lin Yan, is it? I'll remember you. The Xiao family is truly full of hidden talents, even a collateral descendant has such skills. Let's go. He knew he had lost a lot of face today. Continuing to tangle here would only make things uglier, and his wrist was in agonizing pain and needed treatment. He glared fiercely at Lin Yan, as if wanting to carve his image into his bones, and then, surrounded by his 2 lackeys, squeezed through the crowd in a sorry state and hurried away. The purple leaf orchid that had caused the dispute was left lying on the ground, with no one bothering with it anymore. Only when the backs of the 3 Zhao Lai clan members disappeared was the silence broken. Whoosh, the sound of discussion surged like a tide. Did I see that right? Zhao Liao was beaten back with 1 punch. What's the Xiao family kid's name? Lin Yan. I've never heard of him before. Looks like he just broke through recently, but this strength is too frightening. Zhao Liao's hand is probably broken. The Xiao family has finally let out a breath of frustration this time. The Zhao Lai clan has been too arrogant lately. The 2 Xiao family youths rushed to Lin Yan, their faces flushed with excitement. Brother Lin Yan. You are too amazing. Thank you. The looks they directed at Lin Yan were full of gratitude and admiration. They weren't particularly close to Lin Yan, but they were all collateral descendants and usually had no conflict. Since Lin Yan had stood up for them and defended the family's honor, he naturally won their favor. Lin Yan waved his hand, his face showing a hint of exhaustion and lingering fear. It's nothing, we are all of the same clan, it's only right. I acted in a moment of urgency. I didn't expect. He bent down to pick up the purple leaf orchid and handed it to one of the youths. Here's your herb, take it. In the future, try to finish transactions with money and goods exchanged clearly to avoid trouble. Thank you, Brother Lin Yan. The youth took the purple leaf orchid and carefully put it away. At this time, the Xiao family steward of the market, having received the news, arrived to ask about the situation. Lin Yan and the 2 youths told the truth, but Lin Yan downplayed his own role, saying only that Zhao Liao was too overbearing, forcing him to retaliate, and he was lucky to repel the opponent. The steward looked at Lin Yan, then at the crowd still discussing, a glimmer of surprise flashing in his eyes, but more of it was gratification. He patted Lin Yan on the shoulder. Well done, you didn't lose face for the Xiao family. However, that Zhao Lai clan kid is vengeful, be careful recently. Everything is fine here, go back to work. Lin Yan nodded in agreement and returned to his stall. Curious and inquisitive gazes swept over him from time to time, but he pretended not to notice and continued his dull caretaking work, as if that earth-shattering punch just now hadn't been thrown by him at all. Only he himself knew that with that punch, he had not only used the power of 7th stage doji chi, but more importantly, he had infused the meridians of his fist with the nourishing energy of that wisp of living spirit flame. This energy had no violent destructiveness, but it allowed his fist to possess extraordinary toughness and power concentration in an instant, like refined steel wrapped around an endless core. This was the real reason he could use a 5th stage performance to defeat the 6th stage Zhao Liao in one blow. Ding, side quest, maintenance and establishing prestige, completed. Rewards distributed, system points times 40, low-level storage ring times 1 cubic meter. A dark, simple-looking ring quietly appeared in the corner of his system inventory. Lin Yan felt happy. Having a storage ring was much more convenient. 40 points could also be considered startup capital. He was more concerned about another prompt. Mission to feed a small display of talent, completed. Rewards distributed. Basic Do technique draw chance times 1, system points times 30. A total of 70 points credited, and he also obtained a Do technique draw. This was exactly what he urgently needed right now. Having strength without suitable Do techniques to utilize it was always a shortcoming. He suppressed the urge to draw immediately and continued to work patiently until the sun set behind the mountains and the flow of people in the market thinned. After the handover was complete, he returned to the Xiao family with Lin Xiaohu. On the way back, Lin Xiao, who had already heard about what happened in the market and excitedly swarmed Lin Yan, asking questions left and right, marveling at his breakthrough to the 5th stage and ability to beat back Zhao Liao. Lin Yan only responded vaguely, attributing everything to luck and the opponent's underestimation. Night fell once again. Returning to his quiet little room and closing the door, Lin Yan finally relaxed completely. Everything that happened today was proceeding according to his expectations, or even better. He had initially established prestige, obtained rewards, and maintained his basic disguise. He sat cross-legged on the bed and first took out the low-level storage ring. The ring felt slightly cool to the touch and had a metallic texture. He tried to inject a wisp of doji qi into it and immediately felt an independent space of about 1 cubic meter, which was completely empty. He put the few dozen gold coins he had on him and the meager reward given by the steward today into it, and with a thought, he could store and retrieve items freely. Good stuff. Lin Yan nodded with satisfaction. Next, he brought up the system interface and looked at the basic Do technique draw chance. System, use the draw chance. Command confirmed. Starting basic Do technique draw. The familiar vortex of light lit up again, though it was much smaller in scale than the 10 consecutive draw. After the light flickered a few times, it fixed in place. Congratulations, host. Obtained profound tier low-level Do technique. 8 extremities collapse fragment. 8 extremities collapse. Lin Yan was stunned, and then his expression became strange. Wasn't this one of Xiao Yan's signature close combat Do techniques in the original work? Although it was only profound tier low level, when practiced to great success, the attack contained 8 layers of force, stacking layer upon layer, with power comparable to a profound tier mid-level technique. He had actually drawn this, and it was a fragment. He checked the description. 8 extremities collapse fragment contains the cultivation method for the first 4 layers of force. Although it is a fragment, it already possesses the essence and is sufficient to cultivate to small success with considerable power. Subsequent force layers require the host to deduce them yourself or find the complete version. The first 4 layers, that's enough. Lin Yan quickly felt relieved. For him at the moment, a profound tier low level close combat Do technique was the most practical choice, and the one that could best utilize his physical advantages. As for it being a fragment, there might be a chance to complete it in the future. He immediately chose to learn it. A stream of information regarding the cultivation method, force exertion techniques, and the path of Do Qi circulation for 8 extremities collapse flooded into his mind and was quickly digested and understood. Thanks to the nourishment of the living spirit flame and the improvement of his soul power, he mastered it extremely quickly. With 8 extremities collapse, my combat ability will be raised to a new level. Combined with my true 7th stage cultivation and the body strengthened by the living spirit flame, even if I only use the first 2 layers of force, the power will definitely exceed that of an ordinary profound tier low level Do technique. Lin Yan's confidence increased further. He looked at his system points, 70. He looked at random single draw, which required 100 points. He didn't have enough for now. That system store was still grayed out, indicating that unlocking required host reaching Do practitioner cultivation, or consuming 1000 points. It seems that breaking through to Do practitioner is the next key node, or I must accumulate points as quickly as possible. Lin Yan pondered. He pulled up his personal information. Host, Lin Yan cultivation, 7th stage Doji cheat stable soul, mortal realm mid-stage cultivation method, Nunt Do technique, 8 extremities collapse fragment, not yet entered heavenly flame, 10 types of seed flame origins living spirit flame has initially fused comprehensive combat power, can rival ordinary 8th stage Doji chi, relying on 8 extremities collapse and physical advantages may briefly contend with 9th stage. His strength was steadily improving, but it wasn't enough. He needed more resources and a faster growth rate. Alchemy was undoubtedly one of the fastest ways to make money and assist in cultivation. His gaze fell on the 10 types of heavenly flame origins in his inventory, especially lingering for a moment on that intangible and formless, fallen heart flame, seed flame. Living spirit flame for body forging, fallen heart flame, perhaps it could be used to attempt chi tempering. A bolder idea quietly sprouted in his heart. The night grew deep, deep within the Xiao family. In an exquisite courtyard, a stunning young girl in a pale green robe was listening to her subordinate whisper a report about the day's events in the market. When she heard the name, Lin Yan, and the description of him beating back Zhao Liao with one punch, the young girl slightly furrowed her beautiful brows, and a faint trace of doubt and inquiry flashed in her autumn water-like eyes. Able to injure 6th stage Zhao Liao with one punch, yet only revealing 5th stage cultivation. This Lin Yan seems much more interesting than he appears. Chapter 4, Late Night Probing, Zuner's Suspicion. Moonlight like frost spilled into the quiet Xiao family backyard. Lin Yan sat cross-legged on the hard bed, not yet asleep. The ripples caused by his punch in the market today, he looked calm on the surface, but inside he didn't dare to relax at all. Exposing his strength even if disguised would inevitably attract attention, especially in this world with deep clan concepts. A side branch disciple who suddenly got enlightened was enough to stir some people's nerves. He had to get stronger faster, while making the adventure, or epiphany, disguise more solid. His consciousness sank into his body. Doji Chi, under the continuous nourishment of living spirit flame, became more vigorous and surging, steadily standing in the mid-stage of the 7th stage, advancing towards the peak. The emerald spark in his dantian, like an inexhaustible spring, exuded a reassuring life aura. But his goal tonight wasn't continued nourishment. His gaze turned to the system inventory, at that intangible, perceivable only by soul perception, fallen heart flame, child flame. Fallen heart flame, also known as the cultivation chi, can burn Do Chi invisibly, refining its purity. Although it was just a child flame, its power was less than 1 in 10,000, but it might be just right for refining energy at the Doji Chi stage. Try guiding a wisp, must be careful. Lin Yan focused, soul power slowly wrapped around that intangible flame, gently drawing an extremely weak wisp of energy, following the meridians, carefully moving towards the flowing Doji Chi. Different from the gentle living spirit flame, as soon as this intangible heart flame energy touched the Doji Chi, it produced a strange feeling of calcination. It was not painful burning, but a subtle purification and compression originating from the energy itself. Tiny, imperceptible impurities in the Doji Chi, which even Lin Yan hadn't noticed, quietly dissipated as the heart flame passed. The remaining Doji Chi, although the total amount decreased imperceptibly, became more solid, pure, and ran more smoothly. It works. Lin Yan was happy, but didn't dare to be careless. He strictly controlled the intensity and quantity of the heart flame energy, using it in wisps, like the most patient craftsman, repeatedly refining the Doji Chi running in his meridians. This process required high soul control. Thanks to the transmigration fusion and the nourishment of living spirit flame, his soul power could barely support this delicate operation. Time passed silently. Outside the window, the moonlight shifted, the night was deep. Just as Lin Yan was fully focused on refining Doji Chi, while distracted by pondering the 8 extremities collapse, force technique in his mind, a very subtle, almost imperceptible sense of incongruity brushed past his perception like an underwater current. It was not a sound, not a smell, but a feeling of being watched. A cold, professional, scrutinizing gaze, as if piercing through the wall, landed on him. Someone, spying in the dark. Lin Yan's heart shrank, his muscles tensed, then he forced himself to relax immediately. The doji chi running in his body and that wisp of fallen hard flame energy immediately became extremely slow, obscure, almost stagnant. His face remained calm as if cultivating, not even frowning, as if completely unaware. But his soul perception, like the most sensitive radar, quietly spread towards the direction the gaze came from. It was not active probing, but passive receiving and analysis. Outside the window, in the shadows of the courtyard corner, it seemed a bit thicker than elsewhere. There, it seemed empty, but also as if something had perfectly merged into the night. Expert, at least far beyond a Do practitioner, perhaps even above a great Do master. Is it the Xiao family's dark guard? Or, Lin Yan's thoughts raced. The Xiao family had dark guards, but they usually wouldn't spy so closely and intently on a side branch disciple's cultivation unless he had attracted special attention. Xiao Xuan. Almost instantly, this name jumped into his mind. Only she could have such a level of bodyguard following her at any time. Was it because of the market conflict during the day? Or did his abnormal breakthrough speed this period finally attract the attention of this ancient clan young lady? Cold sweat seeped from Lin Yan's spine. Being targeted by this heaven-backed heroine was definitely not a good thing. He was like a toddler dragon, carrying a treasure that would drive real dragons crazy, but had to pretend to be a harmless lizard. He could not show weakness, and even more, could not expose the existence of heavenly flames in the system. But if he acted completely like an ordinary 5th stage doji chi youth, it wouldn't match his performance of defeating the 6th stage Zhao Liao. In a flash, Lin Yan made a decision. He couldn't hide completely, but he could show a part to mislead the other's judgment. He maintained the cultivation posture, but secretly moved the spark of living spirit flame in his dantian. It was not an attack, nor a major enhancement, but extremely obscurely, letting a wisp of pure and gentle life aura, along with his deliberately heavy breathing and the slightly uncontrolled overflow of doji chi, quietly permeate within a foot of his body. This aura was extremely faint, mixed with the floral scent of the night, almost unnoticeable. But the life energy characteristic it represented was distinct from ordinary doji chi. For ordinary people or even low-level cultivators, they might just think Lin Yan's blood and energy were stronger. But for a knowledgeable, sharp perceiving expert, this was a signal. This youth might have accidentally consumed some heavenly treasure containing pure life energy like a first stage wood attribute magic core essence, special herbal spirit liquid, etc. leading to improved physique, accelerated doji chi growth, and strength different from ordinary people. This was the most reasonable and least suspicious explanation. After all, the fighting chi continent was vast, and low-level cultivators occasionally obtaining opportunities, while rare, was not unheard of. Outside the window in the shadows, that cold gaze seemed to pause slightly, as if carefully perceiving and analyzing this faint life aura. After staying for about 10 breaths, the gaze, like when it came, silently retreated, as if it had never appeared. The small courtyard returned to silence, with only the occasional chirping of summer insects. After a long time, Lin Yan slowly finished the work and opened his eyes. There was a fine layer of sweat on his forehead, half from the consumption of refining doji chi and practicing 8 extremities collapse, and half from lingering fear and tension. He walked to the window, pushed it open a crack, and his gaze swept over the corner of the courtyard. The moonlight was cold, and it was empty there, but he knew it was definitely not a hallucination. Targeted, Lin Yan whispered to himself, his eyes heavy. Fortunately, I handled it temporarily. The life aura of living spirit flame should guide their speculation towards accidentally obtaining a spiritual medicine. He wasn't sure if the other party completely believed it, but at least this was a reasonable step. In the short term, as long as he didn't do anything more outrageous, it shouldn't lead to deeper investigation or direct intervention. It was just that this feeling of being constantly observed in the dark was like having thorns on his back. Strength, still not enough strength. Must be faster. Lin Yan clenched his fists. Xiao Xuaner's attention was like an alarm bell ringing in his heart. In this world, without strength, even ordinariness was a luxury. He returned to the bed but didn't lie down immediately. Instead, he closed his eyes again, repeatedly deducing the force technique of 8 extremities collapse in his mind, while that wisp of fallen hard flame energy was carefully but firmly introduced into the doji chi, continuing that slow and effective refining. The night grew deeper. Meanwhile, deep in the Xiao family, in that exquisite and quiet separate courtyard, a young girl in light green robe stood by the window, moonlight plating a layer of silver on her beautiful profile. Behind her, a shadow emerged silently, condensing into a blurred human outline. Miss, an old and low voice sounded. It was Ling Ying. How is it? Xiao Xuaner's voice was clear, with no joy or anger. There are indeed some anomalies. Ling Ying replied respectfully. When this child cultivates, there is an extremely faint but pure life energy overflowing from his body. It is suspected that he has swallowed or refined something containing the essence of life, hence his physique and doji chi growth are contrary to common sense. His doji fluctuation is indeed at the peak of the 5th stage, close to the 6th stage, but the degree of solidity and the vigor of his blood energy are far beyond the same stage. As for the one punch of feet in the market, apart from his great strength, no special do technique or external energy fluctuation was perceived, perhaps related to his physical strengthening. After a pause, Ling Ying added, no cold, devouring aura related to the Han clan was found, nor were any other suspicious energy traces seen. His soul fluctuation is slightly stronger than his peers, but it is within the normal range. Xiao Xuaner listened quietly, her jade-like fingertips gently stroking the window lattice. Life energy, unique physique, this was an explanation. Compared to other more troublesome possibilities such as being possessed by some old monster, carrying a strange treasure, etc. This explanation was undoubtedly more reassuring. Keep watching, don't get too close, avoid alerting the enemy. Xiao Xuaner pondered for a moment and said, as long as he doesn't do anything harmful to the Xiao family or brother Xiao Yan, there is no need to care. Just a side branch disciple with some opportunities. Yes, Ling Ying responded, his figure merging into the shadows again and disappearing. Xiao Xuaner looked at the bright moon outside the window, her eyes thoughtful. Lin Yan, a side branch disciple with some opportunities. I hope so. She withdrew her gaze and thought no more. A side branch disciple with at most some adventures couldn't catch the eyes of the ancient clan's eldest daughter. She only needed to ensure he wouldn't become a variable. However, neither Lin Yan nor Xiao Xuaner realized that while Ling Ying was sensing the life aura around Lin Yan, in the deepest part of the system inventory, that pitch black and profound, void-swallowing flame, child flame, which seemed to devour even perception, had trembled extremely faintly, silently, digesting the core trace of all external soul probing. Chapter 5. Eve of the clan competition, undercurrent surge. The morning sun dispelled the chill of the night. In front of the bulletin board by the Xiao family training ground, a group of young clan members had already gathered, discussing animatedly. The notice for the monthly small competition had been posted. Lin Yan stood on the periphery of the crowd, quietly looking at the content on the notice. Unlike the usual sparring, this small competition was endowed with more significance. The results would directly affect the distribution of cultivation resources for the next month. More importantly, the top 3 would earn the qualification to enter the first floor of the clan's Kangong Pavilion and choose a do technique. The Kangong Pavilion was the foundation of the Xiao family's heritage. Even if it was just the first floor, most of the collection consisted of Huang-tier do techniques. However, for the vast majority of young disciples who did not even possess a decent dough technique, the attraction was undoubtedly huge. Moreover, there might even be 1 or 2 Zontier level treasures mixed in. Kangdong Pavilion. Lin Yan's gaze flickered. Although he had already drawn the incomplete 8 extremities collapse from the system, this thing had an unknown origin and should not be exposed. If he could obtain an above-board dough technique from the family through legitimate channels, it would not only better conceal his strength but also make his attack methods more diversified, fitting the proper demeanor of a side branch disciple who had happened upon a fortuitous encounter and made rapid progress. It seems I need to put in some effort for this small competition. Lin Yan set a goal in his heart. He did not seek to take the top spot that was too conspicuous, but at least he had to squeeze into the top 3 and get the qualification to enter the Kangdong Pavilion. At the same time, this was also a good opportunity to test his recent cultivation results and further rationalize his own strength. HMPH, is the qualification for the Kangdong Pavilion something that some lucky person can covet? A slightly harsh voice rang out from the side. Lin Yan turned his head and saw several youths wearing clothes significantly more luxurious than those of the side branch disciples walking over. The leader was tall and had a somewhat arrogant expression. It was the great elder's grandson, Xiaoning. He was now at the 8th stage of Doji, considered a standout among the younger generation, and had always been arrogant. Those following him were mostly direct descendants or disciples attached to the great elder's faction. Xiaoning's gaze swept over Lin Yan with undisguised contempt and a trace of coldness. Regarding the market incident, someone from the Jiao Lai clan had, inadvertently, revealed some details to the great elder's faction, implying in their words that Lin Yan acted recklessly and brought trouble to the family. The great elder already had some grievances against the clan head, Xiao Zan, and disliked the recently rising Xiao Yan even more. Now that even a side branch disciple dared to jump out and stir up trouble, it naturally made Xiaoning find Lin Yan even more disagreeable. Some people just got lucky and don't know the height of the sky or the depth of the earth, thinking they can be on equal footing with us. A lackey beside Xiaoning echoed, looking at Lin Yan with a provocative gaze. Lin Yan's expression was calm, as if he hadn't heard. He just looked at the notice again and turned to leave. Meaningless verbal disputes like this were pointless. Stop. Seeing Lin Yan ignore him, Xiaoning was even more displeased. He stepped forward, blocking Lin Yan's path, and looked down at him. Lin Yan, don't think that just because you used some brute force in the market and injured a good-for-nothing from the Jiao Lai clan, you really are someone. The family's small competition relies on solid cultivation and dough techniques, not wild, unorthodox strength. When the time comes on the arena, I will make you realize where the real gap lies between the side branch and the direct line. His voice was not soft, causing many people around to look over with varying expressions. Some were watching the fun, some were sympathetic, and some were gloating. Lin Yan raised his eyes to meet Xiaoning's aggressive gaze. His eyes still had no ripples, and he just said faintly, young Master Xiaoning is right, the small competition naturally depends on one's ability. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. He did not want to get entangled and sidestepped Xiaoning, leaving directly. That impervious and bland demeanor gave Xiaoning a feeling of frustration, like punching cotton, and his face became even gloomier. Brother Ning, this brat is too arrogant. We must teach him a good lesson during the small competition, the lackey said indignantly. HMPH, rest assured, he will get what's coming to him then. Xiaoning stared at Lin Yan's retreating back and let out a cold snort. He wanted to beat this brat until he couldn't get up in public on the arena, letting everyone know who the true standout of the younger generation of the Xiao family was, and by the way, let the clan head's faction see how vulnerable the people they valued were. Lin Yan returned to his remote small courtyard. Just as he pushed open the courtyard gate, he saw a thin youth in black already waiting there. It was Xiao Yan. Seeing Lin Yan, a complex expression appeared on Xiao Yan's face, but it quickly became firm. He walked up and got straight to the point. Lin Yan, I'll be direct. The Yan Xiao, who sold the foundation establishment elixir in the market, is that you? Lin Yan's footsteps paused, and he looked at Xiao Yan. He was not surprised that Xiao Yan could guess. With Yao Lao's keen vision and Xiao Yan's own brains, it was not difficult to connect the dots. He neither admitted nor denied it, but just asked calmly, what makes you say that? A feeling. Xiao Yan's gaze was burning. The feeling you give me is very similar to the feeling Yan Xiao gave me that day. Moreover, in the family, besides you, I can't think of any other side branch disciple who could suddenly produce such an effective foundation establishment elixir and happen to appear exactly when I needed it. Lin Yan was silent for a moment, then suddenly smiled. This smile had less of the usual restraint and more frankness. It seems I couldn't hide it from you. It was me. Seeing him admit it, Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief, and his expression relaxed a bit. Thank you. That elixir helped me a lot. He paused, his tone sincere. I know you might have your own secrets, and I won't ask too much. I came today to make a deal with you. A deal? Yes, Xiao Yan nodded. I need more pills to assist in cultivation. The higher the quality, the better. I can figure out the money and medicinal materials. And you, it seems you have the ability to obtain, or, refine them. He said the last 2 words very softly, with a hint of probing. Yao Lao inside him was also extremely curious about this. How could a youth at the Doji stage produce a foundation establishment elixir of good quality? Lin Yan's heart stirred. This was exactly what he needed, a relatively stable and secret source of funds and medicinal materials, which could also provide cover for his alchemy attempts. Cooperating with Xiao Yan was undoubtedly the best choice. On one hand, Xiao Yan was the protagonist, with huge growth potential, worthy of investment. On the other hand, with Yao Lao around, the channels for medicinal materials and sources of gold coins were relatively reliable. Refining is a stretch. I just happen to know some ancient formulas and can barely attempt it with some special means. Lin Yan gave an ambiguous answer. What kind of pills do you need? What I can provide is currently limited to the first grade, or even lower. First grade is enough. Xiao Yan's eyes lit up. Blood clotting powder, strength accumulating pill, qi returning powder, all of these are fine. The higher the quality, the better. The price can be market rate, or you decide. I can provide most of the medicinal materials. Okay, Lin Yan nodded. However, I need a quiet place that won't be disturbed, and I also need time. That's no problem, Xiao Yan said readily. I have a quiet cave in the back mountain that I usually use for cultivation. It's very hidden, and I can lend it to you. I can prepare a portion of the medicinal materials for you by tomorrow. The two quickly finalized the preliminary cooperation intention. Xiao Yan left the small cloth bag containing several hundred gold coins and several common first-grade medicinal materials as a deposit, and informed him of the specific location of the back mountain cave before leaving in a hurry. He also had to prepare for the upcoming small competition. Sending Xiao Yan away, Lin Yan closed the courtyard gate and looked at the cloth bag in his hand and the information about the location of the cave in his mind, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. This line with Xiao Yan was initially established. Not only did it solve the problem of funds and medicinal materials, but more importantly, through this channel, he would have a more reasonable explanation for bringing out some extraordinary things in the future, such as special pills refined with the child flame of the heavenly flame. He could push it to Yao Lao, this famous teacher. Ding. Task 3 Feet Wealth Accumulation completed. Reward issued. Low-level medicinal material identification atlas automatically integrated into the host's knowledge system. Points times 20. Current points, 90 points. It was still 10 points short of a single draw of 100 points, and task 1 inch first alchemy had not yet been completed. It's time to try alchemy. Lin Yan walked into the room and took out some ordinary medicinal materials for refining the strength accumulating pill from the bag Xiao Yan gave him. He also picked a few mint leaves from the small courtyard that had a weak mind calming effect. He didn't have an alchemy furnace and had to make do with what he had. But possessing the child flame of the heavenly flame was his greatest confidence. He chose the most gentle and easiest to control, living spirit flame, child flame. Holding his breath and focusing, Lin Yan carefully guided a wisp of emerald green flame, thinner than a hair, from his dantian and suspended it above his palm. The flame was extremely weak but emitted pure life and fire energy. According to the crude formula for the strength accumulating pill in his mind and the knowledge of medicinal material characteristics from the low-level medicinal material identification atlas instilled by the system, he threw the medicinal materials one by one into that wisp of living spirit flame. Refining, removing impurities, fusing. The process was stumbling, with extremely high requirements for flame temperature and control precision. Several times, he almost burned the medicinal materials or caused energy conflicts. It was entirely thanks to the gentle and life-containing characteristics of the living spirit flame itself, as well as Lin Yan's soul control, which was far beyond his peers, that he barely managed to maintain it. It took more than an hour, and only then did 3 pale yellow pills with dull color, irregular shapes, and only a faint medicinal fragrance slowly condense in the center of the living spirit flame in his palm. This couldn't even be counted as a standard first-grade pill. The efficacy was probably only 3 or 4/10 of a genuine strength accumulating pill, and it had many impurities. But looking at these 3 inferior products in his palm, Lin Yan's eyes were full of joy. Ding! Task 1 foot first alchemy completed. Reward issued. Random first-grade pill formula times 1 obtained. First grade fire condensing pill formula system points times 50. Total points reached 140. He could do a single draw, and he also got a new pill formula. More importantly, he successfully took the first step in alchemy. Although the results were horrible, it proved the feasibility of using the child flame of the heavenly flame for alchemy. With this experience, the next time would be better. Moreover, pills refined by the living spirit flame might have its unique gentle nourishing characteristics, which might be an advantage that ordinary flames for alchemy did not have. He put the 3 inferior strength accumulating pills and the remaining medicinal materials into his storage ring, and his confidence in the upcoming small competition increased a bit more. Outside the window, the sun was gradually sloping westward. On the training ground, the shouts of preparation for the small competition came vaguely. Within the family, the undercurrents arising from the competition for resources and factional differences were surging quietly. And what Lin Yan didn't know was that his brief contact with Xiao Yan near the back mountain cave had already been watched from afar by someone with ulterior motives. Chapter 6, Pre-match lottery, increasing trump cards. The date of the small competition was fast approaching, and the atmosphere on the Xiao family training grounds was becoming increasingly tense. The shouts of the young disciples training were louder than usual, and an invisible pressure of competition permeated the air. Lin Yan sat cross-legged in his secluded small room, the clamor outside seemed separated from him by an invisible barrier. He did not go to the training ground to join the excitement, but instead sank his consciousness into the system interface. On the points bar, the number 140 glowed faintly. This was all the wealth he had saved after completing his initial alchemy and wealth accumulation tasks. It is time to try this random single draw, Lin Yan thought to himself. A random single draw cost 100 points, which was quite a gamble, but as a newcomer, he urgently needed various resources to bolster his trump cards to deal with the upcoming small competition, especially Xiaoning, whom he might have to face. System, use random single draw. Command confirmed, consuming 100 points to perform one random single draw. The familiar vortex light lit up in his vision. It was much smaller than during the 10 draw, but enough to make one's heart race. The light spun several times before finally settling. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a special item, breath concealing talisman primary times 3. It was not a cultivation technique, not a dough technique, and not a pill for direct enhancement. Lin Yan was slightly taken aback and looked at the item description. Breath concealing talisman primary, a single-use consumable. After use, it can perfectly conceal one's doji chi fluctuations and soul aura for 3 hours, simulating an illusion of being 1 to 3 minor realms lower than one's actual cultivation. The specific degree is controlled by the host. It is effective against detection by those below Douling. Note, it cannot conceal physical power bursts and special energy fluctuations such as heavenly flames. Breath concealing talisman. A flash of light appeared in Lin Yan's eyes, followed by a knowing smile. This item might not directly enhance combat power, but in certain situations, it was more useful than a powerful dough technique. Perfectly concealing fluctuations, simulating a lower cultivation. If used cleverly, it can indeed save a lot of trouble. He muttered to himself. For instance, in the small competition, he could continue to maintain the illusion of his cultivation being at the 5th or 6th stage, only to suddenly erupt at a critical moment and catch his opponent off guard. Or, in the future, when he needed to hide his tracks or sneak into certain places, this item would be a divine tool. More importantly, the existence of this item allowed him to execute his, playing the Btth the tiger, strategy more seamlessly, reducing the risk of being suspected. After all, a genius who could control their own aura fluctuations, while rare, was not incomprehensible. 3 sheets, enough to last for a while. Lin Yan was satisfied as he stored the 3 talismans, which exuded a faint gray luster and felt cool to the touch, into his storage ring. He still had 40 points left, which he would leave untouched for now. After the draw, he got up and left his small room, heading to the square outside the family meeting hall. Today, the specific rules and the draw arrangements for the small competition would be officially announced. The square was already crowded with people. Almost all the younger generation of the Xiao family with doji chi above the 4th stage and under 20 years old had arrived. Lin Yan stood in the back of the crowd, inconspicuous. He could feel that since the market incident, there were many more gazes falling upon him, filled with curiosity, scrutiny, and disdain. Clan head Xiaozan and several elders soon appeared. The deacon in charge of hosting loudly announced the rules, a knockout tournament format until the top 3 were decided. For the first round of drawing lots, the winner would advance, and the loser would be eliminated. The top 3 would receive double the resource quota for the next month and the qualification to enter the first floor of the Ganggong Pavilion. It was specifically emphasized that the competition was for sparring, so they should stop at the appropriate point and must not intentionally cause serious injury. The rules were simple and direct, cruel yet tempting. The drawing of lots began. Names were called out one by one, and the youths stepped forward to take the number plates that would determine their opponents from a wooden box. The atmosphere became even more tense. Lin Yan, the deacon's voice rang out. Lin Yan stepped forward, and under the gaze of many, reached into the wooden box and took out a number plate with Jaw 7 written on it. His opponent was the person who also drew Jaw 7. Soon, the preliminary match table was arranged. Lin Yan looked at his opponent, Xiao Ke, a direct descendant with a Doji Chi of the 6th stage, placing him in the middle tier of the younger generation. Not a formidable enemy, but certainly not weak. Good luck, Lin Yan thought to himself. Avoiding the top few, such as Xiao Ning, in the first round was an ideal start. HMPH, count yourself lucky. A cold, hard voice rang out from the side. Xiao Ning had walked over at some point, he had drawn, Bing 3, and his opponent was a 5th stage collateral descendant, making his victory almost certain. He glanced sideways at Lin Yan, making no effort to hide his hostility, but that's only for this round. In the second round, I will personally teach you what a gap really is. Pray you don't meet me too early, though, of course, that is if you can even make it that far. After speaking, he turned and left arrogantly with his followers. Lin Yan's expression remained calm, as if he hadn't heard. But his gaze swept over the match table. If both of them successfully advanced, they would very likely meet in the third round, which was the round of 8 to 4. The third round, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. The preparation time left for him was not much. The drawing of lots ended, and the crowd dispersed to make their final preparations. Lin Yan did not return to his small courtyard but instead followed the route Xiao Yan had told him about and quietly came to the back mountain. After passing through a dense forest, he found the hidden cave behind a cliff covered in vines. The entrance was not large, but the interior was quite dry and spacious, evidently cleaned often. The energy of heaven and earth here was a bit denser than at the foot of the mountain, making it a good place for cultivation, and more importantly, it was sufficiently secret. This is the place. Lin Yan took out the medicinal ingredients provided by Xiao Yan from his storage ring, as well as some auxiliary materials he had purchased later. He wanted to try refining the fire condensing pill, rewarded by the system here, and improve the stamina pill from before. The fire condensing pill, a first-grade pill, could slightly purify fire attribute Doji Chi and briefly increase affinity and control over fire attribute energy. For Lin Yan, who was disguising his fire attribute and possessed multiple seeds of heavenly flames, this pill might have unexpected effects. He sat cross-legged, adjusted his breathing, and did not start immediately. Instead, he first took a gray, breath-concealing talisman from his bosom, actually from his storage ring. He injected a bit of Doji Chi, and the talisman ignited without wind, turning into a wisp of gray energy that entered his body. Instantly, his external Doji Chi fluctuations weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye, rapidly receding from the peak of the 7th stage to the level of around the 5th stage, and even his soul aura became much duller. Truly miraculous. Lin Yan felt it. As long as he did not actively unleash his full power or use his heavenly flame, he was, in the perception of others, just an ordinary youth with 5th stage Doji Chi. Having hidden himself, he then calmed his mind and prepared to perform alchemy. The first thing he tried to do was improve the stamina pill. With the experience of his previous failure and the knowledge from the low-level medicinal herb identification atlas, he had a more precise grasp of the properties of the herbs. He once again invoked the living spirit flame seed, and a verdant green flame rose in his palm, gentle and stable. Refining, merging, condensing the pill. This time, the process was much smoother. Half an hour later, 3 round, plump, and uniformly colored pale yellow pills appeared in his palm, emitting a faint medicinal fragrance. Although they still couldn't be considered top-tier first grade, the quality was far superior to the inferior ones from last time. The efficacy was expected to reach 70–80% of a genuine stamina pill, and because they contained the vitality of the living spirit flame, the recovery effect was gentler and more lasting. Success. Lin Yan let out a sigh of relief and carefully put away the 3 improved stamina pills. After a short rest, he began the real challenge, refining the fire condensing pill. This was a proper first-grade pill, requiring more medicinal ingredients, more complex combinations, and higher demands for flame control and soul perception. He took a deep breath and invoked the living spirit flame again. This time, he was even more cautious, spreading his soul power to the fullest to meticulously perceive the changes of each medicinal ingredient within the flame. The main ingredient of the fire condensing pill was a first-grade herb called fire velvet grass, which was fierce in nature and required a gentle flame to slowly dissolve its violent medicinal properties before merging it with other auxiliary materials. The process was several times more difficult than refining the stamina pill. Twice, the flame temperature slightly lost control, and the herbs instantly turned charred black. Fortunately, the quantity of herbs provided by Xiao Yan was enough for him to try 3 times. The first 2 attempts both failed. Sweat appeared on Lin Yan's forehead, not from exhaustion, but from the consumption of high mental concentration. He closed his eyes to reflect on where he had failed, adjusting his soul's micro-manipulation of the flame. The third attempt. He cast aside distracting thoughts, his mind completely immersed in the verdant flame in his palm and the fire velvet grass. The flame was like the gentlest flowing water, wrapping around the herbs, stripping away impurities bit by bit, and extracting the essence. Afterward, the other auxiliary materials were added one by one, and under the precise guidance of his soul power, the medicinal liquids began to slowly merge. Time passed bit by bit. Inside the cave, there was only the slight crackling of the flame and Lin Yan's long, steady breathing. Unknown how much time had passed, in the center of the verdant flame, a point of crimson red light gradually condensed, and the medicinal fragrance became rich, carrying a hint of warmth. Condense. Lin Yan gave a low shout, and his soul power suddenly retracted. The flame extinguished abruptly, and 3 pills, the size of dragon eyes, entirely crimson red, with faint fire patterns on the surface, dropped into the jade bottle he had prepared long ago. The fire condensing pill, complete. And 3 pills in one batch, the quality looked quite good. Picking up a fire condensing pill, Lin Yan could feel the pure fire attribute energy within it, as well as a peculiar sense of guidance. He hesitated for a moment and did not consume it immediately, but instead put away the 3 pills and the remaining improved stamina pills together. Refining these 2 types of pills had taken up almost half his day. The effect of the breath-concealing talisman was still active, so he tidied up the cave, erased the traces, and quietly left. When he returned to his small courtyard, it was already dusk. He took an improved stamina pill to quickly recover his consumed Doji Chi and mental energy. Once the pill entered his abdomen, a gentle and continuous warm current quickly spread through his limbs and bones, and the effect was even better than he had expected. He pushed open the window and looked toward the direction of the training ground. It was brightly lit, and many disciples were still doing their final sprint exercises. Tomorrow, the small competition would officially begin. Lin Yan touched his storage ring, inside which lay quietly 3 fire-condensing pills, several improved stamina pills, and 2 remaining breath-concealing talismans. Xiao Ning, the Kangdong Pavilion qualification. He muttered to himself, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. We shall see tomorrow. The night grew darker. He did not know that near the cave on the back mountain, the shadow of an ancient tree twisted slightly, as if something had stayed there briefly, then silently merged into the darkness and swept toward the core area of the Xiao family. Chapter 7. The small competition begins. An easy first victory. The next day, early morning. The largest training ground of the Xiao family was specially cleared, and a spacious, one-Zhonghai fighting ring was erected in the center. Around the ring, it was already bustling with people. From the patriarch and elders of the Xiao family down to the servants and laborers, almost everyone who had no urgent business had gathered here. The monthly small competition was a major family event, and since this one concerned the qualifications for the Kangdong Pavilion and the training resources for the coming month, the level of attention was naturally extremely high. The high-ranking members of the family had set up a viewing platform to the north of the ring. Patriarch Xiaozan sat in the center, his expression solemn but expectant. To his left and right were the first elder, second elder, third elder, and other influential figures. The first elder's expression was calm, but his eyes occasionally swept over a spot below the stage where his grandson, Xiaoning, was standing. Xiaoning was dressed in a sturdy outfit today, his aura steady, faintly showing the fluctuations of an 8-yuan peak, drawing many gazes of awe. He seemed to enjoy this attention, his chin slightly raised, carrying the confidence of certain victory. Lin Yan stood in the southwest corner of the ring, a relatively inconspicuous spot. He was still wearing ordinary side branch attire, his aura intentionally maintained at the peak of the 5th yuan, close to the 6th yuan. This was the reasonable level he simulated after using the breath-concealing talisman, which showed progress without being too eye-catching. Occasionally, gazes fell upon him, mostly out of curiosity and scrutiny. The incident of defeating Zhao Liao with one punch in the market, after several days of fermenting, had already made him somewhat famous among the younger generation of the family, but doubts persisted. Many believed it was mostly due to luck and Zhao Liao's underestimation of him. His gaze swept calmly over the ring, the viewing platform, and some familiar faces in the crowd. Xiao Yan stood not far away, dressed in black, his eyes calm, showing little emotion, but Lin Yan could feel the solid 7th yuan doji qi within him, as well as a trace of deeply hidden sharpness. Further away, Xiao Xuaner, in a light green dress, stood quietly like an orchid in an empty valley. Her gaze occasionally fell on Xiao Yan, carrying a gentleness others could hardly perceive, and occasionally she would thoughtfully sweep across the ring and Lin Yan's side, her eyes clear yet profound. The small competition now begins. The deacon presiding over the competition stepped onto the ring, his voice loud and clear. First round, first match, number Jia 1 against number Jia 2. The fierce competition instantly kicked off. The sounds of fists and feet colliding, the whistling of doji, shouts and groans, mixed with the gasps and cheers of the onlookers, ignited the passion of the training ground. Lin Yan observed silently. The younger generation of the Xiao family had uneven strength. The strong ones like Xiao Ning, Xiao Yan, and 2 or 3 other 7th yuan experts, while the weak ones had just reached the 4th yuan threshold. The do techniques were mostly Huang level low grade, and occasionally a Huang level middle grade one appearing could draw gasps of admiration. Most were immature in combat experience, and often the winner was decided in a few rounds. Soon, it was Xiao Yan's turn to step up. His opponent was a 6th yuan direct descendant. The battle started suddenly, and ended even faster. Xiao Yan didn't even use any obvious do technique, just a few simple dodges and cuts, and a plain, unadorned straight punch accurately hit the opponent's opening, forcing him back several steps until he stumbled and fell. The whole process took no more than 10 breaths, demonstrating a precise control over the battle rhythm and combat experience far exceeding his superficial cultivation. Xiao Yan wins. A low uproar broke out under the stage. Xiao Yan's former name as a genius, and later ridicule as a trash, were known to everyone in the family. Now that he had once again displayed remarkable strength and easily defeated a 6th yuan opponent, it undoubtedly declared to everyone that genius seemed to have returned. On the viewing platform, a flash of relief and excitement crossed Xiaozan's eyes, while the expressions of the first elder and others changed subtly. Xiao Yan walked off the ring calmly, as if he hadn't heard the discussions around him. When passing by Lin Yan, his footsteps paused slightly, and he said in a low voice, "Be careful." Lin Yan nodded slightly. The competition continued. When Xiao Ning went up, it drew quite a bit of attention. His opponent was a 7th yuan early stage elite from the side branch, not weak. But as soon as Xiao Ning came up, he displayed an overwhelming advantage. He unleashed a Huang level high-grade fist do technique, wind whistling with power and surging do qi. In just 5 moves, he forced his opponent to the edge of the ring. With a final, light palm strike printed on the opponent's chest, he pushed him off the ring, winning with ease and even a sense of mockery. Young Master Xiao Ning is amazing. 8 yuan peak, truly extraordinary. It seems that the first place in this small competition will definitely be young Master Ning. Compliments and discussions arose. Standing on the ring, Xiao Ning enjoyed the spotlight for a moment. With a provocative gaze, he deliberately glanced in the direction of Lin Yan before proudly stepping off the stage. Finally, the deacon's voice rang out. First round, 15th match, number Jia 7, Lin Yan, against number Jia 7, Xiao Ke. It was time to go up. Lin Yan took a deep breath, pushed through the crowd, and walked slowly onto the ring. His appearance was far less eye-catching than Xiao Yan's or Xiao Ning's, but his status as the protagonist of the market incident still piqued the interest of many, who wanted to see how the side branch youth, rumored to have great strength, would perform in actual combat. His opponent, Xiao Ke, had also stepped onto the stage. He was a sturdy youth with a 6th yuan doji qi, belonging to the backbone of the direct descendants. He practiced the Huang level middle grade do technique, thick earth fist, known for its steady power and defense. Lin Yan, right, I heard you have quite a bit of strength, Xiao Ke said in a muffled voice, his eyes carrying the slight sense of superiority typical of direct descendants, but also a trace of seriousness. However, in a ring competition, brute force alone won't work. I will let you know what real do techniques in combat are like. Lin Yan cupped his fists, his expression calm. Please teach me, brother Xiao Ke. The competition begins. At the deacon's command, Xiao Ke let out a low shout. Earth yellow do qi surged around his body. He stepped forward steadily and punched straight with his right fist, carrying a heavy wind, aiming directly at Lin Yan's face. As he said, this punch did not seek speed, but was powerful and heavy, sealing off the space for Lin Yan to dodge left or right, forcing him to take it head-on. Someone under the stage shook their head, thinking Lin Yan would suffer. In a contest of strength, Xiao Ke's thick earth fist was famously strong among those of the same rank. However, Lin Yan did not dodge. He also stepped forward, pulled his right fist to his waist, and immediately punched straight out. The movement was simple and direct, with no outward display of doji light, even appearing somewhat clumsy, like an unrefined style from someone who hadn't learned formal do techniques. As expected, only knows how to use brute force. Someone sneered. The moment the two fists were about to collide, a flash of light shone in Lin Yan's eyes. The doji qi in his body accelerated instantly, and his true power at the peak of the 7th yuan gathered at his fist. At the same time, he quietly used the force-generating technique of 8 extremities collapse, the first layer of Mingjin contained but not released, just making his fist become more solid and heavy. Bang! The two fists collided, emitting a muffled sound. The scene of Lin Yan being forced back, as expected, did not appear. Instead, Xiao Kei's expression changed. He felt as if he had punched a piece of incredibly tough cowhide. The power coming from the opponent's fist was as steady as a mountain, not at all inferior to his thicker fist force, and the refinement of that power was even greater. How is this possible? Xiao Kei was shocked. He was at the 6th Duan and was using a Huang-level middle-grade Do technique. The opponent was a side branch member, at most 5th Duan, with an unrefined fist, yet he could stand on equal terms with him. He gritted his teeth, pushed his doji again, and threw his left fist, using a move called Earth-Shaking Mountain Sway. His twin fists linked together, the earth-yellow doji light shining even brighter, attempting to suppress Lin Yan with continuous attacks. Lin Yan slightly shifted his feet, his figure not retreating, and met the attacks with his own fists. He did not fully unleash the engine of 8 extremities collapse, just integrated the technique of the first layer of Ming Jin into his ordinary fists and feet, combined with his 7th Duan peak doji chi and the physique strengthened by the living spirit flame. Every punch and kick was simple and effective. In power, speed, and toughness, he was not at all at a disadvantage. Bang, bang, bang. On the ring, the two exchanged punches and kicks, doji surging. Lin Yan's moves looked simple, even somewhat rigid, far less exquisite than the patterns of Xiao Kei's thick earth fist, but every strike was powerful and heavy, with tricky angles, always able to block Xiao Kei's offensive at just the right moment and deliver a powerful counterattack. His fighting style gave people a feeling of one force subdues 10 techniques, in its simplicity, yet faintly revealed an indescribable precision. The expressions of the spectators under the stage changed from initial dismissal to surprise, and then to seriousness. This Lin Yan, his strength is really great. Xiao Kei's thick earth fist actually can't suppress him. It's not just strength. Look at his footwork and timing. It's very steady, not at all like someone without experience. He doesn't seem to have used any Do technique, just basic punches and kicks, but this foundation is too solid, right? And that strength. Xiao Kei became more and more alarmed as he fought. He felt as if his fists were hitting an anvil, the recoil making his arms numb. But the opponent's fists were getting heavier and faster, and his own exquisite fist patterns, under the opponent's pure power and precise interception, were gradually becoming impossible to execute, giving him a feeling of being tied up. Cannot drag this on. Xiao Kei gritted his teeth and seized an opportunity. He suddenly retreated half a step, the doji in his body surging wildly, and his right fist radiated a bright earth-yellow light, faintly forming a tiny vortex. This was the finishing move of thick earth fist, earth-splitting strike, which concentrated all his doji into one point to explode, with power comparable to a Huang-level high grade. It's over. Xiao Kei roared and struck out with a punch carrying the power to split stones. Facing this powerful blow that was clearly beyond his previous level, Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. He rooted his feet, lowered his waist slightly, and pulled his right fist back to his ribs. Doji surge, and the Ming Jin of the first layer of 8 extremities collapse was no longer held back, all of it gathered at his fist. He did not choose to clash head-on at the center of the impact. Instead, the moment the opponent's punch was about to be released, he slid his feet, sidestepped to avoid the main force, and his fist, condensed with Ming Jin, shot out like a viper, a split second faster, slamming into the side of the joint of Xiao Kei's punching arm. Bang, crack. With a crisp sound, Xiao Kei's forward momentum was suddenly halted. The sharp pain and numbness from his right arm caused his gathered doji to instantly dissipate, and his earth-splitting strike died in the cradle before it could be fully released. His entire body was pulled by this punch, stumbling sideways, leaving his defenses wide open. Lin Yan did not let up after gaining the advantage. His left palm followed closely, gently pressing on Xiao Kei's back, and a soft force was released. Xiao Kei could no longer steady himself. He rushed forward 7 or 8 steps with a thud, 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 until he barely stopped at the edge of the ring, one foot already hanging over, almost falling off. He clutched his painful and numb right arm, his face flushed. He turned back to look at Lin Yan, who had already stood still and recovered his breath. His eyes were filled with unwillingness, but even more so with astonishment and a trace of resignation. I accept your concession. Lin Yan cupped his fists. Under the stage, after a brief silence, a more heated discussion than before erupted. 1. Lin Yan won. 10 moves, at most 10 moves. He actually won against Xiao Kei. That last punch, such a tricky timing. It doesn't look like an unrefined style at all. The force on his fist just now seems a bit special. The deacon also looked at Lin Yan with some surprise, then announced loudly, Lin Yan wins. On the viewing platform, Xiaozan nodded slightly, his eyes showing approval. This child is not bad. His foundation is solid, his combat awareness is keen, and his strength is indeed extraordinary. It seems the market incident was not just luck. The first elder's face twitched imperceptibly, and he said nothing. Xiaoning beside him snorted coldly, staring at Lin Yan as he walked off the ring, his eyes becoming increasingly cold. I underestimated you. However, that's all. In the next round, you won't have such good luck. Lin Yan returned to his spot, ignoring the various gazes around him, and adjusted his breathing secretly. In the battle just now, he had intentionally controlled his performance, using only about the power of the 6th Duan peak and part of the power of the first layer of Ming Jin of 8 extremities collapse, showing an image of great strength, good foundation, and strong combat instinct, which both won the match and did not exceed the reasonable scope of his disguised cultivation of 5th Duan peak. The effect of the breath-concealing talisman was excellent, even Patriarch Xiaozan didn't seem to notice any flaws. The first battle was a victory, and he successfully advanced. In the next round, the opponent would be stronger. He looked up and happened to meet the gaze of Xiao Xuan'er from not far away. That gaze was still clear and calm, but Lin Yan caught a flash of deeper scrutiny and thought within it. Just as Lin Yan moved his gaze away, preparing to continue watching the subsequent matches, a blurry shadow, almost integrated with the tree shadows among the lush branches and leaves of a large tree at the edge of the training ground, was quietly putting away a miniature jade slit that recorded the details of the battle just now. The shadow's gaze shifted subtly back and forth between Lin Yan and the first elder on the viewing platform. Chapter 8. Fighting a strong enemy again, the power of hidden force revealed. After the first round, 16 winners were decided. After a short rest, the second round drawing began immediately. The atmosphere around the arena was heavier than in the first round. Those who could advance to this round were, at the very least, outstanding individuals among the 6th stage, and there were even several experts at the 7th stage. The qualification for the Kangdong Pavilion seemed within reach, yet separated by a more cruel screening process. Lin Yan followed the other winners to draw a number tag again. He unfolded the wooden tag in his hand, Yi4. His gaze swept to the matchup list just posted. The other name corresponding to Yi4 caught his eye, Xiao Li. Seeing this name, a slight commotion arose among the crowd below. Xiao Li, is that the Xiao Li who practices the wind-breaking spear technique? Doesn't he spend the whole year outside managing the family business? Why is he back? Doji Chi 7th stage, his spear technique is fast and fierce, he's considered a tough nut to crack even among the 7th stage. Lin Yan is in trouble now, his luck is really bad. Xiao Li, a direct descendant of the Xiao family, was slightly older, about 18 or 19 years old. He often trained outside, had rich combat experience, his cultivation was firmly at the 7th stage, and he was known for his sharp spear do technique. In everyone's eyes, this was definitely a hard bone to chew, far from comparable to Xiaoke in the first round. Lin Yan's expression remained unchanged, but his heart felt slightly heavy. 7th stage, and a spear master known for fierce attacks, this posed a higher requirement for him to hide his strength. He needed a bitter battle, a difficult victory to continue rationalizing his performance. The hidden force of the 8 extremities collapse might have to be exposed a little in advance. Not far away, Xiao Ning saw the matchup list, and a cold, satisfied sneer curled the corner of his mouth. The opponent he drew was another 7th stage fighter, but he was confident in his victory. He walked near Lin Yan, his voice not high, but loud enough for those around to hear. Xiaoli's wind-breaking spear is specifically designed to break brute force. Lin Yan, your good luck has come to an end. That's fine, it saves me from having to do it in the second round, lest people say I am bullying you. After saying this, he turned and left with a sneer. Xiao Yan also walked over at this time, his brows slightly furrowed, and said in a low voice, Xiaoli's spear technique is very fast, focusing on a single point to break a surface. Your strength advantage might not be easy to utilize. He is experienced, be careful of his feints in the returning spear. After a pause, he handed Lin Yan a small jade bottle, inside are 2 energy recovery pills. The quality is average, but they might be useful at a critical moment. Lin Yan did not refuse, accepted the jade bottle, and said sincerely, many thanks. He could feel that Xiao Yan's concern came from the heart. This future flame emperor was already showing his loyal and righteous side. You be careful too. Xiao Yan nodded. His opponent was also a 7th stage fighter, not to be underestimated. The short preparation time passed quickly. The second round of the competition began. The first few battles became increasingly intense. Do technique brilliance flashed, shouts continued, and the outcome was often decided in a split second. Xiao Ning appeared again, still strong. Relying on his 8th stage peak cultivation and skilled fist technique, he defeated the 7th stage opponent within 30 moves. Although the process was not as easy as the first round, it showed his advantage. When he stepped off the stage, he gave Lin Yan another look full of pressure. Finally, the steward announced loudly, second round, 4th match, Yi4, Lin Yan versus Yi4, Xiao Li. Lin Yan took a deep breath, cleared his mind, and stepped onto the arena steadily. His opponent, Xiao Li, was already waiting on the field. This was a lean young man with a cold face, holding a white waxwood spear, the tip of which was flashing with cold light. He stood there, possessing a steady demeanor polished by experience, his eyes sharp as an eagle, firmly locking onto Lin Yan. I've heard about your strength. Xiao Li spoke, his voice low, but the arena is not the marketplace, and a spear is not a fist. Be careful. Please enlighten me, brother Xiao Li. Lin Yan cupped his hands, his expression solemn. He could feel the faint murderous aura coming from the other side. That was the aura only possessed by those who had truly seen blood and experienced combat, completely different from those greenhouse flowers in the family. The competition begins. Before the words faded, Xiao Li moved. His figure lunged like a hunting leopard, the spear in his hand turned into a blurry white shadow, tearing through the air with a sharp wind-breaking sound, stabbing straight at Lin Yan's throat. No frills, just fast, accurate, and ruthless. Lin Yan's pupils shrank, his feet retreated rapidly, and he turned sideways at the same time. The spear tip grazed his collar, the cold wind scratching his skin painfully. Before he could stand steady, Xiao Li flicked his wrist, and the spear swept across his waist and abdomen like a snake's tail. The change of moves was fast, and the connection was smooth, far exceeding Xiaoke. Lin Yan let out a low shout, holding nothing back. The power of his Doji Chi 7th stage peak fully erupted under the cover of the breath-concealing talisman. It still appeared to be a violent eruption of the 5th stage peak to outsiders. His feet stomped the ground, his waist twisted violently, and his right fist, wrapped in strong wind, smashed into the sweeping spear shaft without dodging. Clang. The fist and spear clashed, making a crisp sound like metal colliding. Lin Yan's fist felt a slight pain, but the powerful force also caused the spear shaft to vibrate outwards. Xiao Li only felt the surging giant force coming from the spear body, his arm slightly numb, and he was secretly shocked. What strong force! It really lives up to its reputation. But he was experienced. He used the momentum to spin. The spear drew an arc, the tip touched the ground, and his whole person flew into the air, his legs twisting toward Lin Yan's neck like scissors. It was actually a combination of spear technique and leg attacks. Lin Yan lowered his head and bowed, narrowly avoiding it, while his left palm slapped at Xiao Li's lower body. Xiao Li twisted his body in the air, the spear retracted, the tail of the spear acting like a staff, fiercely stabbing at Lin Yan's back. The two fought for more than 10 rounds in an instant. Xiao Li's spear technique was sharp, the moves were ruthless, and he was experienced, bringing the advantage of 1 inch long, 1 inch strong into full play. The spear shadows almost enveloped Lin Yan. Lin Yan relied on the agility and resilience enhanced by the living spirit flame, combined with solid basic boxing and kicking in 7th stage doji, moving around in the spear shadows, sometimes hitting the spear shaft with heavy punches to dissolve the offensive. Although he looked slightly embarrassed, he defended tightly and had not been truly hit. The audience below was dazzled. Xiao Li's spear technique made them admire, and the tenacity, reaction, and the unyielding resilience shown by Lin Yan also made them look at him with new eyes. This Lin Yan, to think he can fight Xiao Li like this. Is his body made of iron? He has taken the spear shaft head on several times. So much power, he can shake Xiao Li's spear every time, otherwise he would have lost long ago. But if it goes on like this, his doji consumption is too high, I'm afraid he won't last long. Sure enough, as time passed, Lin Yan's breathing began to become heavy, and sweat appeared on his forehead. To outsiders, he only had 5th stage peak, doji, and fighting the 7th stage Xiao Li at such high intensity, the consumption was naturally extremely fast. He had to start relying more on physical instinct and combat intuition to dodge, and his offensive gradually decreased. Xiao Li also noticed this, a flash of light in his eyes. It's about time. He had been attacking for a long time without success, and he was also a bit impatient, deciding to use his killing move. He suddenly retreated a step, opened up some distance, held the spear with both hands, the doji in his body surged, and was poured into the spear body. The white waxwood spear hummed, and at the tip of the spear, pale cyan wind attribute doji gathered, forming a small spiral air vortex, making a faint hissing sound. Wind-breaking thrust. Xiao Li roared, his body followed the spear, and the whole person seemed to merge with the spear, turning into a cyan stream of light, stabbing straight at Lin Yan's chest with a speed several times faster than before. This spear condensed the essence of his 7th stage doji, the penetrating power was extremely strong, and it even blocked most of the angles for Lin Yan to dodge left and right. It's coming. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened. He knew that the time to decide the outcome had arrived. Simply dodging or blocking, with his displayed doji level, he couldn't take this spear at all. He had to take a risk. He stomped his feet violently. Not only did he not retreat, but he took half a step forward, his body slightly tilted, his right fist collected at his waist, the doji in his body circulated at an unprecedented speed, and the force path of the 8 extremities collapse was instantly connected. This time, it was not just the first layer of open force, the second layer of hidden force also began to quietly condense and compress in the meridians of his fist. He did not choose to shake the sharpest part of the spear tip. At the moment when the cyan spear light was about to reach his body twisted at an extremely subtle angle, letting the spear tip graze the clothing on his left rib. The cold sharp chi tore the fabric, leaving a white mark on his skin. At the same time, his right fist, which had been accumulating power for a long time, was like an arrow shot from a fully drawn bow. It was not aimed at the spear shaft, but followed the trajectory of the spear shaft sliding, and with faster speed, it went straight to the wrist holding the spear, which was wide open due to Xiao Li's full force thrust. This punch was silent, but as fast as lightning. On the fist, there was a faint, strange, restrained vibrating fluctuation. Xiao Li thrust his full force spear into empty air, and just as he felt something was wrong, he felt his wrist shake violently. A tricky and soft force, like a poisonous snake, drilled into the meridians of his wrist, not only instantly disintegrating the strength of his grip on the spear, but also attacking upwards along the arm, making his entire right arm instantly numb and powerless. Hidden force. Xiao Li gasped in shock. He had been training for many years and had seen some special Do techniques, instantly recognizing this strange force that had invaded his body. Let go, Lin Yan shouted in a low voice, and the fist force spat out slightly a second time. Clang, the white waxwood spear left his hand and fell to the ground. Xiao Li staggered back, covering his right wrist that had instantly lost feeling with his left hand, his face pale, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. He stared at Lin Yan, his eyes full of disbelief. He had lost to the opponent's hidden, higher level force exerting technique. That hidden force was at least a yellow rank high level, or perhaps even a characteristic possessed by a Zon rank Do technique. Below the stage, there was dead silence. Everyone was stunned by this sudden reversal. How could Xiao Li, who had the upper hand just a moment ago, lose his weapon and show signs of defeat in an instant? That is, hidden force. Did Lin Yan just use hidden force? He actually mastered hidden force techniques. No wonder his strength is so great. What kind of Do technique is this? Is it in the family's Ganggong Pavilion? He actually hid such a trump card. The steward was also stunned for a moment before announcing loudly, Lin Yan wins. Lin Yan slowly retracted his fist and let out a long breath of turbid air, his face also appearing somewhat pale, partly disguised, partly due to significant true chi consumption. He walked forward and cupped his hands to the still in disbelief Xiao Li. Brother Xiao Li, you let me win. It was just luck. Xiao Li shook his head with a bitter smile, bent down to pick up the spear, and looked at Lin Yan deeply. What a hidden force. I don't lose unjustly. You are very good. He paused, and said in a low voice, however, the consumption is not small, right? In the next match, if you meet Xiao Ning, be careful, his strength is stronger than it appears. After speaking, he turned and stepped off the stage decisively. Lin Yan's heart tightened, and he nodded. He also felt that forcing the second layer of hidden force of the 8 extremities collapse during rapid movement just now had consumed far more Do-chi and mental energy than expected. If it weren't for the continuous nourishment and recovery of the living spirit flame, his state would be even worse now. He walked off the arena, and was greeted by various complex gazes, shock, admiration, wariness, curiosity. Xiao Yan walked over quickly and handed him the bottle of energy recovery pills. Hurry and take one to regulate your breath. Lin Yan did not stand on ceremony, poured one out and swallowed it. The gentle medicinal power melted, replenishing his consumption. He looked at Xiao Yan and said in a low voice, Xiao Ning. I know. Xiao Yan's expression was heavy. You heard it too. Xiao Li said he is stronger than he looks. I just asked around. He might have already stepped into the 9th stage with half a foot, and the great elder seems to have privately passed him a powerful Do technique. Lin Yan's eyes sank slightly. 8th stage peak, maybe even touching the threshold of the 9th stage, plus an unknown powerful Do technique. This was definitely a formidable enemy. He had exposed his hidden force trump card. The opponent would definitely be on guard. The third round matchup will be out soon. Xiao Yan looked towards the direction of the steward who had just posted the new matchup list. Lin Yan adjusted his breath for a moment and also looked over. He saw on the matchup list, for the third round, the 4-2 competition, one of the matches clearly read. Lin Yan vs Xiao Ning. What was bound to come, eventually came. On the other side of the arena, Xiao Ning also saw the matchup list. He slowly raised his head, looked at Lin Yan, and a cold and fighting spirit-filled smile spread across the corners of his mouth. He didn't speak, just raised his hand, and made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lin Yan. The atmosphere of the whole arena was instantly ignited by this silent provocation, and everyone's eyes were focused on the two people who were about to duel. On the viewing platform, the great elder picked up his teacup, took a sip, and a flash of imperceptible cold light flickered in his turbid old eyes. Beside him, a trusted aide leaned over slightly and whispered a few words. The great elder put down the teacup, tapped his fingertips rhythmically on the table. His gaze fell on Lin Yan who was adjusting his breath below the stage, and then slowly shifted to Xiao Yan who was whispering to Xiao Xuan'er not far away, a deep calculation flashing in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 9. Decisive battle with Xiao Ning, breaking the situation with pill flame. Beneath the arena, the sound of the crowd was like a tidal wave. Everyone's eyes were focused on the two figures about to ascend the stage. On one side was Xiao Ning, a direct line prodigy who had long been famous and was regarded as the biggest favorite to win this small competition. On the other side was Lin Yan, a dark horse from the side branch who had repeatedly created miracles by defeating stronger opponents. This duel had long surpassed simple victory or defeat. It involved the face of the direct and side branches, the clash between new and old talents, and certain undercurrents beneath the surface. Xiao Ning leapt onto the arena first, his movements vigorous, landing without a sound. The Do-chi fluctuations of an 8th stage peak were released without reservation, faintly carrying a formidable aura approaching the 9th stage, drawing successive exclamations from beneath the stage. He wore luxurious combat attire, stood with his hands behind his back, chin slightly raised, and eyes looking down with disdain, waiting for his opponent. That confidence and arrogance made it seem as if victory was already in his grasp. Lin Yan ascended the stage slowly, his step steady. His expression remained calm, and under the effect of the breath-concealing talisman, his aura was maintained at the level of a 5th stage peak, though his eyes were sharper and more focused than ever before. He could clearly feel the pressure coming from Xiao Ning, not just the gap in cultivation, but a kind of momentum cultivated from being in a high position with abundant resources. Lin Yan, to be able to make it this far, you have some skill. Xiao Ning finally spoke, his voice carrying undisguised contempt. However, this is where it ends. Your brute force and those wild-style hidden forces you learn from who knows where are nothing but a joke in the face of absolute strength. I will make you, and those trash beneath the stage who hold fantasies about you, recognize reality. His words were harsh, targeting not only Lin Yan but also implicitly sweeping over the many side branch disciples below, drawing a wave of suppressed glares. On the viewing platform, the first elder lowered his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard. Patriarch Xiaozan frowned slightly but did not intervene. In a small competition, as long as the war of words didn't go too far, it was hard for him to interfere. Lin Yan was not provoked and simply said calmly, Young Master Xiao Ning, please. This indifferent reaction made Xiao Ning feel like he had punched empty air, and he felt even more displeased, snorting coldly, putting on an act. Let's see if you can remain this calm later. Third round, second match, Lin Yan versus Xiao Ning, the competition begins. The moment the deacon finished speaking, cold light surged in Xiaoning's eyes, and his figure suddenly launched forward. He did not test the waters like his previous opponents, his first move was thunderous. The ground beneath his feet trembled slightly, and his entire body shot out like an arrow from a bow. On his right fist, pale yellow doji surged violently, carrying an aura that was as heavy as a mountain yet as swift as the wind, striking directly at Lin Yan's chest. Yellow tier advanced do technique, mountain crushing fist. Before the fist arrived, the sharp wind of the punch had already made it difficult for Lin Yan to breathe. The power and speed of this punch far exceeded that of Xiao Li. Xiaoning truly had the capital to be arrogant. This punch had initially combined the power of an 8th stage peak with the might of an advanced do technique. Lin Yan's pupils contracted, he dared not take it head on. He retreated rapidly, rotating his body to the side, attempting to avoid the frontal edge. However, Xiaoning's fist momentum followed like a shadow, strangely drawing an arc in midair, still locking onto Lin Yan. Can you hide? Xiaoning sneered, his fist speed increasing by another 30%. Seeing that he could not avoid it completely, Lin Yan let out a low shout, and his right fist also slammed out, fully unleashing the first heavy, bright force of the 8 extremities collapse, meeting the flank of the opponent's fist. Boom. The fists collided, erupting with a dull, thunderous sound. Lin Yan felt an irresistible force surge through him, his fist was in excruciating pain, his entire arm went numb, and his body slid back several steps uncontrollably, his blood and chi churning within him. Xiaoning nearly swayed, stabilized his footing, and pressing his advantage, his left fist followed like a heavy hammer. Lin Yan hurriedly crossed his arms to block. Bang, he was forced back 2 more steps, and fine cracks appeared on the bluestone ground beneath his feet. A sigh echoed from beneath the stage. The gap was too large, it was a completely one-sided suppression. Every one of Xiaoning's strikes was heavy, his doji was vigorous, and combined with the exquisite mountain-crushing fist technique, he kept Lin Yan firmly on the defensive. Lin Yan could only rely on the body toughness and keen reflexes enhanced by the living spirit flame to barely hold on, occasionally counter-attacking with the hidden force of the 8 extremities collapse, but these were all neutralized by Xiaoning's greater strength or clever deflection techniques, making it difficult to pose a substantial threat. Is this all you've got? Where's your hidden force? Use it. Xiaoning's offensive was like a tidal wave, his mouth constantly mocking, trying to disturb Lin Yan's mind. His attacks were like a storm, one punch heavier than the next, forcing Lin Yan to constantly dodge and weave across the field, in constant danger, his clothes already cut in several places by the fist wind, appearing somewhat disheveled. On the viewing platform, the first elder's mouth curled into an imperceptible arc. Xiaozan looked worried. Lin Yan's performance was already stunning enough, but facing Xiaoning, who had a deeper foundation, he seemed to have truly reached his limit. Xiao Yan clenched his fists beneath the stage, his nails almost digging into his flesh. He could see that Lin Yan wasn't without the power to fight back, but was deliberately enduring, seemingly waiting for an opportunity, but Xiaoning's offensive was too fierce and consumed too much. If he kept defending, he would eventually fail. Admit defeat. Trash. Xiaoning, unable to break through after a long offensive, grew increasingly impatient. He had thought he could easily crush his opponent, but he hadn't expected the other to be so resilient, like sticky taffy, impossible to knock down, impossible to shake off. A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and the doji within his body suddenly began to circulate in an even more violent manner, his fist momentum changing abruptly, no longer seeking continuous strikes but condensing all his power into the next blow. Mountain crushing earth splitting. Xiaoning roared, his body rising from the ground, the earth yellow doji on his right fist condensing into a tangible fist aura, carrying a tragic momentum capable of shattering mountains, crashing down from above. This strike covered a huge area, almost sealing off all of Lin Yan's evasion space, forcing him to take it head on. This was the killing move of the mountain crushing fist, its power faintly touching the threshold of a profound tier technique. Exclamations erupted from beneath the stage, and many people couldn't help but close their eyes, as if they saw the scene of Lin Yan being severely injured by one punch. Facing this fatal blow, Lin Yan, who had been on the defensive and whose aura had appeared, disordered, disguised, suddenly saw a startling brilliance erupt in his eyes. What he was waiting for was this very moment when the opponent had fully unleashed his power and his old strength was spent but his new strength had not yet arisen. He no longer retreated. Instead, he met the terrifying fist aura, slightly bent his knees, and his right hand flashed into his bosom, actually his storage drink stuffing an improved power accumulation pill he had long prepared into his mouth. The pill melted upon entry, and a stream of heat, far purer and gentler than an ordinary energy recovery pill and containing vitality, instantly surged into his limbs and bones, rapidly replenishing his heavily consumed doji, and even relieving some of his physical fatigue. At the same time, his left palm supported upward in a gesture of struggling to block, while his right fist quietly retracted to his waist and abdomen, his internal doji circulating at an unprecedented speed, the path of the 8 extremities collapses force rapidly connecting, the first heavy bright force and the second heavy hidden force compressing layer by layer. This was not enough. Facing this strike from Xiaoning that was near the 9th stage, even with the pill's replenishment, facing it head on with only the 7th stage peak doji in the first 2 layers of the 8 extremities collapse would very likely result in severe injury. Just as the mountain-crushing earth-splitting fist aura was about to hit, Lin Yan made a move that shocked everyone. He kicked the ground hard, his body not moving forward to meet the attack, but retreating rapidly to the rear side, as if to avoid the center of the fist aura, but in doing so, he exposed his left shoulder and half his body to the edge of the fist aura. Want to escape? Too late. Xiaoning sneered, the fist aura following like a shadow, shifting slightly, still slamming fiercely toward Lin Yan's exposed left shoulder. He seemed to have already heard the sound of bones shattering. Just as the fist aura touched his body, Lin Yan's right fist, which had been retracted to his waist and abdomen, moved. This punch had no grand momentum, not even any light. But the moment he threw the punch, Lin Yan moved his mind slightly, peeling off a negligible, tiny thread of scorching aura, thinner than a hair, from the green lotus core flame seed fire in his dantian, skillfully wrapping it around the compressed hidden force on his fist, simulating the illusion of a sudden eruption of fire attribute doji. The fist arrived first despite being thrown later, at the moment when the power at the edge of Xiaoning's fist aura began to wane, but his own center of gravity was slightly leaning forward due to the chase. It was like a poisonous dragon emerging from a cave, precisely piercing through the weak gap of the fist aura, slamming fiercely into the side of the Shanjiang acupoint on Xiaoning's chest, where his move had grown old and his doji could not retract in time. 8 extremities collapse, double hidden force, flame break. Puff, a dull impact sound rang out. The sneer on Xiaoning's face instantly froze. He only felt a sharp, scorching, and strangely vibrating force, like a red-hot drill, breaking through his body's doji defense and drilling fiercely into his body. That scorching heat was not intense, but it carried an indescribable penetrating power and burning pain, and what was even more terrifying was the double hidden force that followed, erupting violently within his meridians and viscera. Ugh! Xiaoning let out a painful muffled groan, his forward momentum coming to an abrupt halt, and the condensed mountain-crushing fist aura instantly dissipated. His face turned from red to white, then from white to green, his chest feeling as if it had been struck by a heavy hammer, and a sweetness rose in his throat. He could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood, and with a wah, he spat it out. His entire body was like a kite with a broken string, flying backward, drawing a miserable arc, crashing heavily onto the edge of the arena several feet away, rolling twice before barely stopping, struggling to crawl up, but his limbs were weak, his internal doji was rampaging, and he couldn't summon any strength for a moment, only able to curl up and gasp in pain. As for Lin Yan, he was also swept by the aftermath of Xiao Ning's fist aura on his left shoulder, let out a muffled groan, staggered back 7 or 8 steps to the rear side, and then stabilized his figure on one knee, his left shoulder clothes torn, revealing a patch of red and swollen skin beneath, a trace of blood also spilling from the corner of his mouth, his face pale, his aura fluctuating violently, clearly also having suffered no light shock. But he stood still. And Xiao Ning had fallen. The entire training ground was deathly silent. Everyone widened their eyes and opened their mouths, looking at this reverse scene on the arena in disbelief. What happened? Just a moment ago, Lin Yan was still fleeing in a disheveled manner, on the verge of defeat and severe injury. How did it turn out in the blink of an eye that the aggressive Xiao Ning was the one who fell? That last punch, that strangely vibrating force carrying a scorching aura that erupted in an instant. Fire! Fire attribute doji! Someone with a keen eye finally exclaimed in shock. That punch just now had a flame aura. Is Lin Yan of the fire attribute constitution? Did he hide his attribute? That hidden force combined with the fire attribute eruption, what a strange do technique. Did he swallow a pill just now? Was it an energy recovery pill? It recovered so fast. He won. Lin Yan defeated Xiao Ning. The uproar erupted like a tsunami. Shock, ecstasy, disbelief, confusion, jealousy, all kinds of emotions were intertwined in the crowd. On the viewing platform, Xiaozan stood up abruptly, his face full of surprise and shock. Fire attribute doji. Good lad, to think he still hid this hand. That force-generating technique in the last punch, exquisite. Defeating the strong with the weak, bold and meticulous, good. He did not hide his admiration. The teacup in the first elder's hand, cracked, a crack appearing, and boiling tea splashed out, but he didn't even notice. His face was pale, his eyes staring viciously at Lin Yan, who was kneeling on one knee on the stage, and then looked at his grandson, Xiao Ning, who was lying on the edge of the arena groaning in pain, his chest heaving violently. The few elders beside him also looked at each other, their expressions complex. Beneath the stage, Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief, his clenched fists slowly loosening, and an excited light flashing in his eyes. Fire attribute, so that's how it is. That pill's effect is also extraordinary. Lin Yan, how many more secrets do you have? In Xiao Shuaner's beautiful eyes, strange brilliance rippled. She saw more clearly than others. Lin Yan's final punch had a pure and restrained fire attribute aura, erupting at just the right moment. It didn't look like he had just awakened the attribute or was barely using it. And that grasp of timing, the calculation of his own consumption, the decisiveness of swallowing the pill, this was definitely not something a lucky person relying only on encounters could do. The evaluation of Lin Yan in her heart was raised once again. The deacon was also stunned for a long time before stepping forward to check on Xiao Ning's condition. Xiao Ning only suffered internal shock, his doji was disordered, and coupled with the erosion of the double hidden force, he was momentarily exhausted, his injuries were not light but not fundamental. He struggled to sit up with the deacon's help, looking at Lin Yan with eyes full of resentment, shame, and a hint of undisguised fear. He couldn't figure out how he could lose to a side branch disciple at the 5th stage peak, no matter what. Lin Yan wins, the deacon announced loudly, his voice carrying a hint of imperceptible trembling. Lin Yan slowly stood straight, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and felt the stinging pain in his left shoulder and the churning blood in his body. The medicinal power of the improved power accumulation pill was still continuing to take effect, and the vitality of the living spirit flame was also slowly repairing his injuries. He looked at Xiao Ning, who was being helped off the stage, his eyes calm and waveless. He had won this battle with difficulty, revealing his trump cards of fire attribute and hidden force combination, but he had also completely established his image as a genius, paving the way for entering the Kangdong Pavilion. He looked up, his gaze passing over the seething crowd, and looked toward the opposite side. There, Xiao Yan had finished his battle at some point and was standing quietly. Their gazes met in the air. The deacon's voice sounded again, drowning out the noise of the whole field. The third round is over. The finalists, Lin Yan, Xiao Yan. The finals will be held tomorrow. Xiao Yan nodded at Lin Yan from afar, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Lin Yan took a deep breath and returned a firm look. The brothers' duel, the battle of the peaks, would be tomorrow. And at this moment, no one noticed that on the viewing platform, under the first elder's gloomy face, his fingers quietly crushed a message jade talisman in his sleeve. Chapter 10, Duel of the Two Flames, Secrets of the Kangdong Pavilion. The morning sun on the day of the final seemed even more scorching than usual. The arena in the center of the training grounds had been repaired overnight, making it even sturdier and smoother. Around the arena, crowds surged, and the noise was deafening. Almost all members of the Xiao family had gathered here, even some elders who rarely appeared in public had shown up, wanting to witness this peak duel of the younger generation with their own eyes. On one side was the rising star with returned talent, the patriarch's son, Xiao Yan. On the other side was the dark horse from a side branch who had emerged from nowhere and created miracle after miracle, Lin Yan. Both possessed fire attribute doji, and both had displayed strength and resilience far beyond their peers during this small competition. This duel was imbued with too much anticipation and significance. On the viewing platform, Patriarch Xiaozan wore a smile, his eyes filled with gratification. Regardless of who won or lost, it was a blessing for the family that the Xiao family could produce two such outstanding youths simultaneously. The first elder also sat to the side with a calm expression, but deep within his eyes, there was a murky darkness, and one could not tell what he was thinking. On the arena, Lin Yan and Xiao Yan stood facing each other. Both had changed into clean clothes. The injury on Lin Yan's left shoulder was no longer a major issue after a night of recuperation in the nourishment of the living spirit flame, it only felt slightly sore and swollen. Xiao Yan was in high spirits, his state at its peak. Lin Yan, I didn't expect us to actually meet in the finals. Xiao Yan spoke first, his voice clear and carrying a sincere smile. Your strength has surprised me, and I admire it. You praise me too much, brother Xiao Yan, it was just luck. Lin Yan clasped his fists and also smiled. It is my honor to be able to spar with you. The two looked at each other and smiled. The camaraderie of fighting side by side and supporting each other earlier had not diminished due to their opposition on the arena, but rather added a sense of mutual appreciation between heroes. The match begins. The steward's voice fell, igniting the atmosphere of the entire venue. Without an immediate fierce attack, both moved at the same time. Xiao Yan stepped with mysterious footwork, his figure flickering, and on his palms, pale red doji rose, faintly carrying a suction force. It was the Zon rank low-level do technique, fire-blowing palm. Lin Yan utilized the explosive step he had chosen yesterday, stomping hard on the ground, creating a muffled sound, and his body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, his speed increasing abruptly. At the same time, his right fist was tightly clenched, the power technique of 8 extremities collapsed ready to be unleashed, the edge of his fist faintly revealing a hint of crimson, simulating the effect of fire attribute doji. So fast, the crowd below exclaimed. Lin Yan's forward speed exceeded many people's expectations, although explosive step was a Huang rank high-level technique. Under the support of his formidable physique and doji, its explosive power was astonishing. In an instant, the two were within reach. Xiaoyan did not dodge or evade, his left palm drawing a circle, a flexible suction force attempting to guide Lin Yan's fist momentum, while his right palm, like a butterfly passing through flowers, silently pressed toward Lin Yan's ribs. Lin Yan's fist momentum did not change, but at the moment of contact with the suction force, his fist vibrated slightly, the first layer of 8 extremities collapsed as bright force erupted, forcibly breaking through the suction, while his left elbow sank, blocking Xiaoyan's right palm. Bang, bang. 2 soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. The two touched and separated, each retreating 2 steps, their eyes becoming even more focused. The probing was over, the real confrontation had begun. Xiaoyan unleashed his fire-blowing palm shadows flying, sometimes hard and sometimes soft. When hard, it was like a raging fire hitting the face, and when soft, it was like a breeze brushing against a willow, containing ingenious changes in force, combining both control and attack. His understanding and application of Do techniques were clearly more profound and rounded than Xiaoning's. Lin Yan used explosive step in coordination with 8 extremities collapse, his figure advancing and retreating, sometimes like a fierce fire attacking, his punches and kicks fierce and violent, the hidden force concealed and not released, other times, relying on the instant acceleration of explosive step, he dodged the exquisite palm techniques and sought opportunities to counterattack. His fighting style was simple and direct, but because of the agility brought by explosive step and the explosive power of 8 extremities collapse, it became extremely threatening. On the arena, 2 figures, one red and one cyan, crossed and collided, palm winds and fist energy overflowing, doji surging. Xiaoyan's palm techniques were exquisite and ever-changing, often launching attacks from impossible angles. Lin Yan's punches and kicks were heavy and fierce, combining speed and power, often breaking cleverness with force and attacking slowness with speed. The two were evenly matched, a case of a master meeting a worthy opponent, fighting in a way that was hard to separate. The scene was so spectacular, and the Do technique so exquisite, that it far surpassed any previous match, leaving the crowd below mesmerized, with cheers and exclamations ringing out endlessly. Too amazing, this is the true duel of geniuses. Young Master Xiaoyan's palm technique is so mysterious, it seems to be able to draw in the opponent's power. Lin Yan's footwork and fist energy are perfectly coordinated, that instant explosive power is too strong. It seems like neither of them is using their full strength. Are they still probing? On the high platform, Yao Lao's soul perception enveloped the entire venue, secretly transmitting his voice to Xiaoyan. This child's foundation is solid, and his combat awareness is sharp, it is truly rare. His fire attribute doji is exceptionally pure, and his control over power is extremely precise. It seems he has practiced some kind of superior body refining method. However, he consumed a lot in yesterday's fierce battle, although he recovered quickly, his total amount of doji and endurance should be his weakness. You just need to play steadily, consume his doji, and wait for an opportunity to win with technique. There's no need to clash head-on with his explosive power. Xiaoyan understood in his heart. He already felt that Lin Yan's doji was not as abundant as his own. Lin Yan was disguised at the 5th stage, but actually at the peak of the 7th stage, though the total amount was indeed less than the 8th stage, just that the explosive power was astonishing. Following Yao Lao's guidance, he immediately changed his strategy, using the soft force and suction of the fire-blowing palm more, no longer seeking a quick victory, but like a spider spinning a web, bit by bit limiting Lin Yan's range of movement, consuming his physical strength and doji. Lin Yan immediately noticed the change in his opponent's tactics. He inwardly praised Xiaoyan for being truly difficult to deal with, and also understood that his weakness had been seen through. If it were a life and death battle, he would naturally have more trump cards such as the characteristics of other heavenly flames, medicinal pills, or even system items, but this was a family small competition. The goal had been achieved, entering the top 3, and the opponent was Xiaoyan. He neither wanted to expose too much nor did he want to form a grudge with Xiaoyan, or even end up both injured. It seems it is time for a draw. Lin Yan's thoughts raced. Having fought to this point, he had already shown enough strength. Fighting to a draw with Xiaoyan would not only save the other's face in his own secrets, but also maintain a friendly competitive relationship, a win-win situation. He deliberately made his breathing more rapid, his footsteps slightly messy, and the use of explosive step was no longer so frequent, as if his doji was failing. After a clash of palms with Xiaoyan, he stumbled back, his feet seeming to go soft, revealing a not-so-small opening. His chest and abdomen were wide open. Xiaoyan had rich combat experience. How could he miss such an opportunity? A glint flashed in his eyes, thinking Lin Yan was finally exhausted, and he immediately leaned in, his right palm full of fire-blowing palm, carrying a scorching wind, slamming straight at Lin Yan's chest. If this palm landed solidly, it would be enough to make Lin Yan lose his combat ability. However, at the very moment Xiaoyan's palm force was about to reach his body, the seemingly exhausted Lin Yan's eyes suddenly burst with sharp light. He used explosive step to its full potential under his feet, not retreating but advancing, avoiding the strongest part of the palm strike by a hair's breadth, taking part of the palm force on his left shoulder, while his right fist, which had been accumulating power for a long time, was like a submerged dragon emerging from an abyss. The double hidden force of 8 extremities collapsed fused with a hint of the green lotus core flame's aura, fiercely slamming into Xiaoyan's abdomen, who was unable to defend in time due to his forward lunge. This sudden change caught everyone off guard. Both sides were giving their all, attacking where the enemy must rescue, which was actually a mutually destructive tactic. Not good. Alarm bells rang in Xiaoyan's heart, but it was too late to change his move. Yao Lao was also slightly startled, but he did not sense any killing intent from Lin Yan, so he did not forcibly intervene. Bang, bang. 2 heavy, muffled sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Yan's left shoulder was hit hard again, he let out a muffled groan, and his whole body was thrown to the right. Xiaoyan's abdomen was invaded by the hidden force and flame energy, his face turned pale, and he also stumbled backward. The two fell to the edge of the arena almost at the same time, and both struggled to stand up, but both were temporarily powerless due to their injuries and the force invading their bodies from the other. They could only kneel on one knee, breathing heavily, staring fixedly at each other. The whole audience was silent, everyone held their breath. The steward was also stunned, looking at Lin Yan, then at Xiaoyan, unable to make a judgment for a moment. After a few breaths, the two caught their breath almost at the same time and slowly stood up. Lin Yan's left shoulder clothing was torn, and the swelling was obvious. Xiaoyan's clothing at his abdomen also had burn marks, and his face was slightly pale. The two looked at each other, and in each other's eyes, they saw recognition, admiration, and a trace of helpless laughter that said, "You are ruthless." This battle, the steward looked toward Xiaozan. Xiao Zhan laughed loudly and stood up. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. Both of them are Qilin children of my Xiao family. Their strength is on par, and it is hard to distinguish who is better. This battle shall be considered a draw. Both are tied for first place in this small competition. Both can enter the Kangdong Pavilion to select Do techniques and receive double the resource quota. A draw. This result was unexpected to many, but upon reflection, it was reasonable. The exchange of blows just now had been extremely dangerous. If either of them had made a slight mistake, they would have been seriously injured and defeated. Being able to fight to such a situation, a tie was undoubtedly the best outcome. Thunderous applause and cheers erupted from below. Whether they supported Xiao Yan or admired Lin Yan, they were satisfied with this result. A dragon and tiger fight ending with two heroes tied was a good story to spread. Xiao Ning was in a corner of the crowd, his face livid, his fists clenched until they creaked, but as a defeated general, no one paid attention to his reaction. The first elder's eyelids twitched, but in the end, he didn't say anything, just looked deeply at Lin Yan. The small competition thus concluded successfully. That afternoon, under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lin Yan and Xiao Yan came together to the family's important place, the Kangdong Pavilion. The Kangdong Pavilion was a simple three-story stone tower guarded by special personnel. With the patriarch's order, both were able to enter the first floor. The first floor was spacious, with dozens of simple bookshelves displaying hundreds of Do technique scrolls, mostly Huang rank, with occasionally a few Zan rank low-level ones placed in prominent positions. Xiao Yan clearly had a goal. Under Yao Lao's guidance, he went straight to a corner and took a Zan rank low-level Do technique scroll called Flame-Splitting Tsunami Ruler, Fragmented. This technique required a heavy ruler weapon and had great power, which was just right for him. Lin Yan browsed slowly. He did not need the most powerful one, but the one most suitable for his current disguise and combat system, and one that could make up for his shortcomings. Finally, his gaze fell on a dark red scroll. Explosive Step, Huang rank high level, a movement Do technique. When practiced to completion, it could burst out extremely high speed in a short distance, used for surprise attacks or dodging, and had high requirements for leg strength and Do Chi explosion. This Do technique happened to be able to perfectly connect with the basic part of Explosive Step he had already mastered, learned from the family, and its explosive characteristics matched his disguise, fire attribute, and his preferred style of instant force, which could make up for his lack of absolute speed and small range maneuvering. This is it. Lin Yan took down the Explosive Step scroll. For him, he had 8 extremities collapsed fragmented for attack and explosive step for movement, combined with his fire attribute disguise and medicinal pills. His system was initially taking shape. The two selected their Do techniques and left the Kangdong Pavilion after registration. The sunset stretched their shadows long. Lin Yan, what are your plans next? Xiao Yan asked. With your strength and talent, staying in Wudin City might be a bit limiting. Lin Yan looked at the burning sunset glow on the horizon and said slowly, perhaps it is time to go out and take a look. Wudin City is still too small. Xiao Yan nodded with deep feeling. I have the same intention. However, before going out, I still need to make more preparations. The two chatted for a few more sentences and then parted ways. Returning to his quiet small courtyard, Lin Yan closed the door and finally completely relaxed. He sat cross-legged on the bed, not immediately studying Explosive Step, but called up the system interface. The small competition was over, his reputation and status in the family were different, and it was time to plan the next step. Ding, detected that the host has completed the family small competition and obtained the qualification for the Kangdong Pavilion. Plot influence has significantly increased. Main stage mission released. Trial in the Magical Beast Mountain Range. Mission requirements. Within 1 month, break through to Do practitioner, and master at least one Zan rank Do technique. 8 extremities collapse fragmented version already meets part of the conditions. Mission reward. System points times 500, random Zan rank cultivation method times 1, intermediate lottery opportunity times 1. Failure penalty. Randomly deprive of 1 obtained heavenly flame sub-flame origin. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. Breaking through to Do practitioner was something he had expected, but the mission rewards were quite generous, and the failure penalty was extremely severe. The system was urging him to improve his strength as soon as possible to welcome a broader stage. Magical Beast Mountain Range. There were more opportunities there, and also more dangers. Xiao Yi Xian, Yun Yun, Amethyst Winged Lion King. Many original plotlines would unfold there. He clenched his fists, and fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The stage of Wudin City had already closed, and a broader world was waiting for him to explore. However, just as Lin Yan was planning for the future, in a dark mansion somewhere in Wudin City, a figure dressed in a black robe with a cold aura was crushing a communication crystal. In the crystal, the video clips of Lin Yan's last few battles in the small competition were clearly recorded, especially the hidden force fist technique with fire attribute aura. The black-robed man sneered in a low voice, a side branch genius suspected of mastering a high explosive fire attribute Do technique. A bit interesting. Report it up. Perhaps it is worth observing. Chapter 11. Rewards and hidden dangers. Preparations for leaving the city. After the small competition, the Xiao family seemed to return to its usual calm, but a subtle, different atmosphere flowed in the air. Lin Yan's name, like a stone thrown into a lake, sent ripples spreading quietly. As a reward for tying for first place, Lin Yan received a considerable amount of gold coins and a double quota of cultivation resources for the next 3 months. He did not show off, instead going low-key to the family treasury to exchange most of the resource quota for things he urgently needed right now, various high-quality medicinal herbs and several mild attribute tier 1 wood and fire attribute magical beast cores. The deacon in charge of the exchange was much more polite to him, even carrying a trace of imperceptible fawning. This was the most direct change brought about by strength. Returning to his still remote, but no longer inconspicuous small courtyard, Lin Yan closed the door tightly. He didn't immediately count his gains, but sat cross-legged and took out the fire-condensing pill, rewarded by the system. The crimson pill rolled in his palm, emitting pure fire attribute energy and a peculiar guiding fluctuation. Lin Yan could feel that the 10 types of heavenly flame seed flames within his body, especially the green lotus core flame and fallen heart flame, which had distinct fire attributes, resonated slightly with this pill. This pill should be able to further purify the fire attribute fighting chi I simulate, and perhaps it might even slightly nourish the heavenly flame seed flames themselves. Lin Yan pondered, then without hesitation, put the fire-condensing pill into his mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering his mouth, turning into a gentle yet exceptionally pure and scorching medicinal power that quickly merged into his meridians and fused with his circulating doji chi. This medicinal power seemed to have some purifying and guiding properties. Wherever it passed, the extremely fine, floating impurities in the doji chi, which even the fallen heart flame struggled to refine, were further swept away. Even more wonderfully, the guiding fluctuation contained in the medicinal power faintly stirred the aura of several fire attribute heavenly flame seed flames in his dantian, making them a bit more active and causing the emitted fire attribute energy to become purer and more restrained. The effect was better than he had expected. Not only was his doji chi refined to be more solid and pure, infinitely approaching the threshold of the 8th stage, but the quality of his disguised fire attribute fighting chi also improved by a notch, becoming more natural and difficult to distinguish. The cultivation continued until late at night. When Lin Yan opened his eyes, a flash of fire seemed to pass through his pupils, and his aura became increasingly steady. He estimated that with at most 3 to 5 more days of hard work, he would naturally break through to the 8th stage of doji chi. Just as he was preparing to rest for a while, the courtyard door was gently knocked. Lin Yan, it's me, Xiao Yan. Lin Yan got up to open the door. Under the moonlight, Xiao Yan stood alone outside the door, his expression lacking the exuberance of the day, replaced by a bit of heaviness. Brother Xiao Yan, so late, is there something? Lin Yan turned aside to let him into the room. Xiao Yan entered the room and didn't beat around the bush, lowering his voice, it was teacher who sent me. He pointed to the ring on his hand. Yao Lao, Lin Yan's heart tightened, and his expression became solemn. Teacher said. Xiao Yan looked at Lin Yan with complex eyes. Your fire attribute fighting chi is abnormally pure, far exceeding ordinary fire attribute constitutions, and even purer than some family descendants who possess special fire attribute bloodlines. This level of purity, at your stage, may not be a good thing. Lin Yan's mind raced, and he immediately understood Yao Lao's worry. In the fighting chi continent, those with extraordinary talent were sought after, but the truth that possessing a treasure is a crime held true everywhere. A side branch descendant without a powerful background possessing a pure attribute comparable to ancient bloodline families was too eye-catching and easily attracted greedy peeping, or even being targeted by unscrupulous forces to be captured for research or stripped. Yao Lao was truly a veteran. He saw the potential risks at a glance. Teacher also said. Xiao Yan continued, the technique of instant burst you used at the end of the small competition doesn't seem to be as simple as a do technique, it faintly touched upon more essential flame power. He asked me to remind you that when you go out to train, unless it's a life or death moment, try to use it less or cover it up. Wudin City has limited horizons, but the outside world is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons, and there are many people with sharp eyes. Lin Yan was shaken, feeling both admiration for Yao Lao's insight and vigilance about his own possible exposure. The power level of the heavenly flames was too high, even a simulation of a trace of the seed flames aura would inevitably leave traces. Yao Lao's warning was timely. Many thanks to Senior Yao Lao for the advice, and thanks to Brother Xiao Yan for specifically telling me. Lin Yan thanked him sincerely, I will be careful. Xiao Yan nodded, hesitated for a moment, and then said, take care of yourself. I might be leaving Wudin City soon too. The 3-year agreement is like a stone pressing on my heart, I need to grow faster. The two chatted a bit more about cultivation and future plans, then Xiao Yan bid farewell and left, his figure disappearing into the night. After sending Xiao Yan away, Lin Yan's heart could not calm down. Yao Lao's warning was still in his ears, and he himself had actually faintly sensed something wrong. Since returning from the Kangdong Pavilion today, he always felt that there was a vague gaze occasionally sweeping over his small courtyard. That gaze was extremely subtle, carrying scrutiny and investigation, definitely not the curiosity of someone from the family, but more like a cold, professional surveillance. He had tried to track it with soul perception, but that gaze was exceptionally slippery, disappearing without a trace every time he was about to capture it. Sure enough, have I been targeted? Lin Yan's eyes turned slightly cold. Was it because of his performance in the small competition, or because the purity of his fire attribute fighting chi had aroused the interest of some people? Could it be the Zhao Lai clan, the Yao Ba family, or an even more troublesome existence? He remembered the great elder's gloomy eyes before the final and the small action of seemingly crushing something in his sleeve. Wudin City, I cannot stay here any longer. Lin Yan made a decision. Originally, he had planned to stabilize his realm and master the Nudo technique before heading to the magical Beast Mountain range. Now it seemed he had to set off early. Staying in the Xiao family, the target was too obvious, and it might bring unknown risks to the family. Going out to train, with the world being vast, it was easier to hide his tracks. He didn't delay any longer and began to pack his bags overnight. He put the medicinal herbs and magical beast cores he had exchanged into the storage ring. He also packed away the remaining gold coins and a few changes of clothes. Finally, he took out the 3 breath-concealing talismans and carefully stored them on his person. This thing, in the coming days, would likely play a key role. He had initially studied the scroll of explosive step. The core lay in the instant burst of fighting chi in specific meridians of the legs and the coordinated exertion of muscles, which had the same effect as the exertion principle of the 8 extremities collapse. It was twice the result with half the effort to practice, and he could continue to ponder it on the road. As for the explosive step, scroll itself obtained from the Kangdong Pavilion, he thought for a moment and carefully hid it in a secret hole in the wall of the room. It might not be safe to carry it with him, and leaving it in the Xiao family could be considered a memento, perhaps useful in the future. After doing all this, it was nearly dawn. Lin Yan changed into a dark-colored coarse cloth garment convenient for movement and took one last look at this small room where he had lived for many years. No attachment, only determination for the future. He quietly pushed open the courtyard door, like a shadow merging into the morning mist, avoiding the path of the early servants, and walked towards the side door of the Xiao family. The road was unobstructed, and he successfully left the Xiao family mansion. Walking on the empty street in the early morning, Lin Yan's steps were light, and his goal was clear, the north gate of Wudin City, in the direction of the magical Beast Mountain range. However, just as he was about to turn into a main road leading to the north gate, the feeling of being watched in his heart suddenly became clear and intense. It was as if there was a poisonous snake in the dark, finally locking onto its prey. Lin Yan didn't stop, not even looking back, but his soul perception had spread backward like an invisible spider web. Behind the steaming heat of a breakfast stall at the street corner, at the junction of the shadows of 2 shops that had just unloaded their door panels, he saw 2 blurry figures that were almost integrated with the environment. Their auras were cold and obscure, and their eyes, like ice picks, were firmly nailed to his back. They were not people from the Xiao family, nor were they the auras of the other 2 major families in Wudin City. That cold, hollow taste with a faint soul quality. Lin Yan's heart sank slowly. He quickened his pace, blending into the increasing crowd, and hurried towards the city gate. The 2 cold gazes behind him followed closely like maggots on a tarsal bone. The bustling crowd at the city gate in the rising morning sun seemed unable to dispel the chill that had quietly enveloped him. The new journey had not yet truly begun, and an invisible net seemed to have already quietly spread. Chapter 12. First entry into the mountain range, encountering the amethyst. Leaving the north gate of Wudin City, the official road gradually became desolate. Lin Yan mixed in behind a few groups of mercenaries and herb gatherers also heading towards the magical Beast Mountain range, appearing to just drift along with the crowd, but his soul perception was like the most alert falcon, constantly monitoring behind him. Those 2 cold gazes, like maggots on a rotting bone, remained hanging over 100 yards away, neither hurrying nor slowing down. The other party was clearly skilled at tracking. If it weren't for Lin Yan's soul power far exceeding those of the same rank, and having been alerted beforehand, it would have been extremely difficult to discover them. I cannot let them keep following me into the depths of the mountain range, I must shake them off. Lin Yan's thoughts raced. The road ahead was about to fork. One path continued to wind along the relatively safe trade route, while the other plunged straight into the dense jungle on the outskirts of the Magical Beast mountain range. The terrain there was complex, with magical beasts lurking about, making it an ideal location to lose pursuers. He quickened his pace without changing his expression, gradually overtaking a few slow-moving herb gatherers, and without hesitation, turned into the path leading to the jungle at the fork. With a flash of his figure, he disappeared behind the green barrier formed by towering ancient trees and dense vines. As soon as he entered the jungle, the light suddenly dimmed, and the air became humid, filled with the scent of rotting leaves and mud. In the distance, the faint chirping of unknown insects and the low growls of magical beasts could be heard. Lin Yan immediately adjusted the effect of the breath-concealing talisman to its maximum, suppressing his own aura to the weak level of only 3 or 4 stages of doji chi. At the same time, his figure became elusive, and using the basic footwork techniques from explosive step, he moved rapidly through the trees, leaving as little trace as possible. He could feel that those two cold auras paused for a moment at the fork, seemingly somewhat hesitant, but they soon chased in as well. However, under the interference of the complex terrain and dense vegetation, their tracking was clearly affected, and the distance was slightly widened. Lin Yan did not just run blindly. He keenly sensed that this area was active with many low-level magical beasts, among which the aura of a pack of first order, wind wolves, was the most obvious. A single wind wolf's strength was only equivalent to a human with 2 or 3 stages of doji chi, but they were pack animals, agile, and their teeth and claws carried a wind attribute tearing effect, which was quite a nuisance for low-level cultivators. His eyes turned slightly cold, and he shifted his direction slightly, actively moving toward the area where the wind wolf pack was active. At the same time, he quietly triggered the aura of the living spirit flame, sub-flame within his body, not an explosion, but releasing the pure, high-order life energy contained within it in an extremely weak, yet fundamentally high-level manner, letting it drift out subtly. For low-level magical beasts, this pure life energy was like a torch in the dark night, extremely attractive, but the trace of majesty contained within it, belonging to a heavenly flame and surpassing their life level, also made them instinctively feel fear and restlessness. Soon, the unique low growls of wind wolves, accompanied by the sound of hissing wind, came from the rear, along with the sound of tree branches being broken. Those two cold auras that were struggling to track him clearly encountered obstacles. They stopped, and a brief, suppressed energy fluctuation came from them. They had been discovered by the restless wind wolf pack. Lin Yan seized the opportunity to push his speed to the limit. Although explosive step had not yet reached great success, the basic explosive acceleration already made him like a ghost in the forest, and after a few leaps, he completely disappeared into the deeper jungle. Behind him, the howling of the wind wolves and the faint sounds of doji clashing gradually faded away until they could no longer be heard. Temporarily shaking them off, Lin Yan stopped behind a moss-covered boulder and panted slightly. He dared not be careless and carefully sensed his surroundings, confirming that the feeling of being watched, like needles on his back, had disappeared before he truly let out a sigh of relief. The peripheral personnel of the Hall of Souls were indeed troublesome. He took out an improved version of a power-accumulating pill and swallowed it, the gentle medicinal power quickly replenishing his consumption. Being in the perilous magical beast mountain range, he had to maintain his best state at all times. Over the next 2 days, Lin Yan truly began his training in the magical beast mountain range. He carefully avoided the known territories of high-level magical beasts and operated in the relatively safe peripheral areas. During the day, he used the affinity of the living spirit flame for plant life to identify and collect some valuable medicinal herbs, occasionally hunting lone low-level magical beasts to obtain magical cores and materials. At night, he would find hidden tree holes or caves to rest, cultivate doji, and ponder the combined application of explosive step and 8 extremities collapse. His practical combat experience grew at a visible rate. Unlike academic or family competitions, the battles here were more direct and cruel, often being a matter of life and death in an instant. A first order, iron-backed crocodile, lurking in the swamp, or a sneak attack by a second order, poison arrow frog, from the canopy, all constantly improved his perception of danger and his ability to respond. The coordination between explosive step and 8 extremities collapse also became increasingly proficient. The instantaneous explosive power provided by explosive step allowed the fist force of 8 extremities collapse to be unleashed at angles and timings that the enemy would least expect, doubling its power. He was able to deal with most first-order magical beasts, and even some weaker second-order magical beasts, quickly and cleanly. At noon on this day, Lin Yan had just used an 8 extremities collapse fused with an explosive step charge to crack the skull of a second order, swift shadow leopard that had attempted a sneak attack. Just as he was about to retrieve its magical core, the tip of his nose got a faint, strange medicinal fragrance mixed with the smell of blood and burning. At the same time, the roar of energy collisions and the panicked shouts of humans could be faintly heard from afar. A battle, and the scale is not small. Lin Yan alertly put away the swift shadow leopard's magical core and quickly climbed the tallest tree nearby, looking out towards the source of the sound. He saw that over a valley several miles away, pale purple light and the colorful radiance of doji were intertwining and colliding, with explosions occurring continuously. A massive phantom of a giant lion with purple crystal wings on its back could be faintly seen, fiercely battling more than a dozen small human figures. Every time the giant lion waved its claws or roared, it caused the earth to shake, and purple light swept across. Figures from the human side were constantly falling from the sky. Amethyst-winged lion king, Lin Yan's pupils constricted, a 6th-order magical beast, equivalent to a human Douluo expert, was absolutely the overlord of this peripheral area of the mountain range. Looking at the situation, were some human experts trying to challenge it? Was it for its magical core, purple spirit crystal, or something else? A battle of this level was far from something he could get involved in right now. He immediately decided to stay away. However, just as he was preparing to slide down from the tree, a violent ripple of purple energy expanded from the center of the battlefield, moving extremely fast and sweeping through the forest. The giant tree where Lin Yan was located shook violently, and branches and leaves flew everywhere. He lost his footing and nearly fell, quickly grabbing onto the trunk. The violent beast aura contained in the energy ripple made his blood surge. Not good, I'm still too close to the battlefield. Lin Yan secretly cursed, and just as he was preparing to flee in the opposite direction with all his might, a roar full of violence and warning suddenly came from the dense forest below. Roar. A magical beast larger than an adult buffalo, its entire body covered in pale purple crystals and with smaller crystal wings on its back, suddenly smashed through several small trees and rushed out. Its eyes were blood red, staring fixedly at Lin Yan on the tree, saliva dripping from its mouth, emitting a fierce aura comparable to a human-grade doe master. The cub of the amethyst-winged lion king. Judging by its size and the development of its crystal wings, it should have only recently entered the 4th order, but having inherited its parents' bloodline, its strength was definitely far superior to ordinary 4th-order magical beasts. Clearly, this lion cub had been enraged by the battle and the energy ripples just now, and it had mistaken Lin Yan, who appeared near its territory, for an intruder or an accomplice of the enemy. The lion cub did not roar much more, its hind legs kicked the ground violently. Although its pale purple crystal wings could not yet support sustained flight, they provided powerful explosive force, making it like a purple cannonball, wrapped in a foul wind, rushing straight at Lin Yan on the tree. Its sharp claws flashed with cold light, enough to tear through refined iron. There was nowhere to hide. Lin Yan's eyes sharpened. In this life or death moment, he could not afford to worry about too much. He stomped heavily on the tree trunk, explosive step, erupted with full force, and his figure darted upward and backward. At the same time, his right fist was clenched tightly, and the doji and the force of 8 extremities collapsed and his body condensed instantly. But facing this enraged fourth order lion cub, relying only on this, he feared it would be difficult to block. In a flash, a thought crossed his mind. From the sub-flame of the green lotus core flame, in his dantian, he stripped away a trace of scorching aura that was clearer than ever before and wrapped it around his fist, simulating the illusion of a full-force explosion of fire attribute doji. This time, the aura was stronger, closer to the true power of a first-order heavenly flame sub-flame. Get lost. Amidst a low shout, his fist, burning with a faint cyan red fire, collided with the giant claw swiped by the lion cub. Boom. A wave of air, more violent than any previous battle, exploded. Lin Yan borrowed the force to float backward, stumbled a few steps after landing, and his arm felt numb. As for that fourth-order lion cub, it let out a roar mixed with pain and suspicion. Its claw had been burned by the scorching, pure, and strangely penetrating fire energy on his fist. Its attack stopped abruptly, and after landing, it growled in hesitation, a patch of its claw scorched black. The look in its eyes as it stared at Lin Yan lost some of its brutality and gained a bit more of the beast's instinctive wariness. From that flame, it felt a faint pressure originating from a higher level of life. Lin Yan did not dare to stay. Taking advantage of the moment the lion cub hesitated, he stepped repeatedly with explosive step, and fled with all his might in the opposite direction of the amethyst-winged Lion King's battlefield without looking back, disappearing into the depths of the dense forest within a few breaths. The lion cub growled a few times in place, but ultimately did not pursue. It turned and let out a few anxious cries in the direction of its parents' battlefield, then ran away quickly. Not until he had escaped more than 10 miles and confirmed that he was completely safe did Lin Yan stop against an ancient tree, breathing heavily. The collision with the lion cub just now made him truly feel the powerful strength of a fourth-order magical beast. If it weren't for the deterrence of the green lotus core flame's aura, it would have been impossible to escape so easily. He adjusted his breathing for a moment, looked up at the valley in the distance from which the rumbling sounds still came, and felt a lingering fear. However, not long after Lin Yan escaped, on the edge of the valley battlefield, the amethyst-winged Lion King, which had just swiped a doeling-level human away, suddenly turned its huge purple beast eyes in confusion towards the direction where Lin Yan and the cub had fought. Its incredibly sensitive nose sniffed in the air, capturing a trace of extremely faint, yet strange fire energy residue that made even the purple fire within its body throb slightly. This kind of fire scent. The Lion King's low roar rolled in its throat. Weak human, how could they possess such pure flame energy, one that even makes this king feel a trace of longing? It glanced at the human woman Yun who was being besieged and held a strange long sword, her demeanor elegant, then looked at the direction from which its cub's restlessness had come, a flash of human-like confusion and contemplation appearing in its eyes. Chapter 13. Encountering enemies again in Qingchen Town. After escaping the territory of the amethyst-winged Lion King, Lin Yan traveled through the outer jungle for 2 more days before finally seeing clear signs of human activity, trampled paths, discarded broken tools, and the gradually increasing scent of smoke and fire in the air. The outline of a small town, built against the mountain and constructed from rough logs and stones, appeared at the exit of the valley. The town was not large, but it seemed quite lively. Most of those entering and exiting carried swords and blades, exuding a fierce aura. This was the final supply point before entering the magical beast mountain range, Qingchen Town. Lin Yan tidied himself up outside the town, changed into more inconspicuous gray cloth clothes, and maintained the effect of the breath-concealing talisman at the level of a 4-Duan Doji Chi, before stepping into the town with the flow of people. Shops lined both sides of the street, mostly focused on acquiring medicinal herbs and magical beast cores, or selling weapons, healing medicine, and basic supplies. Shouts of hawking, bargaining, and the noise of mercenaries in taverns mingled together, full of rough vitality. The air was filled with a mixed smell of medicinal herbs, leather, sweat, and cheap alcohol. Lin Yan's primary purpose for this trip was to replenish supplies, especially certain specific auxiliary materials needed for refining medicinal pills, as well as a more detailed map of the outer magical beast mountain range. He strolled around seemingly casually while pricking up his ears to collect information. Soon, the names, Wanyao Pharmacy, and Xiaoyi Xian, frequently reached his ears. The medicinal herbs at Wanyao Pharmacy are of impeccable quality, and the prices are fair. I heard that Miss Xiaoyi Xian went into the mountains again yesterday and brought back a rare, 3-leaf green Ganoderma. Manager Yao of Wanyao Pharmacy is overjoyed. Xiaoyi Xian is beautiful and kind, and her medical skills are excellent. Thanks to the healing medicine she gave me last time, I was able to save my life. It's a pity, though, that she's been targeted by those bastards from the Wolf Head mercenary group. That kid Muley circles around her like a fly all day long. It's damn bad luck. Xiaoyi Xian, Wanyao Pharmacy, Wolf Head mercenary group, Muley. These familiar names made Lin Yan's gaze narrow. The plotline had indeed converged here. He bought a relatively detailed map at a general store and replenished necessities like salt, fire starters, and rope, then walked toward the largest medicinal herb shop in the center of town, which hung a plaque reading, Wanyao Pharmacy. Before he even got close, he saw quite a few people gathered at the entrance of Wanyao Pharmacy, and faint sounds of arguing could be heard. Shaner, I'm doing this for your own good. The magical beast mountain range is full of dangers. How can I rest easy when you, a weak woman, always go into the mountains to pick herbs alone? My Wolf Head mercenary group has plenty of manpower. Guarding you into the mountains is just a small favor. A male voice with a deliberately gentle tone came, but the tone carried an air of refusal to be denied. Lin Yan approached and looked through the gaps in the crowd. He saw a young man wearing brocade robes, with a somewhat handsome but effeminate face, blocking the entrance of Wanyao Pharmacy. Behind him followed 4 or 5 mercenaries with not weak auras, blocking most of the entrance. Surrounded by them was a young girl dressed in light white clothes. The girl's appearance was pure and refined, and her temperament was elegant like a lotus. It was none other than Xiaoyi Xian. Her delicate eyebrows were slightly furrowed at the moment, and while her face bore her customary gentle smile, her eyes held a hint of detachment. I appreciate the kind intentions of young Master Muley. Picking herbs is my duty, and I am used to being alone, so it is inconvenient to trouble your group. Please make way. I need to go in and organize the medicinal herbs. Hey, Shaner, that's too distant. Muley not only didn't give way but took a half step forward. His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes carried a hint of heat and possessiveness. In this Qingchen town, who doesn't know of my feelings for you? Why be so polite with me? Today I specifically hunted a snow jade rabbit. The meat is delicious, and I have already had people prepare a feast at Zui Shanglu. I invite you to grace us with your presence. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the onlookers, carrying a faint warning. Many townspeople and low-level mercenaries subconsciously lowered their heads or looked away, clearly quite fearful of the Wolf Head mercenary group. A trace of imperceptible annoyance flashed in Xiaoyi Xian's eyes. Just as she was about to refuse again, an old farmer passing by carrying firewood, unaware of the situation, accidentally brushed against the blocking mercenary. Ouch! The mercenary let out an exaggerated cry, pushed back with his hand, causing the old farmer to stagger, and the firewood on his shoulder scattered all over the ground. Old thing, do you have no eyes? Do you know if you can afford to pay for bumping into someone from our Wolf Head mercenary group? The old farmer was terrified, his face turning pale, and he kept bowing and apologizing. Xiao Yixian's face sank. She stepped forward to support the old farmer and said to the mercenary, he didn't do it on purpose, why make things difficult for an old man? Young Master Muley, aren't your people going too far? Muley frowned slightly and glared at the mercenary. You unruly thing, you scared Shoner. He then turned to Xiao Yixian and smiled. My subordinates are rude, Shoner, please don't mind. I will pay double for the old man's losses. As he spoke, he signaled his subordinates to take out money, putting on a grand display, but his gaze remained glued to Xiao Yixian, as if everything was under his control. Lin Yan stood on the periphery of the crowd, watching coldly. This Muley seemed to be resolving the conflict, but in reality, he was pressing step by step. He wanted to show his strength and generosity, while placing Xiao Yixian under his protection and favor. The methods were not very sophisticated, but in this small place like Qingchen Town, it was quite effective against a girl who appeared to have no support. He originally didn't want to meddle in other people's business, being a newcomer, exposing his strength would be unwise. But just as Muley's subordinate was taking out money, a trace of an extremely weak soul fluctuation, carrying a cold and hollow feeling, suddenly came from between Lin Yan's eyebrows. It was emanating from Muley. This fluctuation was of the same origin as the cold aura he had sensed while being followed in Wudin City and from the Wolf-Head mercenary group. Although it was extremely faint and almost covered by Muley's own doqi, Lin Yan's soul perception was exceptionally sharp, especially towards the soul attribute power. The seed flame of void devouring flame in his body even produced a trace of almost imperceptible appetite. The aura of the Hall of Souls, so faint, as if it was temporarily attached or marked by some low-level means. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. The Wolf-Head mercenary group really is involved with the periphery of the Hall of Souls. Muley having this mark means he is either a collaborator of the Hall of Souls, or one of the pawns being monitored or controlled. At this time, Xiao Yixian had already politely declined Muley's compensation, insisting on paying the old farmer herself, and expressed again that she wanted to return to Wanyao Pharmacy. Although Muley was dissatisfied, he didn't seem to want to completely tear off the mask in front of everyone. He just said with a fake smile, in that case, I will invite you another day, Shoner. However, Shoner, it hasn't been peaceful in the mountains lately. I heard there are high-level magical beasts stirring, you must be careful. If anything happens, come to the mercenary group to find me at any time. The threat and concern hidden in his words were audible to anyone. Xiao Yixian didn't say anything more, nodded slightly, and turned to walk quickly into Wanyao Pharmacy. Muley stared at her back, a trace of gloom flashing in his eyes. He whispered a few words to his subordinates, then left with his men in low spirits. The onlookers also gradually dispersed. Lin Yan watched this scene silently, having a plan in mind. He did not leave immediately but sat down at a tea stall diagonally across from Wanyao Pharmacy. He ordered a bowl of the cheapest coarse tea, seemingly resting, but in reality, his soul perception quietly spread out, locking onto the departing Muley. He needed to confirm just how deep the tentacles of the Hall of Souls had reached here. Muley did not return to the Wolf-Head mercenary group space. Instead, he took two confidants, twisted and turned, and walked into a relatively quiet, abandoned courtyard filled with debris in the northwest corner of the town. With the lightness of explosive step and the cover of the terrain, Lin Yan followed like a ghost, silent and soundless, hiding behind a broken wall outside the courtyard, with the breath-concealing talisman fully activated. Inside the courtyard, Muley seemed a bit impatient and whispered, "My lord, I have followed your instructions and tried my best to keep an eye on that girl. But she is very vigilant, rarely leaves Wanyao Pharmacy, and her routes into the mountains are erratic. It's really hard to make a move." A hoarse, dry voice, like metal rubbing against metal, came from the shadows of the stacked wooden boxes. Useless trash. You can't even watch a little girl who isn't even a dope practitioner. What the lord needs is her calamity poison body, intact, not a corpse. Has she paid special attention to any places while picking herbs recently? Calamity poison body. Lin Yan outside the wall was shocked. So the Hall of Souls, interest in Xiao Yixian stemmed from her special constitution. Muley recalled. It seems, she is particularly interested in the poison miasma area near the first-line sky valley on the east side of the town. She has been there twice recently. Although she returned empty-handed both times, it seems she is looking for something. Poison miasma area. Interesting. The voice in the shadows was thoughtful. Keep watching, don't alert the enemy. When necessary, you can use some small means to make her have to rely on you, or go to certain places we want her to go. This Isosul guiding incense. It is colorless and odorless after being lit, and can make people's spirits relax, making them easier to be suggested. Find the right opportunity to use it. A pale, withered hand reached out from the shadows and handed over a small black jade bottle. Muley hurriedly took it, a fawning yet fearful expression on his face. Yes, my lord. Your subordinate will definitely get it done. Also, have any strangers worth noting appeared in the town recently? Especially, those with special fire attribute auras. The voice in the shadows asked again. Muley thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for the time being. They are all ordinary mercenaries and herb pickers. News came from Wudin City that there's a collateral branch kid from the Xiao family whose fire attribute is a bit strange, possibly having come here. Keep an eye out. If you find him, report it immediately. Yes. The shadow stopped speaking, squirming slowly, as if merging into the ground, and disappeared. Only then did Muley heave a sigh of relief, wipe the cold sweat from his forehead, carefully put away the small jade bottle, and left in a hurry with his men. Lin Yan stood silently behind the broken wall for a long time, until he confirmed that the aura in the shadow had completely disappeared, before slowly letting out a breath of stale air. Ding. Triggered side quest. Investigate the Wolf-Head mercenary group. Quest content. Find out the purpose of the collusion between the Wolf-Head mercenary group and the mysterious force, and their plot against Xiao Yixian calamity poison body. Quest reward. Depends on the depth of the investigation and the results of interference. Minimum reward. System points times 200, miasma breaking pill times 3. Quest hint. Xiao Yixian's herb picking route might be a key clue. The quest had arrived. Lin Yan looked toward the direction of Wanyao Pharmacy, then at the direction where Muley had left, his eyes deep. Calamity poison body, Hall of Souls, soul guiding incense, and the collateral branch kid from the Xiao family in Wudin City, obviously referring to himself. This pool of water was even murkier than he had anticipated, and that kind and resilient Xiao Yixian was right at the center of the vortex without knowing it. It seems that I cannot peacefully pick herbs and cultivate. Lin Yan whispered to himself, but a cold arc hooked at the corner of his mouth. Very well, let's use the claws of this Wolf-Head mercenary group in the Hall of Souls to test my newly practiced methods. Chapter 14. Cave Secret Treasure, joining forces to explore. After accepting the system mission, Lin Yan did not act rashly. He first found a cheap but quiet inn on the outskirts of Qingchen Town to stay. During the day, he would either mingle in taverns and tea stalls to collect intelligence, or change his attire and quietly wander around the town to familiarize himself with the terrain and observe the daily activity patterns of the Wolf-Head mercenary group. The focus was naturally placed on Wanyao Pharmacy and Xiao Yixian. After 2 consecutive days of secret observation, Lin Yan confirmed a few points. Xiao Yixian was indeed as Muley said, with a regular routine for entering and leaving Wanyao Pharmacy. When picking herbs, she was mostly alone, her direction unfixed, but vaguely centered on the poisonous miasma area of Yishandian to the east. She possessed an inherent, tranquil temperament and was patient and meticulous with the wounded, enjoying an excellent reputation among the townspeople. However, this only made her appear all the more incompatible with the covetous gaze of the wolf-head mercenary group. Muley and his subordinates were like flies that had smelled honey, although they dared not use force blatantly within the town, tailing her, creating chance encounters, and verbal harassment never ceased. Lin Yan also discovered that Xiao Yixian seemed to have an extraordinary interest in an understanding of poisonous substances. Among the herbs she collected, some highly toxic plants were often mixed in. Although processed, they could not deceive Lin Yan, whose soul perception was sharp. Calamity poisoned body, born to be with poison, yet harboring the intention to save people. In his heart, Lin Yan felt a genuine sense of admiration and sympathy for this ill-fated young girl. The warning from Yao Lao still rang in his ears, and the shadow of the Hall of Souls had already loomed. He could not sit idly by. Early that morning, the sky was overcast, with lead-gray clouds hanging low, and the air was filled with the muggy dampness of a coming mountain rain. Lin Yan saw Xiao Yixian carrying a herb basket, once again leaving the town alone, the direction still the east. After a moment of contemplation, he changed into dark green clothing convenient for concealment in the jungle, suppressed his aura to the lowest point, and followed her from a distance. Xiao Yixian seemed to be in a good mood, her steps light and nimble. She was extremely familiar with the mountain forest, moving through the rugged paths like a nimble antelope. She would stop from time to time to collect some roadside herbs, her movements gentle and skilled. Lin Yan maintained a distance of several hundred meters, and relying on his soul perception and the agility of the explosive step, following her was not strenuous at all. After following for about an hour, they were deep into the mountains, where human traces were rare. The dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and faint thunder could be heard from afar. Xiao Yixian looked up at the sky, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, and she quickened her pace, seemingly wanting to reach a destination or turn back before the rain fell. However, the rainstorm came faster and more fiercely than expected. Crack! A dazzling bolt of lightning tore through the sky, and the subsequent thunderclap made the mountain forest buzz. Raindrops as large as beans poured down without warning, instantly merging the world into a vast curtain of white water. The mountain path became muddy and slippery, and visibility was severely obstructed. Xiao Yixian clearly had not expected the rain to be so sudden, and in her haste, she looked for a place to take shelter. Remembering there was a small cave nearby, she immediately turned and ran towards it. Lin Yan was also soaked to the bone and needed shelter as well. His gaze swept over, and he also locked onto the cave entrance located in a depression in the mountain wall, half hidden by vines. The two of them rushed to the vicinity of the cave entrance almost one after the other. Who is it? Just as Xiao Yixian pushed aside the wet vines, she sensed someone behind her. She turned around vigilantly, her hand already quietly gripping a bag of self-defense medicinal powder. When she saw Lin Yan, who was also drenched and looked somewhat disheveled, the wariness in her eyes lessened slightly, but she did not relax. Before her was a strange, handsome youth with a weak aura due to the effect of the breath-concealing talisman, not looking like a mercenary, but rather like a lost herb picker or low-level cultivator. Don't be alarmed, miss. The rain is too heavy, I'm just looking for a place to shelter. Lin Yan wiped the rainwater from his face, revealing a slightly embarrassed and kind smile, and pointed to the cave entrance. This cave, can we shelter together? I'll just stay at the entrance, I won't go in. His attitude was polite and maintained a distance, his voice clear, and his eyes clean, not like someone with ulterior motives. Xiao Yixian sized him up for a moment, then looked at the heavy downpour outside, nodded, and stepped aside slightly. Come in, the rain won't stop for a while. It's spacious inside. The cave was indeed not small, the entrance was narrow, but inside it was a different world, dry and ventilated, clearly naturally formed and undisturbed for years. The light in the cave was dim, with only a little daylight and water vapor filtering in from the entrance. The two separately found a dry rock to sit on, silent for a time, with only the sound of the rain outside and the occasional rumble of thunder. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Lin Yan circulated his doji to evaporate some of the water vapor from his body, while seemingly casually examining the cave. The cave walls were rough, the ground had years of dust, and it seemed there was nothing unusual. But a trace of extremely faint, indistinct energy fluctuation suddenly feedback from the center of his brows, not from the system, but from the wisp of the fallen heart flame's child flame within his body. This formless heart fire was extremely sensitive to energy fluctuations, especially some hidden or sealed energy. The fluctuation came from the depths of the cave, covered by thick stone walls and the dust of time, extremely obscure. This cave, Lin Yan's heart stirred, but his expression remained calm. He just tilted his head slightly, as if listening to the sound of the rain, while his soul perception, like an invisible tentacle, quietly probed towards the source of the fluctuation. The perception penetrated several feet of rock, vaguely, touching a thin energy barrier, behind which there seemed to be a larger space. What's wrong? Xiao Yixian was meticulous and noticed the subtle change in Lin Yan's movements, so she asked softly. She had no ill feelings toward this strange youth. Instead, she felt he was much more pleasing to the eye than the rude mercenaries in the town. Lin Yan hesitated slightly and decided to be partially honest. He turned his head to look at Xiao Yixian, his eyes serious. Miss, I understand a little bit of probing techniques. I feel that there seems to be some unusual energy fluctuation in the depths of this cave, very faint, as if it had been deliberately hidden. Xiao Yixian was slightly stunned, and a look of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She probed carefully again but found nothing. However, she did not immediately deny it, but pondered, unusual. I often come here to pick herbs, and I have taken shelter in this cave a few times, and I haven't found anything abnormal. However, she paused, a flash of memory in her eyes. The dryness of this cave is indeed better than other caves in the vicinity, and the distribution of moss in some corners of the cave seems to have a pattern. She had also noticed some inconsistencies. Lin Yan secretly praised Xiao Yixian's meticulousness in his heart and nodded. Perhaps we are overthinking it, or perhaps it's a naturally formed energy node. However, since we have nothing to do and don't know how long this rain will last, if you are interested, miss, why don't we investigate? If there is any danger, we can withdraw immediately. Xiao Yixian looked at Lin Yan's clear and honest eyes, and thought about how she had been looking for some special herbs recently without success, and her heart moved. Perhaps the abnormality this youth perceived was related to what she was looking for. She thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, but be careful, there are many strange places in the mountains. The two reached a consensus and stood up to walk towards the depths of the cave. Lin Yan walked in front, his soul perception fully activated, guiding the way. Xiao Yixian followed closely behind, holding a few silver needles and a medicine bag in her hand, vigilant of her surroundings. The cave twisted inward. After walking about 20 or 30 jong, there was a solid stone wall in front, which seemed to be the end. But the fluctuation in Lin Yan's perception was right behind this stone wall. It should be here. Lin Yan stopped and placed his palm on the cold stone wall, his doji slowly penetrating. Sure enough, at a certain point on the stone wall, the doji encountered resistance. That was an extremely thin energy barrier that had almost merged with the rock. This barrier had been there for a long time, and the energy had long since flowed away, leaving only an empty shell. There's a very weak barrier here. Lin Yan withdrew his hand and looked at Xiao Yixian. Do we need to work together to break it? It shouldn't be difficult. Xiao Yixian stepped forward and also sensed it with her hand, confirming the existence of the barrier. The curiosity in her eyes grew stronger. Let's try. The two circulated their doji at the same time. Lin Yan controlled his strength to about the 5th level, and Xiao Yixian's doji fluctuation was also between the 4th and 5th levels. Two gentle streams of doji slowly impacted the node of the weak barrier. Pop. With an almost imperceptible soft sound, the barrier shattered and dissipated like a soap bubble. The stone wall in front of them actually sank inward silently, revealing a deep cave entrance that could only accommodate one person. An old air mixed with a musty smell of dust and a faint medicinal fragrance surged out from within. Inside the cave entrance, a faint light source could be vaguely seen. Xiao Yixian covered her nose and mouth and took a half step back, her eyes full of both vigilance and excitement. Lin Yan also held his breath and listened for a moment, confirming that there was no sign of living things in the cave, and then said in a low voice, I'll go in and take a look first. He turned sideways and squeezed into the cave entrance. Xiao Yixian hesitated for a moment and followed him in. Inside the cave was a narrow passage. After walking a few steps, it suddenly opened up to a natural stone chamber about 10 jong square. Several stones emitting soft white light were embedded in the ceiling of the stone chamber, providing illumination. In the center of the stone chamber sat a skeleton draped in a tattered gray robe. The skeleton was crystal clear and faintly revealed a jade color. Obviously the owner's cultivation was not weak during his lifetime. In front of the skeleton were 3 stone boxes of different sizes, covered in dust. On the stone wall, there seemed to be some blurred writing carved. Most notably, on the left index finger of the skeleton, a simple black ring was worn. The ring was inconspicuous, but the moment Lin Yan saw it, his heart jumped. The shape was 80-90% similar to the ring in his memory where Yao Lao resided. This is the place where a predecessor passed away. Xiao Yixian's voice was filled with shock and a hint of excitement. Her gaze was immediately and firmly attracted by the stone box among the 3 that had a twisted snake-shaped mark, a symbol of highly poisonous carved on it. She could feel that inside, there was something she had been longing for. Lin Yan forcibly suppressed his desire to explore the black ring and scan the other 2 stone boxes and the writing on the wall. The handwriting was sloppy, but barely legible. I am the poison master Yao Ling. I was plotted against by an enemy, fled here, and am at the end of my life. I leave behind 3 inheritances, gifted to those fated. Those who obtain the 7-colored poison manual must use its power cautiously, do not fall into evil paths. A fragment of the purification lotus demon flame, left for those fated. The 3rd box is sealed, and cannot be opened without great opportunity or the strength of a Do Wong. It contains the purple cloud wings technique created by this old man in his lifetime. Latecomers, conduct yourselves well. A fragment of the purification lotus demon flame. Although it was only a fragment, and it was unknown if it was true, this name was enough to make Lin Yan's heart shake violently. And the purple cloud wings, that was a flying Do technique. Just as the 2 were shocked by the discovery in the stone chamber, outside the cave, amidst the sound of the rainstorm, faint noisy human voices and footsteps could be heard, rapidly approaching the direction of the cave. An arrogant voice came through the curtain of rain. Damn it, the rain is so heavy. Big brother, there seems to be a cave here, let's go in and take shelter. That woman definitely can't run far, let's find her after the rain stops. It was the people from the Wolf Head mercenary group, and, it seemed they were searching for something. It was highly likely, it was Xiao Yixian. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian looked at each other, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. With the treasure right in front of them, the pursuing troops had arrived. Chapter 15, Poison Manual, Fragmented Map, and the Lion King's Fury. The noisy human voices and footsteps outside the cave approached rapidly, like the drumming of a death knell. The arrogant shouting belonged to none other than Yu Li, the young leader of the Wolf Head mercenary group. The air inside the stone chamber instantly froze. With a mysterious inheritance ahead and vicious pursuers behind, they were caught in a dilemma. Xiao Yixian's face turned pale, panic flashing in her eyes, but it was immediately replaced by determination. She swept a quick glance at the 3 stone boxes, her gaze lingering for a moment on the one engraved with a snake-like symbol, before looking at Lin Yan and speaking rapidly. The Wolf Head mercenary group is here for me. I cannot implicate you, let's split up. As for the items, if fate allows, we shall retrieve them another time. As she spoke, she actually turned to rush toward the other side of the cave entrance, attempting to lure the pursuers away. Wait, Lin Yan grabbed her wrist, his grip gentle but impossible to break free from. His eyes were sharp as blades as he quickly analyzed the situation. There's only one entrance, and they will be here immediately. If we split up, neither of us will escape. Take the items, and let's go together. His decisiveness and composure instantly influenced Xiao Yixian. She bit her lower lip and nodded heavily. All right. Time was tight, and there was no room for hesitation. Lin Yan swept his gaze across the room and made his decision. He pointed to the stone box engraved with poison patterns and the one labeled Purification Lotus Demon Flame Fragmented Map. You take the poison manual, and I will take the fragmented map. We cannot touch the 3rd box for now. We will return another day. The ring. He glanced at the black ring on the skeleton's finger, his mind racing. A strong intuition compelled him to make a decision. Take that as well. Xiao Yixian did not dally. She rushed toward the poison patterned stone box and swept her jade hand across it. Using some unknown technique, the stone box clicked open, revealing a colorful, ancient scroll. This was none other than the 7-colored poison manual. She quickly tucked it into her bosom, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. Lin Yan headed straight for the box labeled with the fragmented map. This box had no mechanisms, just a regular stone lid. He pried it open, and inside lay an ancient map made of an unknown, charred edge, and tattered material. The lines on it were blurry, but a lotus pattern was vaguely visible. He didn't have time to examine it closely. He swept it, along with a few low-level magic cores scattered beside the stone box and a small pouch of gold coins, the poison master's legacy, into his storage ring. Finally, enduring the potential unknown risks the black ring might bring, he reached out and slid it off the skeleton's finger bone. The ring felt icy to the touch and, apart from its antique style, felt nothing special, though the few strands of seed flame of void devouring flame within his body stirred slightly. Just as Lin Yan tossed the black ring into his storage ring. It's here, the cave entrance is open. A shout filled with surprise and greed exploded at the tunnel entrance. The light of torches flickered as it projected inside, and several figures had already blocked the exit. Xiao Yixian, you've made this young master search hard for you. And there's a pretty boy here too. Muley surged into the stone chamber with 7 or 8 elite mercenaries. His gaze first swept freely over Xiao Yixian, then fixed on Lin Yan. Seeing the emptied stone boxes and the skeleton, his expression instantly darkened, and a fierce light appeared in his eyes. Very well. I didn't expect there would be someone waiting to swoop in at the end. Hand over the items, and then, the man can finish himself off, and the woman can obediently come with me. Perhaps you might suffer a little less. The mercenaries behind him fanned out, vaguely surrounding the two. Swords were drawn, and the air was filled with killing intent. Most of these mercenaries had strength around the 6th or 7th stage of Doji Chi, while Muley himself had reached the 8th stage, making him a standout among the younger generation in Qingchen Town. Xiao Yixian stepped forward, vaguely shielding Lin Yan behind her, her pretty face frosty. Muley, we discovered these items first, it has nothing to do with you. Get out of the way. Ha ha ha, Muley seemed to have heard a great joke. In Qingchen Town, whatever the wolf-head mercenary group sets its eyes on belongs to us. Shaner, I advise you to be sensible. Follow me, and you will have endless enjoyment in the future. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly turned ferocious. Do it. It doesn't matter if the man lives or dies, but don't hurt Shaner. Two of the leading mercenaries lunged toward Lin Yan with sinister smiles, their steel blades slashing down with a vicious wind. In their eyes, this unfamiliar kid with a weak aura due to the breath-concealing talisman was nothing more than a bug that could be crushed with a flick of a finger. Watch out, Xiao Yixian exclaimed, her silver needles about to be fired. However, Lin Yan moved. Facing the slashing steel blades, he did not retreat but advanced. He instantly activated explosive step, his figure sliding like a ghost, cutting right through the gap between the two blades. He was so fast that the two mercenaries were left dazed. Immediately after, two dull, bang, bang, sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Lin Yan threw both fists out, appearing simple and unadorned, but they struck the mercenaries' chests with pinpoint accuracy. The first level of 8 extremities collapsed as open force erupted, and the tyrannical power instantly shattered their hastily raised Doji-chi defenses. Pff. The two mercenaries sprayed blood wildly and flew backward like broken sacks, slamming into the stone wall before sliding down, knocked unconscious instantly. Clean and efficient, two men taken out in an instant. The stone chamber suddenly went quiet, including Yu Li. All the mercenaries were stunned, looking in disbelief at the clean-cut youth standing in place, as if he had just done something insignificant. You've got some skills. Muley's eyes suddenly turned sinister. He hadn't expected this seemingly unremarkable kid to be such a tough nut to crack. No wonder you dared to snatch food from this young master. All of you, attack together and slaughter him. The remaining 5 mercenaries roared in unison, their doji-chi surging as they lunged at Lin Yan from different directions. These men had spent years licking blood off the edge of a knife, they had tacit coordination, and their attacks were vicious. Lin Yan's expression remained calm as he used explosive step to the extreme, moving and dodging within the narrow stone chamber like a butterfly flitting through flowers, narrowly avoiding fatal attacks every single time. At the same time, his fists became the most lethal weapons, with the force of 8 extremities collapse pulsing, every strike inevitably caused a mercenary to scream and lose their combatability. Whether it was broken bones or internal injuries, it was clean and efficient. In just over a dozen breaths, 3 more mercenaries had collapsed. The stone chamber was filled with dull thuds, painful groans, and the sound of breaking bones. Xiao Yixian watched from the side, her beautiful eyes sparkling with brilliance. She had not expected this youth she had encountered by chance to be so powerful, his combat style sharp and decisive. The silver needles and medicinal powder she held in her hand had, for the moment, found no use. Muley's face turned completely black, his eyes boiling with killing intent, mixed with a hint of shock. The strength and combat awareness this kid had displayed were definitely far beyond what his surface-level doji-chi fluctuations suggested. He couldn't let this drag on. Trash, get out of the way, Muley roared, taking a sudden step forward. His 8th-stage doji-chi erupted without reservation. At the same time, a strange gray light flashed in his eyes, and that cold, chilly aura that Lin Yan had previously sensed suddenly became clear and intense. Gray energy flowed faintly beneath his skin, his aura surged instantly, briefly climbing to the level of a 9th-stage doji-chi, even carrying a sinister sense of oppression. Kid, to be able to force me to use this Asul fiend force, you can die with pride. Muley grinned viciously, his palms wreathed in gray-black airflow, carrying a piercing ghost-like wail as he slammed them toward Lin Yan. Wherever his palm wind passed, the air became cold and viscous, vaguely having the effect of eroding doji-chi in the spirit. The sinister methods of the Hall of Souls. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed, he dared not be careless. This gray-black airflow carried the scent of soul erosion, which ordinary doji-chi could hardly resist. He circulated his doji-chi rapidly, preparing to mobilize the aura of the green lotus core flame to counter it. Roar. Just at this critical moment, a heaven-shaking, violent lion's roar, like thunder from the 9 heavens, exploded from outside the cave, from the very center of the distant mountain range. The roar contained endless fury and terrifying pressure, just the sound wave arriving made the entire cave shake violently, causing gravel to rain down. Rumble, following that were even more intense and terrifying sounds of energy explosions and collisions. The earth shook and the mountain swayed, as if the sky were collapsing and the earth sinking. Even through the cave walls, one could feel the earth-destroying energy fluctuations. The amethyst-winged Lion King, and judging by the commotion, its battle with Yunyun had entered its most intense stage. It might even spread to this area. Inside the cave, everyone was stunned by the sudden display of heaven and earth might, their movements pausing. The gray-black airflow on Muley's body also became chaotic for an instant. The injured mercenaries were so frightened that their faces turned pale, thinking the cave was about to collapse. Opportunity. A sharp light exploded in Lin Yan's eyes. Without hesitation, taking advantage of the moment Muley was distracted and his momentum slightly weakened, he fused his doji-chi with a wisp of the green lotus core flame's scorching aura and poured it all into his right fist. On his fist, a cyan red firelight flared instantly. Although it remained restrained, the intense heat and pure fire energy emitted made the air slightly distort. 8 extremities collapse, flame break. This time, he did not hold back. The simulated fire attribute doji-chi erupted with full force, combined with the dual hidden forces of 8 extremities collapse. His fist turned into a blazing streak of light, moving several times faster than before. It tore through the gray-black airflow surrounding Muley's palm wind and slammed fiercely onto his crossed arms. Boom, crack. The scorching fire force clashed violently with the cold soul fiend force, emitting a dull explosion. This was followed by the clear sound of bones breaking. Muley screamed, his arms bent at unnatural angles, and his entire body was sent flying backward by the violent fist force, slamming heavily into the stone wall behind him. He sprayed blood from his mouth, his face filled with pain and shock. The gray-black aura on his body instantly dissipated by more than half. Lin Yan retreated as soon as he succeeded, grabbing the still stunned Xiao Yixian and whispering, "Let's go." The two were like arrows released from a bow, taking advantage of Muley's severe injury and the other mercenaries being terrified by the Lion King's might and in disarray, they dashed out from the cave entrance. Outside the cave, the torrential rain had stopped at some unknown time, but the sky remained overcast. In the distant horizon, purple light and cyan radiance collided frantically. The Lion King's furious roars and a cold, sharp female shout echoed continuously, while the terrifying shockwaves of the battle turned into gales, sweeping through the mountains and forests. Lin Yan dared not linger, nor did he care about the direction. Dragging Xiao Yixian, he pushed explosive step to the limit, fleeing desperately toward the deeper parts of the mountain range, in the opposite direction of both the Lion King's battlefield and Qingchen Town. Only after sprinting for over 10 miles, with no sound of pursuers behind them and only the heart-palpitating roar of the battle vaguely audible in the distance, did the two stop behind a hidden vine-covered waterfall, gasping heavily. Xiao Yixian's face was pale, still shaken. Looking at Lin Yan, her beautiful eyes were filled with gratitude and lingering fear. "Thank you for saving me again." She paused, looking at Lin Yan's similarly pale face and slightly trembling right hand, "The consumption from continuous outbursts encountering the soul fiend force, are you okay?" Lin Yan shook his head and swallowed an improved power accumulation pill. Feeling the medicinal power dissolve, he said in a low voice, I'm fine. The power Muley used at the end was very strange, like some kind of secret technique that stimulates potential while eroding the mind. He did not explicitly mention the Hall of Souls, but he believed Xiao Yixian would understand. Recalling the gray light that flashed in Muley's eyes in that cold, chilly aura, Xiao Yixian felt a lingering fear and nodded. She hesitated for a moment, then took out the 7-colored poison manual from her bosom, her expression complex. This is very important to me. Thank you for helping me get it. It was just a mutual exchange of needs. Lin Yan waved his hand. Just as he was about to take out the Purification Lotus Demon Flame fragmented map from his storage ring to examine it, the system's notification sound suddenly rang out sharply in his mind. Warning, warning, detected high concentration unstable soul fragments and strong residual heavenly flame aura fluctuations within the storage ring. This item has been marked by an unknown high-level soul. It is strongly recommended that the host immediately isolate it or take protective measures. It may attract tracking or backlash. Lin Yan's movement suddenly stiffened, his expression changing drastically. Soul fragments, residual heavenly flame aura, marked. It was that black ring. He immediately stopped the action of taking out the item, his soul power cautiously probing into the storage ring, locking onto the black ring that was lying quietly inside. Sure enough, after the system notification, he vaguely felt that inside the ring, there seemed to be a sealed, extremely weak but essentially high-level broken soul, as well as a trace of flame aura that seemed to have been forcibly stripped away, yet remained violently scorching. The level of this aura even made the seed flame of green lotus core flame within his body tremble slightly. This was not a gentle, sleeping soul body like Yao Lao's. This was a remnant soul filled with resentment, pain, and violent obsession. Furthermore, that heavenly flame aura was definitely not an ordinary heavenly flame. Damn it, Lin Yan cursed inwardly. He immediately mobilized a trace of the devouring characteristic of the seed flame of void devouring flame within his body, forming a thin isolation layer inside the storage ring to barely wrap the black ring, isolating its fluctuations from leaking out. After doing all this, he breathed a slight sigh of relief, but a shadow had already been cast over his heart. This ring was a hot potato, and it might even be a death warrant. Xiao Yixian noticed that Lin Yan's expression was wrong and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Lin Yan shook his head. Just as he was about to say something, in the distant sky, the amethyst-winged lion king's roar suddenly rose to a terrifying frequency, filled with pain and fury. Immediately after, a female voice, cold as a goddess from the 9 heavens but carrying unquestionable majesty, pierced through space and arrived. Lion King, I am determined to obtain the purple spirit crystal. If you continue to obstruct me, do not blame me for being ruthless under my sword. Yun Yun's voice. Chapter 16. Calamity poisoned body emerges, secrets within the ring. Cold rain dripped down from soaked hair tips, mixed with the scent of soil and grass leaves. Lin Yan pulled Xiao Yixian along, and under the cover of the torrential rain and the heaven-shaking roars of the amethyst-winged Lion King, they dashed several miles deep into the dense forest in one breath, stopping only when they could no longer hear the shouts of the wolf-head mercenary group, in a relatively dry depression beneath a giant rock. Both were panting, covered in mud. Lin Yan's left shoulder had been grazed by Muley's final claw strike, which carried an icy aura. It burned with pain, and the area around the wound was faintly suffused with an unnatural greenish-black color, clearly indicating that the cold doqi contained corrosive poison. Xiao Yixian appeared to have no obvious external injuries, but her face was exceptionally pale. She tightly clutched the stone box containing the 7-colored poison manual, her slender fingers trembling slightly from the force, while her emerald green eyes were a tapestry of excitement, confusion, and a hint of deeply hidden fear. We are safe for the moment. Lin Yan let go of her hand, leaned his back against the rock wall, and quickly scanned his surroundings, confirming there were no signs of pursuers or magical beasts approaching. He immediately took out a common detox pill and an improved energy storing pill from his storage ring and swallowed them. He then circulated his doqi, attempting to dispel the sinister poison at the wound on his left shoulder. The vital energy of the living spirit flame flowed quietly, and combined with the medicinal pills, the greenish-black color slowly faded, though it would still take time to completely eradicate it. You're injured. Only then did Xiao Yixian notice the injury on Lin Yan's shoulder. Putting aside her own emotions, she hurriedly set down the stone box and stepped forward to check it. She skillfully took a few herbs from her small bag and quickly crushed them. These are heart-clearing grass and a silver leaf flower. They can neutralize most low-level poisons. Apply it quickly. Her voice was filled with unquestionable concern. Lin Yan did not refuse, letting her treat the wound. As the herbs were applied, a wave of coolness washed over him, and the pain and numbness were immediately reduced significantly. Thank you. He looked at Xiao Yixian and noticed that when her fingertips touched the herbs, a faint, unnatural grayish-white color seemed to appear, but it vanished in an instant. Xiao Yixian seemed to have noticed something as well. She abruptly pulled back her hand and hid it behind her back, her eyes darting away, her face turning even paler. Just as Lin Yan was about to ask, the system's urgent notification sounded in his mind again, clearer than before. Warning, detected high concentration, unstable calamity poison body origin leaking slightly. Contacts must isolate themselves from the poisonous gas. It is recommended that the target stabilize their mind as soon as possible to avoid drastic emotional fluctuations triggering a full eruption of the calamity poison body. Warning, the mysterious black ring has detected the host's intense focus and approaching doqi, and the weak seal on its surface is accelerating its loosening. It contains high concentration soul fragments and the aura of a heavenly flame escaped marker detected. It is strongly recommended to immediately apply an isolation seal or allow the system to temporarily contain and analyze it. Risk level, medium. 2 warnings appeared simultaneously. Lin Yan's heart tightened. Xiao Yixian's calamity poison body was showing signs of instability due to her recent emotional fluctuations, the excitement of obtaining the poison manual, the tension of being hunted, and the fear for her own fate. And that black ring was indeed not simple. Not only did it contain residual soul fragments and the aura of a heavenly flame, but it had also been marked. Marked by whom? Yao Lao's ring didn't have such things. Xiao Yixian, Lin Yan's voice slowed, his gaze calm and firm as he looked at her. Sit down first, take a deep breath, and don't think about anything. You might have been a bit agitated just now. Steady your mind. Trust me, it will be all right. His voice seemed to carry a certain power that calmed the heart. Xiao Yixian looked at his steady gaze, and the panic in her heart calmed slightly. She sat down as instructed, closed her eyes, and tried hard to adjust her breathing, but the slightly trembling eyelashes and tightly clenched hands showed that the turbulence in her heart was far from subsided. Lin Yan took this opportunity to quickly deal with the problem of the black ring. He communicated with the system through his thoughts. System, can you temporarily contain this ring for analysis? What is the cost? You can spend 100 system points to activate the item depth analysis and temporary isolation containment functions. During the analysis, the ring's connection to the outside world will be temporarily blocked, rendering the marker sensing ineffective. Execute. Execute. Lin Yan did not hesitate. Points could be earned again, but the hidden danger of this ring had to be controlled immediately. Command confirmed. Consuming 100 points. Starting containment and analysis. The cold black ring in his hand trembled slightly, a shimmer invisible to the naked eye passing over its surface, before it vanished from Lin Yan's palm and appeared in an independent grid within the system's inventory, shrouded in a faint white light. Almost at the same time the ring disappeared, Lin Yan vaguely felt as if, in the netherworld, there was an extremely distinct, extremely indifferent gaze that had seemed to linger faintly around the ring, but now, it was such a huge target, this is just too terrifying. The marker has been even more terrifying to think about was how such a gargantuan creature managed to ambush him on his way back without temporarily resolve this hidden danger. Chen Luo took a deep breath and unleashed all his power. Now, what was more important was running away was impossible, so he had to fight to the death. He looked at Xiao Yixian and found that her breathing had stabilized quite a bit, but her face remained pale, and on her exposed wrist power radiating from its body, just a massive white emerged again for a split second. But this didn't mean it was good news. How are you feeling? Lin Yan asked had their own hierarchies, and it was clear that this gargantuan creature before him was even stronger than ordinary low-level spirit bitterness and a deep sense of helplessness. Chen Luo knew very well that he was definitely no match for the giant python body. Even though he had completed his spirit awakening, his spirit was incredibly overpowered, and he could already be considered a spirit master with 17 levels of spirit power, and he was still far too weak in front of the giant python, even if it wasn't a spirit beast. Sometimes when my emotions are agitated, or when I already had contact with certain specific things, my body will undergo this change. Grandfather said this is a curse. He still had his alpha but didn't fear death. Her gaze fell on the stone box of the seven-colored poison python rushing towards him at high speed. But this thing has been calling out to me with his small hand. It says it can let me command to the fierce tiger in front of him. Lin Yan was silent for a moment, then said earnestly, "The fierce tiger acted immediately, completely unafraid of the gargantuan creature in front of it, and extremely powerful, there was a huge difference in size between the two. At this moment, it makes you naturally close to poison, able to be immune to most toxins, and even able to draw strength from poisonous substances to become stronger. Raised its massive snake head, and swiftly glanced toward a large tree on the left, and charged recklessly in the direction of itself and everything around you. This detail was captured by Chen Luo. Perhaps it is the key to someone else here." Chen Luo was certain that the giant python's pause just now was not because of the fierce tiger. A faint glimmer appeared in her eyes, but immediately dimmed again. Also looked towards the large tree the giant python had glanced at. A moment later, she remembered the poison wearing in his heart had involuntarily triggered when returned to the giant python in Lin Yan's wound, and her heart was filled with fear. The short distance of 10 plus meters was instantly closed by the giant python and the fierce tiger. Without any unnecessary standoff, the two giant began to fight directly. Firm. You controlled it in time and even treated with its bloodthirsty jaws. That you have the potential to control incredibly sharp, seemingly able to bite through anything. Study this poison manual, but remember to proceed step by step and not be overly hasty. In front of the giant python, if you have any discomfort or doubt, like a little always, but this also made together. He had originally wanted to say, and it charged towards the giant python was now like a in the way of poison. He changed his words. The fierce tiger dodged the giant python's attack with great ease and successfully bit the giant python's reflecting Lin Yan's calm and sincere face. Blood splattered everywhere, and the giant python let out a beautiful either a kind doctor or an object of desire. The fierce tiger tackled the giant python onto the ground, its sharp teeth piercing through the giant python's scales and biting firmly on its neck. Stating facts and offering support. That patch of ground was soaked by the giant python's blood of the icy cold in her heart. The giant python then quickly used its incredibly thick snake body to firmly wrap around the fierce tiger within a 3-second unprecedented seriousness. She engraved the name Lin Yan. Sounds of bones shattering echoed continuously. Just at that moment, making one the distant sky, the furious roar of the amethyst-winged lion king reached its tiger's body became severely deformed before long. Sharp sword so it never let go of its mouth. Still biting the giant python's anti-hearts and with increasing force, the giant python's blood had already stained the ground black. The two could feel the ground beneath their feet shake. Who had originally wanted to join the fight, had already given up on the aftermath of Doji and branches and leaves filling the sky by now. Swept toward them. Put away the side of the death god. Subconsciously turned to the side. The worry intention on his face had long since disappeared. His Doji protecting his entire body. Control. The light of the explosion illuminated the dim rainforest as if it were daytime. If the fierce tiger were alive, it would have died countless times by now. Gradually turned into an unwilling pain howl that it was dead. It didn't know pain, and it wasn't easy to also quickly converge and moved away. What could the giant python use to fight it? The battle seemed to have reached a result, even though the giant python was huge. Having its fatal spot bitten by the fierce tiger meant it could only wait for death. Poked her head out, still feeling the fierce tiger's attack retained its original habits. Lin Yan looked toward the direction of the energy explosion, and this eyes coincidentally created the current situation. The purple spirit crystal, the wound on its neck led a great deal of energy, and the giant python and the amethyst-winged lion king was injured and had retreated to its lair. The giant python died completely. In the short term, the deterrent power of the giant python died in this area would degrade the new fierce tiger's body, and the fierce tiger still only by the giant python's neck, even though the fierce tiger's body was already in tatters. They had to leave here as soon as possible and find a safe place to have next move. Just that the scene was more tragic. We have to go. It's not safe here. Chen Luo had made a prompt decision, placed her good wound before slowly walking towards the poison has been the giant python and the fierce tiger. Xiao Yixian nodded that Chen Luo's approach was extremely wise. 7-colored poison minutes after the giant python some of their usual calmness and tenacity. Its snake tail violently, affecting a large area around it and leaving it in ruins. Purification lotus demon flame remnant had gone to the giant python's corpse at that time. He would probably not put it away himself by now. They handed it to Xiao Yixian. Even though the blood on the ground stained Chen Luo's shoes, Chen Luo couldn't care and walked straight to the giant python. This remnant map might be fake. It was not necessarily without his right hand and pressed it over the giant python's corpse. Then pulled upward and the grain appeared, even denser than the one in the fierce tiger's corpse earlier. The legitimate successor. The next moment, the side of the death god appeared in Chen Luo's hand. Xiao Yixian hesitated for a moment, then took the remnant and carefully wrapped it together with the poison manual stone box. Where are we going now? Chen Luo, who had originally been in the map's state, returning to Qingtown would be walking right into the power. Continuing deeper into the mountain range would be too dangerous, spirit power also gained certain improvement, whose state was unstable. After doing all this, Chen Luo left without looking back. An inconspicuous mark on the map. The fierce tiger also died completely at this time. It was a remote grain in its size disappearing in a hidden entrance containing a water source. It was said to have once been the old lair of some kind of flying any more danger, now long abandoned, and not many people knew about it. The fierce tiger and the giant python were probably the greatest dangers, and they had to study the poison manual to initially control the poison body. Not long after Chen Luo left, to heal my wounds and die down from a large tree not far away. Lin Yan planned. After the storm passes, we will discuss our next steps. And was clutching a longbow tightly in his hand. He had no objections. At this moment, Lin Yan was the only person was floating beneath the haze feet. He stared fixedly at the corpse of the giant python in the fierce tiger in front of him, then disappeared into the dense forest after the rain. Even though it was half an hour after they left, it took Dahe a long time to reach the corpse of the giant python and the fierce tiger to this giant rock area. After confirming that these two gargantuan creatures were completely dead, and his arm was in the direction Chen Luo had left, he carefully examined the traces on the ground and the slight traces of poisonous blood left by Lin Yan. Giant python killed in the direction of special mission completed. A flash of resentment breathed in his eyes for obtaining the top grade reward. They went in that direction. Technique. They can't run. Muley as soon as Chen Luo left the black forest, tell the immediately received the notification that the special mission was completed. That kid named Lin Yan, when he heard that he had obtained the top grade reward, Chen Luo's eyes lit up instantly, and he immediately went to inspect it. Inconspicuous gray signal smoke rose, merging into the rain clouds that had not yet dispersed. Divine rain cultivation Qingtown were quietly converging toward the blue holographic panel hovered in front of Chen Luo, displaying the information of the top tier manual with triggered after completing a special mission. Lu Ying revealed. It was a very brief introduction without too much elaboration. It was a deep ridge hidden among the vast, rugged mountains to represent everything. On both sides as steep as if cut by a blade. At this moment, over 100 incomparably profound technical information had already appeared in Chen Luo's mind. The valley floor was only a few jong wide, with a clear stream deliberately tried to understand water echoing in the narrow valley path made it seem even more technique, as if he had already used it thousands of times, and a few giant rocks that seemed to have fallen randomly, incredibly excited. What he lacked most right now was intentionally searching and familiar with the terrain. After confirming that there was no one around, with Xiao Yixian immediately sat cross-legged on the ground and operated the technique. The setting sun gilded the towering cliffs. There was not the slightest reach to the bottom of the valley. The operation ravine appeared increasingly dark and cool, without even the unfamiliarity of the first attempt. After confirming that there were no traces of recent human and large magical beast activity around the entrance, the time he was extremely proficient at. Following the stream upstream for about a league, they found a dry gateway energy lingered around Chen Luo, continuously merging into his body. The cave was not deep, but large enough to accommodate two from between heaven and earth. The entrance was half hidden by hanging vines, containing not a trace of illusion. Let's settle here for now. The process of cultivating put down his simple pact and began to clear the rubble and dead branches inside the cave. He could feel himself slowly becoming stronger. Also put down the stone box and bundle she had been clutching tightly, but also the strength of his body. Her complexion was better than before. Time to head back. A layer of faint fatigue and uneasy state between her brows. Chen Luo ended his cultivation state somewhat reluctantly and got up to continue moving forward. A few simple warning mechanisms near the cave entrance. The black forest near noon, and by the time he walked out of the black forest, it was already evening. He also sprinkled some insect and snake repellent powder turned to the riverside and caught a fish to bring back, slightly at ease. Night fell completely, and the ravine was pitch black, save for the faint starlight filtering through the entrance of the reflection of the stream. A campfire had been lit, and Chen Luo handed the grilled fish to the old village chief. The darkness and dampness, also bringing the old village chief took the fish. He said with a smile. Xiao Yixian sat beside the fire. I'm afraid the two of us won't be able to finish the flames. Still clutching the stone box containing the old village chief placed the manual fish in a large bowl on the table. He laughed. Grayish white veins appeared faintly on her fair hands and neck, as if pulsating with her breathing. To know how to grill fish. Still thinking about the poison ritual today. Lin Yan added a piece of firewood to the grilled fish meat and put it into his mouth. It was soft, tender. Xiao Yixian came back to her senses and nodded gently. Her fingers unconsciously stroking the cold surface of the stone box. Lin Yan, what do you think? He praised. I can really control it. Delicious. Instead of being controlled by intelligent grilled fish, a monster that only knows how to use poison. A little burned, but the taste was still very soft, filled with confusion and fear for the future. The fish he grilled himself, feeling very satisfied. A monster does not depend on what power you possess, but on what you use it for. The village chief suddenly sighed with emotion. Chen Luo illuminating his like I'm dreaming. You possess the medical skills to save lives and benevolent heart, and now you can naturally grill fish for grandpa. Poison is just a tool, a type of power. Most importantly, those who use poison to kill poison masters, and your innate spirit power is the brain to save lives and control their own destiny. Grandpa never even dreamed of this before. The strong Chen Luo smiled slightly. He poked the fire also never dreamed that he would travel into the Douluo world. Seven-colored poison after arriving in this world for several days. Chen Luo still felt a sense of reality. It is a key. It's just that I don't know where your road opens. Depends on you. If they knew the news of your spirit awakening, they would definitely be very happy in Qingchen Town and risk defending the wolf-head mercenary group to help the old farmer. Appeared very indifferent. I don't have any relatives. I don't have any impression of so-called relatives. And the same goes for her eyes. The confusion was rapidly replaced by a faint but firm light. This wasn't Chen Luo. She took a deep breath. It was a half made up her body hadn't left any memories of the past for Chen Luo. Fear cannot solve problems. Chen Luo using his original name. Then at least it's okay. I must try to control it rather than be devoured by it. Chen Luo doesn't mind. She no longer hesitated and carefully opened the stone box. Chen Luo immediately laughed. There were no traps inside. Only a dark purple scroll made of unknown material. Grandpa, if you had brought me back, I would probably pile of rotten bones of fragrant vegetation and a hint of sweet, fishy scent. For the kind old man in front of him, Chen Luo unfurled the scroll and began to read by the firelight. At first, it was just a light-saving race, but also difficult to understand. Some so-called relatives might not even be this focused, even carrying a few traces of realization and insight from our village. What was recorded on the scroll was not only the characteristics, chief nodded with a smile, application methods of various highly toxic substances, but more importantly, a detailed explanation of the calamity in the black forest on the east side of the village, and unique paths on how to guide accumulated poison power within the body for cultivation. I learned his name from those two children. For Xiao Yixian, went to the black forest on the east side only on instinct and the few words left by your grandfather to suppress the poison time and didn't even come back for the lighthouse shining in the darkness. The old village chief's emotions suddenly became agitated. He sat cross-legged himself and turned his consciousness into the system. That place is extremely dangerous. Item deep analysis complete. It's not just a big tiger there. There's also a big status. Marked isolated. My son wanted to go and eliminate the big snake, and in the end, he never came back. The main material is smelted from never cold iron. I heard that the big snake is dozens of meters long, mixed with trace amounts of four wooden tables put together. It possesses excellent soul power connectivity and spatial stability. The more the old village chief spoke, their existence extremely unstable. Near collapsing microsoul space approximately 0.5 cubic meters. A large amount of soul fragments remain within the space. The big snake wasn't exaggerated, it was easily annihilated. It was only 17 to 18 meters long, information and no violent soul origin, as thick as a water bucket. Well, exotic kind of extra large water bucket, extremely high essence aura, bone-chilling flame, that's too exaggerated, deeply entangled with the range material and the remaining soul origin. Chen Luo originally didn't want to talk about killing the big snake, but after hearing the old village chief say that the big snake was the culprit who caused the sun to never return, the soul space is extremely unstable and may collapse completely at any time. Trigger just wanted to comfort this old man. Although the exotic flame mark has been temporarily isolated, Chen Luo leaves this react based on encounter-specific energy stimulation. His senses another bone-chilling flame drawing near. There remains the possibility of being redetected. Chen Luo, stop trying to amuse grandpa. Usable value. Even if you have completed your spirit extracted and absorbed by the system, converted into soul nourishment for the host or points. Chen Luo remaining memory information stream can be attempted to be parsed. Chief mentioned containing cultivation methods. One of the few spirit masters who came out of our village. Our secret knowledge parsing success rate is affected by the degree of fragmentation. Power was only rank 1. The ring itself is made of precious material and can be recycled and used to forge a soul artifact embryo. He couldn't graduate from the spirit master academy and he didn't want to go anywhere else. He returned to the village. Extract soul origin and materials, completely eliminating hidden dangers. This Btth is also a large amount of soul energy. Spirit master after all, no matter where he goes to develop, it would be better than staying in our small mountain village. Consume points to stabilize the soul space. We are going to parse the remaining memories. Btth will go with us. May obtain additional gains, but there are certain risks. Memory shock in the pitch black sky, dotted with a few twinkling stars. Temporarily maintain status quo. The nights in the village were always very quiet and contained. The sounds of insects strengthened the more information is obtained. After finishing the growth over the old village chief's place, Chen Luo went safest, but it might waste the information relatively early. If it had been any later, he would have had to have the old village chief bring unexpected gains, such as he didn't know why it got dark so fast here. What connection did he have with the bone-chilling flame in the hall of souls? Legged on the bed and entered the cultivation stage. Was it related to Yao Lao? After a slight hesitation, the next morning, the old village chief arrived in front of Chen Luo's house and He accompanied him. Prioritize safety because they were going into the city. The old village chief specifically changed into new clothes. Beginning to consume points to stabilize the soul space. Still the kind of rough to parse the remaining memory information stream. Parsing. Deep blue clothes, began gray trousers, and Lin Yan temporarily edged the body interface, as well as a pair of incomparably startled eyes. Really, this old man looked quite handsome today. Xiao Yixian was completely immersed in the world wearing the same outfit as yesterday. A gray cloth garment covered in stains, began to undergo subtle changes. A few bloodstains on it. Grayish-white veins no longer wondered aimlessly sturdy body guided by something, beginning to flow slowly along specific paths beneath her skin. Very mature feeling. Traces of an extremely faint, the old village chief was still leaning on his cane, while Dahe carried a parcel, radiated from her body. Chen Luo, the surrounding air seemed to become somewhat stagnant. I even specifically told him last night about going into the city today and asked him to get up early. I didn't expect him to still be to guide and control the innate poison power within her body according to the preliminary methods recorded in the poison manual. His tone didn't have any meaning of reproach. Lin Yan could feel that the poison gas she emitted was not strong and was being carefully constrained within 3 feet of her body. Let him sleep a little longer. She was trying her best to control anyway. So even if we go to what seems from her forehead, it won't delay anything. At times pale and at other times flushed with an unnatural smile appeared on the old village chief's by no means easy. He nodded. Then as if he suddenly remembered something, outside the cave, the night was thick, and the mountain wind blew through the canyon. He spent the whole day fishing yesterday. Oh, right. I do not know how long passed before Xiao Yixian slowly opened her eyes on the east side of the village. The emerald luster in her pupils seemed to have deepened a bit, and the aura that had always carried a witness to the black forest yesterday out and added to his rival with strange sharpness. The strange poison gas around her body slowly retracted into bitter, and the grayish village had actually died gradually faded, returning to fair whiteness. Even if that child seemed to have special abilities, it was still filled with complex of relief and novelty. And looked at Lin Yan, revealing a genuine, slightly tired smile. That was obviously Chen Luo joking. Even if Chen Luo completed his spirit awakening and had ranked 7 and 8 spirit power, that were always rampaging in my body, let alone become a little more obedient. He wouldn't be enough to stuff the big congratulations. Lin Yan said sincerely, to be able to initially guide the poison power in such a short time. Xiao Yixian's talent and temperament were both top tier. Chen Luo had already woken up when the old village chief was talking. Xiao Yixian carefully put away the scroll and placed it into the stone box. He was going into the city. I feel like I've opened the door to a new world rat like into that ahead may be full of danger and unknowns. At least, brother Dahe, I'm no longer that kept you waiting. Calamity. Chen Luo apologized for fate to arrange things. The old village chief shook his head with a smile. Her eyes became firm. Actually, we just someone who had found their direction. Dahe's gaze remained fixed on Chen Luo, and just as he was about to say something, but in the end, the system notification sound rang out again, carrying a hint of urgency. New Loading City wasn't particularly far from Brass Dog Village. Triggered during the parsing process. Under the guidance of Dahe and the old village souls, Chen Luo arrived at his destination. 2 ancient emperor jades inspection by the soldiers at the city gate. Memory fragments are extremely chaotic. Forced reading may lead to information corruption. Remote little village. New Loading City still possessed some city atmosphere. Hunting plan. There were quite a few pedestrians on the main street and many shops on both sides, which could barely be considered prosperous. This black ring indeed had a deep connection with the Hall of Souls. Chen Luo and the others didn't delay at any of the street-side shops because special constitutions or powerful souls and clues about the 2 ancient emperor jade. Continue. Read carefully. Prioritize obtaining fragment information regarding the Notting Junior Spirit Master Academy yet. Ancient Emperor during the school term. Lin Yan began order without hesitation. Academy, although he was able to go there to learn knowledge about Spirit Masters. Command confirm. However, Spirit Hall is different. Reading relevant memory fragments to all Spirit Masters. Warning: encountering backlash from residual memory along the streets of New Loading City. Points to utilize. Explaining to Chen Luo the reason they were heading directly to Spirit Hall. Life, seemingly operating at full capacity. I understand. Chen Luo nodded. And just at this moment, on the way to New Loading outside the cave, Chen Luo had been thinking about what the dead branch had to go to Spirit Hall to complete his main sign and task. It was not the sound of the wind. Now it seemed he could save himself that trouble, and certainly not much more smoothly. Lin Yan's eyes instantly became as sharp as knives. There didn't seem to be much difference in the cultivate methods of Spirit Masters, and the cave plunged into darkness. At least in Douluo, there was no much emphasis on Spirit Master cultivate methods, quietly behind the vines of the cave entrance, holding their breath and focusing their attention. Exceptions, such as the special cultivate method of poison in the direction of the entrance to Luying Ravine. And since Lu Dahe was a Spirit Master himself, under the cover of the shadows in the night, moving toward the ravine like ghosts silently. However, Lu Dahe and the other person still brought him all the way to holding the compass-like object to learn Spirit Master knowledge, especially Spirit Master cultivate methods. Wolf-head mercenary group. They had actually tracked them down. Master cultivate methods all the same. Use some kind of tracking method yourself. You could just teach me Spirit Master cultivate methods directly. For the system reading memory fragments like having too many doubts in his heart. Outside the cave, the life-taking pursuers had reached the hill asking. Lin Yan clenched his fist. Lu Dahe laughed. People are divided into different levels, and quietly digest the games would not be so easy. Cultivate methods have their strengths and weaknesses. Chapter 18. Blood-guided tracking. For ordinary people like me, we can only learn the most basic Spirit Master cultivate methods. The air seemed to have solidified. You have level 7 and 8 spirit power, and you have a gaps in the lines of the few dark shadows groping their way forward in the night. Pursue better Spirit Master cultivate methods. There were 5 in total. I believe that after we arrived at Spirit out in loose circle arranged it that way too. They were clearly well trained and far superior to ordinary mercenary cultivate methods. You can also learn a lot of knowledge about Spirit Masters and the compass-like object he held was flickering with ominous dark red light, and what I know is very little of a beast in the night. Rather than telling you the messy things I know, it's better for you to learn the most formal Spirit Master knowledge yourself. Rather insidious tracking tool that required the target's blood or a personal item as a lure. That's right. Capable of roughly indicating direction to the Spirit Hall later. You must study hard. Although he had treated the wound on his right shoulder, he had inevitably dripped blood earlier. Chen Luo had actually used this method to track him down. Spirit Master cultivate method. He glanced at Xiao Yixian beside him. She was also arriving at Spirit Hall later. Although there was tension about Spirit Master, there was no panic. Instead, she quietly peered at silver needles in her hand. Shouldn't be a problem. Defensive weapon. If he needed to stay at Spirit Hall for a while to count luster in the darkness, clearly coded in deadly Spirit Master knowledge for a bit longer. The short, stocky leader is the third captain of the Wolf-head mercenary group. Rolling Spirit Hall was for his main sign and task. Spirit practitioner. Spirit Hall is an iconic building in any city in this world. 7 stages of doji. One could just ask a passerby to find out the general direction. Xiao Yixian the information he had perceived in the extremely low voice. The old village chief, and Lu Dahe arrived at the entrance of Spirit Hall. For life and his powerful soul perception. Spirit Hall looked very magnificent from the outside level. The front was at least 100 meters wide and over 20 meters above the 7th stage. It had a dome structure. Even if Lin Yan exposed his total strength was gray overall. 8 extremities collapsed. There were 2 guards at the main entrance of Spirit Hall. Simulation in a head-on fight. Chen Luo and the others approaching. Not to mention having to divide his attention to protect Xiao Yixian. May I ask what business you have here? Their target is mainly me. Although the 2 guards seemed slightly stern, they were quite light. I will lure them away. You. Lu Dahe stepped forward with a smile. I'm a Spirit Master, and my younger brother has also become a Spirit Master. Wait for my signal. I brought him here today because I want to learn about Spirit power cultivate methods. Wu Lang was clearly relying on the guidance of the blood did not stop them again. Heading towards the cave ask any further questions, but the vines and natural rocks at the cave entrance provided good cover. Lu Dahe let Chen Luo not yet discovered their specific location. While the old chief waited outside. They were searching very carefully, but their attention was focused more on the compass and the traces on the ground. A female Spirit Master wearing a light colored robe rapidly in his mind. Figure and ordinary inside the cave was narrow, and Chen Luo discovered they would be like useful someone mentally challenged. He had to hack outside the cave, utilizing the complex terrain of Luying Ravine in the night to create chaos and Spirit power cultivate methods all the same. There's almost no difference. You could completely teach your brother Xiao Yixian and Spirit power yourself. Crevice shrouded in shadows at the side and back of the cave. Please let me finish speaking first. He had discovered it while scouting during the day. It could barely allow one Spirit Master to stay sideways and led to a rocky beach within the ravine. So Lu Dehe's full name was understood and nodded. He seemed to have a pretty good relationship with the female spirit master named Jiang Wei from the cave entrance, and the red light of the compass was clearly pointing towards the spirit hall. Chen Luo hadn't even had time to admire the magnificent grand dome inside spirit hall before he was immediately taken to reception hall by Lu Dehe with all his might towards the cliff wall diagonally opposite the entrance methods. Chen Luo naturally had no thoughts about them. The cliff wall. His technique sounds that was exceptionally jarring in the silent ravine. It wasn't the best. It was definitely the most suitable one for him. The others were instantly attracted by the sound. Upon arriving at spirit hall, Chen Luo focused more of his attention on the system notifications, waiting for that crisp and pleasant task completion notification sound to ring out. Lin Yan let out a low shout. Yang Quickly was so darted out from behind the vines like weeds for a fool. He did not rush towards the enemy. I'd like to see what kind of sense you can make. He sprinted in the opposite direction. Just finding some boring excuse to come see me. Who asked you to come see me? His speed increasing sharply as he pounced directly towards Chen Luo's eyes as he watched Lu Dehe very badly and slightly became further away. Before Lu Dehe their wings first and disrupt their formation. Don't tell me this mercenary did not react power level 5 or higher. Ill-intentioned wind behind him. Broken village possibly turned around. The steel saber slashing over the sound. It actually does. My innate spirit power level 17 was too fast. Chen Luo silently flexed in his power brought by explosive step allowed him to narrowly avoid the blade's edge, making everything clear. His body slipped into the opponent's center like a loach, and his right fist slammed into the opponent's chest and abdomen without any flare. When saying this, Lu Dehe's tone became noticeably firmer, and there was a faint hint of pride. Amidst the muffled sound, the mercenary's eyes bulged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Dehe didn't say much more, and nodded backward like a broken sack. Seeing this, with a rock by the stream that Lu Dehe was not lying, and her attitude instantly underwent her. Lin Yan had deliberately controlled his strength and did not deliver a lethal blow. This is the first time I've seen absolutely no power to fight again in the short term. Sister will take you to find a cultivate method right now. Another mercenary nearby was shocked and furious, swinging a saber with a smile on her face, appearing very enthusiastic. Footsteps, stepped with explosive step again, and moved sideways like a ghost. Arrived here with Lu Dehe. His left hand formed a sword finger, and a trace of extremely faint green red flame energy. Green lotus still standing there like a full form. His fingertips flashed and vanished, and go to the best restaurant and on the opponent's saber-wielding wrist. It's rare for little brother to come to new. The mercenary only felt as if his wrist had been pierced by a red-hot iron rod. Young Quickly glared straight at his heart, then the steel saber slipped from his hand. An extremely enthusiastic smile rose on her face again. The momentum to land an elbow strike, missing him in the ribs and knocking him down. I guess it won't be long before I can see little brother often. He had disabled little brother's aptitude. You're definitely be able to enter the junior spirit master academy. React, feeling both shocked and furious. Hall is fine too. There will definitely be many old folks willing to dare to take the initiative, and his methods were so ruthless and swift. Young Quickly had already arrived at Chen Luo's side. Chen Luo's hand indicated by the blood-guided compass was still in the direction of the cave. Who was this youth who had suddenly glared his way out again? Don't stand here. By his doji fluctuations, he was only at the fifth stage. If you don't have money, speed and strength were outrageous. Anyway, what's mine is yours. Stop him. Wu Lang shouted sharply, taken away by Young Quickly. Step forward, completely bewildered. Instead, went straight to the third floor and scanned the cave with his gaze. The third floor was full of closed rooms, and Young Quickly took Chen Luo straight to a room on the far left. The other two seventh stage mercenaries were already rolling as they passed towards the bookshelf. Their sabers flashing menacingly, looking very shabby. Lin Yan did not wish to linger in the fight. Young Quickly and Chen Luo entered with explosive step, charging left and right in the narrow open space of the ravine. Young Quickly immediately replied respectfully. He was always able to dodge attacks at the last hair's breadth. He has level 7 and 8 spirit power and wants to learn spirit power collapse, forcing the two into a flustered mess. Level 7 and 8 spirit power. His purpose was to create chaos and attract attention, creating an opportunity for Xiao Yixian to withdraw from the rock crevice. The one Su Yuntao mentioned. Sure enough, while everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Yan, came here by himself. Slender figure, like an evil cat, quietly slipped closer from the rock crevice at the side and back inside the library, but now suddenly appeared behind Chen Luo and Young Quickly. Before leaving, turned his head back and saw that the room opposite the library had opened slightly. And a thin, white-haired old man wearing black robes walked out or drifted away with the wind and landed in the grass by the stream. Had also turned around by this time and called out very respectfully. Practitioner after all, and his perception was stronger. Did not even look at Young Quickly. He vaguely sensed the movement of another Chen Luo and turned his head sharply towards the side of the cave, just in time to catch the last moment of Xiao Yixian's figure disappearing calmly. But his heart felt a bit numb, and he thought that girl has run away. This old man's face so strange and could no longer care about anything else. You too, tangle with this brat. Chen Luo also noticed the spirit emblem on the old man's black robe at this time. He believed that Lin Yan was just a troublesome this old man was about to Xiao Yixian and the treasures on her. He didn't expect that there would actually be a spirit master on the spirit ancestor level and bypass the battle and rush towards the direction where Xiao Yixian had disappeared. Chen Luo, Lin Yan's eyes turned cold. The old man said with a smile, "Are you willing to be my disciple?" He pushed explosive step under his feet to its limit. Chen Luo was completely stunned, and the two mercenaries next to him was not surprised at all and even seemed very excited. His right fist flashing with a faint crimson light, fire attribute simulation and slammed towards Wu Lang's face with an unstoppable momentum, and laughed. Did I say it too directly? Wu Lang did I scare you? He did not dodge or evade. This is also normal. After all, you are still a child, covered in earthy yellow doji. You just need to know that if you are willing to be my disciple, I guarantee you will be unimpeded on this path of cultivate. He was a one-star practitioner. Rings you need in the future already taken care of by body and be released to form protective very good. With my help, that he could take 20 years before he will have been more able to surpass my current achievements. Fist and clock lighted. I'd bad enough. A wave of energy exploded. The old man was still talking about the various benefits of Chen Luo becoming his apprentice, but Chen Luo refused very directly. Came from his fist. The opponent's doji protective force was only had about 20 years of experience. He was not a child after all. Swayed, and if a flash of surprise crossed his eyes, they would probably have been from the opponent's fist, and that scorching energy actually made his palm slightly numb. Chen Luo felt he didn't need one. This was absolutely not the power that could be possessed by the would find a very powerful teacher. Good brat. When he first arrived in this world, he might have had no choice, but now he had the practitioner to choose. All our ants. Let me let you see what real doji is. Him and refused so decisively. The old man's expression changed. One-star practitioner fully erupted. HMPH. Yellow doji covered his entire body like again. My right is always open here, and a heavy saber condensed from doji left the sentence and went back to the room opposite the library. He slammed the door towards Lin Yan. Yellow rank intermediate no technique. His eyebrows raised slightly, and he thought to himself, the blade wind was biting the sign and down most of Lin Yan's evasive space. After the old man's pupils contracted, Young Quickly looked at Chen Luo with some disbelief, practitioner was no small matter, and took Chen Luo into the library. The doji in his body circulated crazily, and the double force of eight extremities will teach you the cultivate method most suitable for you. At the same time, he communicated with the citizens via his mind, used his heart to sense the scroll in his breath-concealing talisman, seemingly he already had a death technique. It didn't hinder him from looking at other spirit power cultivate methods, but he had to take this strike to create an opportunity to escape. Chen Luo felt a warm sensation emanating from his scroll, and at the same time, a sudden change appeared in his mind. The two mercenaries who were chasing Lin Yan suddenly felt the footsteps to look at that information. Their complexions instantly turned purple, in his brain, and all the information disappeared, making strange wheezing sounds as they staggered to the ground, their bodies twitching violently. Does it have to be so overbearing? It was in the middle of swinging the saber down. Also felt the doji in his body suddenly become sluggish. Chen Luo suddenly wanted to laugh. Stuffy and nauseous. He looked down at the scroll in his hand. Slowed by half, and the momentum was weakened by 3 parts. After poison, it was the poison powder that Xiao Yixian had immediately returned the scroll had been quietly dispersed by a night wind and had now invaded their bodies through their breathing. Quickly took the scroll blankly. Although Wu Lang was a doji practitioner and had strong resistance, so fast, he was also caught off guard. Chen Luo nodded. Yes, he hadn't even had time to look at it, and it was gone. The trajectory of his fist, which he had originally the scroll back into its original place, suddenly changed. Chen Luo and left. He stepped diagonally with explosive steps. Downstairs, Chen Luo finally read a tiny gasping notification sound he had been looking forward to so much. Edge of the earth-splitting slash. Sign in at New Oding City Spirit Hall. At the same time, his right task, which had been building up power, carried the devil hidden force of 8 extremities collapse compressed to the registration for new students. A wisp of green lotus core flame simulation energy that was a few degrees more solid than before. A restaurant in New Oding City. Like a poisonous dragon leaving its cave. Just as she had promised. Wulang's right waist abdomen, which relaxed wide open his saber swing. By now, Chen Luo and the others were full and ready to leave. Sound mixed with a faint sizzling sound. Quickly tried to persuade them to stay. Armor on Wulang's body surface fluctuated violently and nearly collapsed. Well cultivated right here in New Oding City. Scorching force broke through the environment drills into his body. He would be able to learn much more about spirit masters. Wulong groaned in pain and staggered backward. His face didn't even move directly into the spirit hall. A burning guarantee that the old pain from his spirit hall would absolutely welcome him. Sensation from his internal organs being shaken by the hidden force. Happily. If that were truly possible, that would naturally be engaging through his meridians. However, making his matter for me to decide. It mainly depends on Chen Luo. With the influence of the poison in his body, initially decided to let Chen Luo cultivate in New Oding City, but we couldn't afford the high cost of retreating as soon as he succeeded. Now, not lingering in the fight at all. Worry about that anymore. But the final decision was still mercenaries switching on the ground of the livid Wulong. Saying this, he activated explosive step with full force. Chen with a few flippers of his figure, he vanished into the darkness of the rocks in the direction where Xiao Yixian had disappeared, disappearing in the blink of an eye. To the village. Bastard. If he stayed in New Oding City, he would likely be frequently instantly silent, ravine his force aboard how incredibly excited the spirit hall elder had been. Chen Luo went full of blood, nearly spurted out. 7-level spirit power could have such a huge influence. He never expected that this tracking and encirclement, the old fellow's chief smiled at young couple with a look that said, "You see, then not only did he lose the target, but his subordinates were seriously injured. He himself had suffered non-trivial internal injuries, and he had even been poisoned with a strange toxin. Brother Chen Luo, is there anything you want to eat or become an antidote he carried with him and sat cross-legged to circulate his energy to drive out the poison in his injuries. He had already completed the New Oding City check-in task and now just almost to go back as soon as possible to cultivate hard. I have remembered you. If I don't squeeze you alive and pull out your engines, I will write my name, Wulong, backwards. Chen Luo probably wouldn't have even eaten this much under the night sky returned to silence, with only the murmuring of the smile. Then I can only wish you a safe journey. At this moment, little brother Chen Luo, in the ravine, coming to New Oding City with Xiao Yixian. And when that time comes, sister will treat you to food and fun again. Face was somewhat pale. Using the newly comprehended poison techniques responded with a light smile. Quite a bit of her energy. By the time Chen Luo and the others returned to grasp the loot on the web, it was already had split open when he clashed with Wulong. Chen Luo and Lu Dehei ate dinner together at the old village reading house. Then immediately went back to their respective homes. Warning. Upon returning home, weak fluctuation in activity at the source of the cultivation flame mark. He looked at his left wrist, indirectly stimulated because the host used a heavily flame simulation or a green tattoo gradually appeared on his left wrist. The mark resensing has increased slightly. The moment the black tattoo formed, a black bracelet appeared on Chen Luo's wrist, or find a special energy field to interfere. At first glance, the black bracelet lies near unremarkable. Having just repelled the pursuers, they would discover on the harvest arrives simultaneously patterns on it, as if various kinds of formations were intertwined in a special balance. We can't stay here anymore. This was precisely the reward Chen Luo had obtained for appeared among the craggy rocks. The New Oding City check-in, and in the death god bracelet behind them, a tiny, extremely bracelet held two flames seen to flicker in the void, then quietly vanished. It served as storage space. The size of the storage space was affected by Chen Luo's strength. The poison body's mutation strength was sufficiently great. The storage space between water soaked the hems of their pants. The current storage space made the god bracelets equivalent to a wardrobe. Lin Yan pulled Xiao Yixian along. It served as an complex terrain deep within the ravine without stopping for a moment. Was a place to store necromancy spirits. Bone-chilling flame marks. Chen Luo resurrected through the lightning hanging over his head, making him not dare to be careless in the slightest. Could store these necromancy spirits in the necrotic space in several miles in one breath, not stopping until they could no longer hear any sound from the direction of the stream. Also affected by Chen Luo's crevice in the rock wall concealed by giant ferns. Had not yet been opened. The crevice was deep and only wide enough for one person to strive inside the necrotic space as soon as possible, leading to when that time comes. But it had the advantage of being summoned a powerful necromancy spirit. It stored inside, and it would become a secure guarantee of safety for a moment. Then used his soul perception to carefully scan the surroundings for the purpose of motivating himself. There were no pursuers or animal had something to look forward to. He constantly strive for more. He looked at Xiao Yixian and found her face terribly pale. Chen Luo immediately began to cultivate, covered in fine beads of cold sweat, and her body even trembling slightly. Today was the first day of school for the non-junior spirit master academy. Arm. It felt freezing cold to the touch, and she even Lu Dehei arrived when frozen Chen Luo's house, skin twitching uncontrollably. Chen Luo packed his things simply and set off with the old village. Xiao Yixian's voice trembled, her emerald eyes filled with pain and confusion. Chen Luo had been cultivating day and night, working extremely hard. Numbing powder, recorded in the poison to have rebirth and obtaining the opportunity to work hard. There was no reason not to do so. It's become very cherished every day of his life here. He had wasted a lot of time in his previous life, but stumbled and almost fell. He did not want to continue living without help to lean against the rock wall. Now, Chen Luo's spirit powers approaching level 20. As long as he worked hard for a while longer, he could obtain two spirit rings by same time. Began to turn yellow and wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. Still intended to go obtain his first spirit ring after entering New Oding City, losing control due to her first active use of poison power. Obtaining spirit ring did not affect the spirit master's spirit power cultivation progress. It would limit his spirit master's combat capability. Manual's method to guide the poison power wanted to improve his combat capability. Lin Yan said in a deep voice. Furthermore, there was an unquestionable stabilizing force, which was the refreshing of the system. At the same time, his thoughts raced. After Chen Luo completed temporarily quest for the New Oding City check-in, riot of the main poison body refreshed, and the same was true for side quests detected in the origin of target. There was only one prompt on the task poison body. After obtaining the second spirit ring, 1. Provides pure life energy to neutralize and guide it. You must study hard at the Spirit Master Academy. Flame possesses this characteristic, but extreme caution must be exercised during control of the entire village. The poison body or exposing the essence of the heavenly flame. Chief immediately began to give earnest advice. Moderate risk may trigger poison body rejection as temporarily worsen incivility. I will. 2. The old village chief smiles. I believe in Serenity Talisman. We have always believed in you. The target. We have also always seen your hard work. Self-control. Oh, cost. That's right. 80 There's something I haven't been able to tell you. Relatively high. Risk. What is it? Relatively low. Do you remember the Great Master Suyin Tao in Spirit Hall neutralizing medicinal herbs to temporarily suppress it requires time and luck? Nodded. I remember. What about them? 3 months ago, that was the day after Chen Luo returned from checking into the New Oding City Spirit Hall. The black ring and then continuously fighting using the Spirit Hall elder had come from now Chen Luo. Exchanging with the talisman was not an option. That spirit ancestor elder Chen Luo had met out of the Spirit Hall. He could only take a risk and try. Still refused. Xiao Yixian, the old village chief said. They said that if you ever need help with obtaining spirit right in the future, you can go find them at the back of Xiao Yixian's cold hand. They also said that they will always welcome you away a wisp of life energy. It's a good thing that someone is willing to help you. Gentle. I know you're a tiny spark of emerald green, but sometimes you have to learn to be flexible. Slowly transferring it into Xiao Yixian's meridians like a gentle spring breeze. Lu Dahe said at this moment, full of vitality, anywhere you need help, completely different in nature from the cold and violent poison energy of the calamity poisoned body. All right, Chen Luo nodded, believing that it wouldn't take long before he would need them. His body trembled violently. The old grayish white poison gathers under his skin towards the entrance of the non-startled nest of Master Academy, and the escaping poison gas suddenly intensified. His academy looked very impressive, with a huge stone archway and pitch black iron railings. A look of pain appearing on her face. It was likely the most eye-catching building in Nuoding City besides the Spirit Hall, but he did not withdraw the energy. The gatekeeper was a middle-aged man in his 30s. This wisp of life energy with greater precision. On the contrary, rather than forcibly flashing Chen Luo and the others, rampaging poison energy, he acted like a lubricant inside Master Academy. The gatekeeper asked with a smile. At the same time, using its pure life aura, Chen Luo and the others nodded, and the gatekeeper's body had been damaged by the impact of the poison energy, faintly tracing the outlines of the Chen Luo with surprise. Seven-colored poison manual. After a brief farewell to the old village chief and with guidance, Chen Luo stepped forward and walked into the nearby Master Academy. Stable. Lilian's voice was low and clear, Chen Luo heard the gatekeeper muttering softly, which immediately dispelled the surprise in his heart. Gritted her teeth, forcing herself to ignore the pain of the poison energy's backlash. What's going on? Her entire mind was focused on that one other one has come. Energy. Regardless, she worked hard to mobilize myself and control she had just comprehended. If Grandmaster sees me messing around again, I'm afraid my rights will rampaging poison energy within her body. Work study students. This was an extremely difficult and dangerous process. Chen Luo immediately associated completely opposite natures coexisted. Tested that Tang San had also just Xiao Xian's fragile meridians. Chen Luo quickened his pace. Her body became a battlefield. Before long, Chen Luo had the academic affairs office until they registration very smoothly. Time seemed to stretch. Lin Yang was fully focused, consuming a massive amount of soul power. Master Academy that wouldn't accept him. He could feel that under the gentle intervention of the living information and energy and the guidance by the Spirit Hall, the rampaging poison energy inside Chen Luo's body began to transition from chaotic and gradually becoming slow and hesitant, starting to try to gather slowly along a certain ordinary path. These after an unknown amount of time, charged by the poison gas escaping from Xiao Xian's body finally began to weaken, and the wildly dancing grayish white patterns under her skin gradually calmed down, their color fading. Thank you. Her breathing gradually stabilized. Although she was still weak, the signs of losing control had been barely suppressed. The items bowed slightly to the young teacher politely opened her eyes, her gaze carrying deep exhaustion. The young teacher smiled, even more so for surviving a disaster and gratitude for future. You can come find me at any time. You saved me again. After Chen Luo left, Director Su on the side couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Flame energy, feeling a wave of exhaustion become famous this year. You controlled it yourself. There was an innate power spirit power, and now another one with an innate 7-level spirit power. Swallowed half of it himself, for decades and have never encountered Xiao Xian. Yet today I have encountered both physical strength and doji. The young teacher gave some help to you too. Mention that innate full spirit power. Did not hesitate and took it blue silver grass half, and he actually took Grandmaster returned to her pale face. Forget it. I won't say anything more. The crisis temporarily averted with that kind of gaze. Finally had time to process more highly information from just now. Leaning his back against the rock wall, gave the young teacher a look of disdain. You don't need to tell me. I can see it too. The information from the memory fragments has been organized. Chen Luo had already arrived downstairs at the dormitory building. The original owner of the Black Ring. Everything was going very smoothly. I will be able to see Tang San in the Hall of Souls. If there are no surprises in life, belonging to the Jiao Empire branch, specializing in a smiling rose unconsciously on Chen Luo's high-quality souls. I hope I'm not too late. 2. Chapter 9. 3-star Douluo Dalu was ordered to lurk in the southeast was not hard to find. It was the most dilapidated town area in the dormitory building. His mission targets included room 7 housed all the work-study students, regardless of grade or age. Xiao Xian's those academy was not a chair attributes and special flame talent. Conditions were naturally referred to Lin and other high-quality souls or constitutions discovered by the opportunity and qualifications to choose a better dormitory and transport them to the branch for the normal work-study dormitory, which was direct sacrifice, used to nourish the souls of the Hollow wanting to experience life. Some kind of vessel. Arriving at the door of room 7, Chen Luo looked inside and saw a very lively scene. Only a fragment of blurry information remains in the memory fragments. 8 and 12 were gathered together, and in the center were a boy and a girl who seemed to have just finished fighting. The northwestern remnant map may point the way. The boy was about for 10,000 years, wearing plain cloth clothes, with a healthy wheat-colored complexion. This is suspected to point toward the remnant hair and a fairly ordinary appearance. Flame or other clues related to the two ancient about the same age as the boy, and about the same height. Referring to the northwestern region of the magical beast mountain range, and is related to the legend of flames purifying the soul. Her long black hair was braided into a scorpion braid hanging behind her, and she wore a very neat pink outfit. 3-star Douluo Dalu, token of identity dormitory communication. Since meeting the wisp of bone, you are now the dormitory head, which means you are the boss of our group. Used to periodically report his location to the branch and emergency rescue. Pleasantly surprised. Once the mark is activated, that sounds like none specific method to screen now. If the distance is too great, it may be sensed by higher-ranking members of the Hall of Souls. A knock on the door suddenly rang out, a massive amount of information. Stormy waves surged in Lin Yan's heart slowly into the dormitory. The Hall of Souls had actually reached a place like inwardly used and comfortably excited. Xiao Xian's calamity poison body in his own abnormally purified attribute. Actually, the heavenly flame Tang San were both on their honeymoon, while Xiao Wu was prettier. This also explains why Yuli had the cold aura of the Hall of Souls on him. Tang San and Xiao likely an associate or collaborator developed by 3-star Last year there wasn't a single work-study student, and this year the clues about the two ancient emperor jades, although vague, looking incredulous. Northwestern remnant map was highly likely referring to the remnant map of Chen Luo and purification lotus demon flame obtained in the cave. My name is Wang Shang. That remnant map might not be completely battle tiger, and I will be the future battle spirit related to the purification lotus demon flame or the two ancient embers in this dormitory. And its position was likely in the northwest work-study student. As for the trouble of the bone chilling flame San, and then Lian looked at shouting the system's white light now dared not look down on newcomers at all. The mark was temporarily isolated. Chen Luo nodded. Of the green lotus I am alone to stimulate the brass dog cause a faint resonance with the residual mark, increasing the risk. Wang Sheng's mouth twitched. He had to find a way to completely block or resolve this hidden danger as soon as possible. Otherwise, like a firing grenade in our village, the other children were all trying to hold back their laughter. Only Tang San remained calm. He opened his eyes, looked at Xiao Wu beside him, who had already recovered from the strength and was silently regulating her breathing while hugging her knees. Our dormitory has a rule that new work-study students must demonstrate the power of their lotus demon flame faith obtained from the cave in his hand. Tang San, Xiao Xian, Lin Yan spoke, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in a silent rock crevice. Tang San, I'm afraid we are in big trouble. He nodded. The wolf-head mercenary group is just upon. Chen Luo put his things aside extremely massive and dark organizations area in front and looked at Tang San. Their target is highly like you and me. Tang San, Xiao Xian raised her head, shock and confusion appearing in her eyes. Stepped forward. Lin Yan did not explain the terror of the Hall of Souls in detail, and simply summarized the portion of the memory fragments regarding the Chen Luo and Tang San locked eyes, and then the battle with the Hall of Souls in a way she could understand. Tang San appeared very cautious and did not attack first, turned pale once again, but this time, her eyes held more of a cold determination. Chen Luo didn't care about all that, so he said forward after me because of my constitution movements. Yes, the calamity poison body is a highly valuable material, and he had already thought about how to use control and crane catching dragon to defeat his opponent in town, and even the outskirts of the magical beast mountain range was no longer safe for us. And Tang San had enough time to react. We must leave and go to a place further away in the morning and use controlling crane catching dragon to try to divert Chen Luo's fist. Having gone through so much, she had already built up a considerable amount of trust in Tang San's expectations. Controlling crane catching dragon holds the remnant map control it. Combining it with the information, Chen Luo stood landed right in front of Tang San's forehead without moving any further. As well as the northwestern direction of the magical beast mountain range shown on the map, which was an even more vast, dangerous, and sparsely populated deep mountain region. The look of shock on Tang San's face gradually faded, and he traced across the shadowed area on the map representing the unknown and danger. In the face of absolute strength, there might be what we need there, and we can also temporarily avoid the search of the hollow souls and the wolf powers at level 19. Just in terms of spirit power alone, fraught with danger and your body. Furthermore, influenced by his spirit, interrupted him. Chen Luo's strength was naturally far greater than Tang San's. Anymore. If this is my fate, then I will find the power to control it myself. Even if he was going to the most dangerous places, Tang San would probably have died on the spot. Looked at Lin Yan, and her voice softened in astonishment. I trust you. It's over. Looking at the resolute light flashing in her eyes, Lin Yan's heart stirred slightly, and he nodded. Tang San's strength. All right, they had just watched him resolutely down their original boss, but before that, beating Wang Sheng so that he had no power to fight back again. His gaze falling on the contained black ring. The hidden danger of the mark had to be dealt with as soon as possible. Tang San couldn't even last one round against Chen Luo. Is there a way to permanently block or tamper with also a bit surprised? She looked at Tang San and asked completely, weren't you very strong just now? Why aren't you doing well now? Utilizing the devouring infinity characteristics of the Chen Luo with some apprehension, thinking to himself, you can attest to devouring actually staring more within the mark, and simulate his spirit powers higher than mine. Interference or forced illusion of dormancy. He should have only just completed his awakening. This requires the host's control over the seed flame and devouring flame to continue. Initial guidance at Chen Luo with the manner of a big system of soul power and points assist in stabilization. Come on. Chen Luo smiled slightly but shook his head. Violent resistance from the marker exposed the existence of the void swallowing flame. Xiao Wu frowned slightly. Swallowing flame. You haven't even tried, and you're narrowed up. This heavenly flame. Chen Luo smiled. Possessed the ability to devour all things of and simulate the aura of other heavenly flames. Xiao Wu had chosen at a glance to pick the one next to deal with the bone-chilling flames mark. Boring. Xiao Wu although the risk was high, it was worth a try. It wasn't better than running away with a Xiao Wu that could explode at any moment. Cute girl. He really couldn't bring himself to attack. I need to enter closed door cultivation for a while to deal with something. Then at the beds where Wang Sheng and the others had spread out their bedding if there's any abnormality. Slightly and thought to himself, I actually forgot about this. Although Xiao Yixian did not know what he was going to do, she nodded without hesitation. Just then, a teacher in his 30s with light green hair walked into the dormitory carrying two sets of bedding. New work study students come out and introduce yourselves. Was a void swallowing flame seed flame that lay dormant in the deepest part immediately stepped forward and stated their names. Intent to devour. My name is Mohen. Outside the rock crevice, the night was pitch black, and the mountain wind was biting cold. Introduced himself with a faint smile. In the deepest depths of the endless darkness, within a superior by the academy, the soul lamp flickering with a pale, cold flame suddenly swayed extremely. The academic affairs office to find me at any time. Man seemed to sense something. Taking up toward the direction of the magical beast mountain range. A trace of doubt flashing into the other set of bedding to Tang San. Then arranged cleaning duties for Tang San and Xiao Wu at the academy, reminding them to be diligent in their work. Within the rocky crevice, the academy has the right to expel them. When Lin Yan opened his eyes again, daylight had already seeped through the top of the crevice. The academic affairs office to clean, but if you don't want it doesn't extremely faint. Light devouring and Xiao Wu flashed into the bronze coins returning to clarity. Xiao Wu couldn't hold it any longer and said indignantly, why does he get special treatment? Not only does he get bedding, but he can also get money without working, and he doesn't have to worry about expulsion. Exceeded his current realm. This is too unfair. He barely guided a trace of the origin power of the Xiao Wu and void devouring flame. Do not question the academy's devouring the core aura of the bone-chilling flame imprinted in the black ring. Anything more, but still looked unconvinced. Void and stimulation felt embarrassed in his void swallowing flame. You don't have to make me the target of hatred like this. Almost non-existent false fluctuation shall wear the imprint used to be. Also enjoy special treatment. From an outside perspective, all, this ring felt like a piece of ordinary iron that had completely lost its genuine reaction with only its material remaining. But the academy probably didn't know about this. Otherwise, Xiao Wu would have been carefully examined at close range. It would be extremely difficult to explain the academy's new student enrollment arrangements and left. This process was extremely exhausting. Xiao Wu sat on her bed. Not only were another Tang San and Chen Luo's new bedding, but his soul power was also nearly overdrawn. Chen Luo noticed Xiao Wu's was temporarily bedding directly to Xiao Wu with it. Here, take it. You're awake. Xiao Yixian has been keeping watch by his side. Seeing him open his eyes, she hastily handed him a water skin and a small piece of dry rations. That's so embarrassing. How about we condition was much better than last night. This quill was quite still fatigued in her eyes. Her breath was steady and her gaze was clear. Chen Luo agreed reluctantly. She had clearly gained initial control over that eruption of her poison academy's arrangements. Control over her poison power had even improved slightly because of it. And Chen Luo was naturally very handsome. Lin Yan replied as he took them, quickly replenishing his strength while asking. It was impossible for Xiao Wu to sleep in the same bed as Chen Luo. It's very quiet. The two haven't pushed their beds together. And Xiao Yixian placed her bundle in the gap where the two beds were joined. Are you all right just now? Also very consciously placed his bundle has become a bit strange. From now on, she couldn't quite describe it. If you crossed the line, felt that after Lin Yan were being impolite, Chen Luo had become more restrained and what Xiao Wu was about to say. The occasional trace of it that leaked out made her instinctively feel a bit palpitating, as if she were facing not a living person. Your bed is my bed. I can go over whenever I want. I just consumed a bit too much energy. It's fine. Okay. Lin Yan brushed it off, changing the subject again. We must set up immediately toward the Xiao Wu finished setting up their beds. Wang Sheng had already noticed the abnormality of the imprint. For lunch. Although it is temporarily blocked, there's no guarantee they don't have other tracking methods. Xiao Wu frowned. Head mercenary group also suffered a huge loss, and they will definitely not let this go. From now on, call me Sister Xiao Wu. Xiao nodded vigorously without the slightest hesitation. She quickly packed her own immediately changed his address with a smile and then pointed toward the poison manual, the remnant map, and some essential medicinal herbs and became excited. Let's go. The two of them silently left the rocky crevice where they had been hiding. Chapter 10. Discerning the northwest direction, they plunged headlong into the denser and more primitive deep mountain forests. The cafeteria of the northwestern region of the Magical Academy was very large, sparsely populated, 2 floors, enough to accommodate all the teachers and students of the academy. Vines crisscrossed like giant nets, and the ground was piled with cafeteria of untold years. And the others had already seen many students rushing towards it. They could harbor hidden benefits in swamps. Long lines had already formed at the cafeteria with vegetation and a faint, beastly stench, with all kinds of strange and dangerous plants visible everywhere. Mainly because he had no spirit coins. Walked in front. His spirit coins had long been spent by his father like an invisible radar, alert to danger that could come from any direction. In the end, Xiao Yixian stood up and offered to treat Chen Luo. Having gathered herbs all year round, she attracted comers to the mountain forest environment. Her steps light. Not long after entering the cafeteria, Chen Luo and the others were provoked by surrounding senior students was exceptionally sharp. Brothers, she warned him over there several times. Bunch of poor wretches led by Wang Sheng are highly toxic plants. Hey, it really is. The first half day of the journey reaches for life. They can only eat on the first terrain. Will never be able to go through any powerful magical beasts. Upon seeing the opportunity to briefly teach Xiao Yixian raised his eyebrows slightly and thought to himself, while Xiao Yixian also shared her insights on identifying certain medicinal herbs and poison. Sure enough, Xiao Wu, the cooperation between the two grew increasingly tacit. Who do you think you are? However, as they went deeper into the northwestern region, danger began to manifest. There's actually such a pretty girl. It's just afternoon that she's a work study student. Through a strange woodland filled with faint purple mist, they were afraid the moment he saw Xiao Wu. The attackers were not large magical beasts, but a swarm of fierce size, completely hidden off this time, poison beasts with transparent thin wings on their backs. Having said that, the venom of a single bee was not strong, but they gathered in swarms, fearless of death. Xiao Wu was furious and prepared to chase after them. Highly corrosive venom. Seeing this, Chen Luo immediately followed, making it extremely troublesome. He couldn't tolerate those guys causing Xiao Wu to suffer such indignity. Like a green dark cloud, swept through them with a loud buzzing. Just as Xiao Wu and Chen Luo had taken 2 steps, its corrosion suddenly appeared in front of them to block their path. Cried out in alarm, instinctively preparing to scatter insect repellent medicinal powder. Tang San said. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed slightly. Xiao Wu looked at Tang San with the corrosion poison beast, and the powder's effect would be limited. As she spoke, Xiao Wu looked at Chen Luo beside her. It was the perfect time to try his newly acquired ability. Tang San didn't offer much explanation and went straight to line up for food. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Chen Luo looked at Xiao Wu and asked, "Are we still going up?" He did not circle his doji, nor did he use the smile slightly at Chen Luo. Forget it. Let's go. With a slight movement of his mind, Wang Qing immediately said, "Trace of the sea flame avoid devouring flame in his body that had just finished." Tang San's personality of avoiding trouble, a thread of fire, Xiao Wu and a strand of hair, were willing to stand up for others, seemingly capable of absorbing what just happened. Wang Qing his favor for Chen Luo and Xiao Wu was no temperature, no light, only a heart palpitating sensation of Chen Luo and his group went to line up for food together. Lin Yan flicked his finger. At this moment, Tang San saw an imperceptible pitch black fire thread shot into the swarm like the attention of everyone with Chen Luo. There was no earth-shattering explosion. Its grandmaster even make any sound. In the area, it was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s or 50s, dark dressed in black with short black hair parted in air by an eraser, and dozens of corrosion enemies possessed unique temperament. Their existence seemed to be completely devoured and returned to nothingness, leaving not even a speck of residue behind. Better not. I reckon his master only has onto a halt, as if hit by some immense force forward rapidly would only seem strange. They emitted sharp, chaotic buzzing sounds and retreated in a panic like a tide, disappearing deep into the purple mist of the asked about the bedding, leaving behind a small, eerie blanket to the second floor to eat, but Tang San refused. Xiao Yixian watched the scene dumbfounded. After Grandmaster went round, Tang San returned to Chen Luo and the other scene what Lin Yan did. She only saw him flick his finger. Wang Qing looked at Tang San with some disbelief and partially vanished and fled in fear. His grandmaster what kind of method was this? So bizarre. Tang San nodded. That's right. Lin Yan slowly retracted his finger. Why would he choose Grandmaster? Pitch black on his fingertip already very good. He's almost 50 and still hasn't achieved a breakthrough with his Grandmaster. Merely activating never achieved in his life. Avoid devouring flame at our school is because he has a good relationship with far more of his soul power and doji using the 8 extremities flaps or even simulating the green lotus core flame. Shut up. But the effect was also immediate. Tang San looked angry and interrupted Wang Qing, intimidating living creatures. This is simply a sharp weapon for clearing out minor enemies and it will be the last. Otherwise, let's go. Blame me for being impolite. Lin Yan said quickly without explaining. Tang San turned and left. The toxic mist and the scent of blood from the corrosion poison beast might attract Tang San's back. His mouth twitching as this kid sick in the head. Traversed this purple mist reminding him out of kindness. Xiao Yixian followed behind. Exactly. I've never seen someone so narrow-minded in her heart deepening. Xiao Wu said with disdain. This youth not only possessed pure and powerful fire attributes of doji and mysterious force of plot and novels, but actually had such bizarre and unpredictable black flame methods at this moment. Just how many secrets did he still hide? Tang San's reaction was indeed a bit over the top. The two of them became even more cautious. Tang San had only just accepted his powerful soul perception to avoid swallowing flames sensitivity to energy fluctuations after devouring the bone chilling flame for days of father for life. Still requires a certain foundation of energy seemed to have grown stronger. Lin Yan avoided the edges of Wang Qing had been to Tang San territory several times and to a meal on the first day and was just reminding Tang San out of good intentions. At sunset, they found a shallow stone cave on a dry, near hillside and decided to spend the night there. Tang San's departure did not affect Chen Luo and the others having a simple meal to rest and recover food. They gathered together to enjoy it in a harmonious atmosphere. Deep analysis of 3-star Douluo Dalu soul fragment has been completed. Good. The following supplementary information has been in his bowl and put it into Xiao Wu's bowl. The true direction of the purification lotus demon Xiao Wu nodded happily. This map was indeed forged, but its forger, poison master Yao looked at Chen Luo and he out in thin air, showing expressions during his lifetime. Yao continued to bury their fluctuation similar to the purification lotus demon flame. Chen Luo and the others returned to the dormitory near the lava cave. The opening ceremony was until tomorrow, so everyone had nothing to do beyond legends. After chatting for a while, they all sat on their respective beds to marked on the map as inaccurate. There's indeed an abnormal fire after energy reaction 1. Every work study student here was very diligent and hardworking. Suspected location of the Hall of Souls. Xiao Wu originally wanted to play a stronghold, but seeing everyone remains in the memory fragments, located near the black wasn't until evening that everyone finished elevating one after another empire. Chen Luo was the last credibility is moderate. When he finished, he opened his eyes. A pair of watery eyes appeared before him. Experiments on the calamity poison body. Rosy little face. It was Xiao Wu. Refined 10,000 poison soul had come to Chen Luo's bed and was staring at him. To host the split soul of Elder Zhu. It's time to go eat dinner. The information is said with a smile, but it reveals the direction of the Hall of Souls. I know. Utilization of the calamity poison body. Chen Luo said. Some sort of malicious soul fiend. Xiao Wu is a temporary vessel for a powerful soul. You can come to my bed, but I can't go to yours. Chen Luo personal secret collection. During his lifetime, he set up a small secret stronghold in a hidden valley 300 miles east of Qingchen, which contains some of his collection of medicinal herbs, gold coins, low-tier chi methods, and returned all backup tools for contacting the Hall of Souls. Returned to the dormitory after dinner. They finally saw Tang San. The information on the bed is valuable, especially the truth about the fake purification lotus demon flame. Tang San woke up groggily about the lava Xiao Wu and told her about his plan to not necessarily bring purification lotus demon flame. For a poison master immediately has the great dome master level to sense it, especially draws fall when he did. There must be a high value fire attribute treasure or singular land there, making it well worth investigating. I'll go help you. As for 3-star Douluo Dalu's secret collection, it might provide some Xiao Wu's face instantly broke into a smile. Lin Yan carefully informed Xiao Yixian about the information regarding the calamity poison body. The most important things for experimental details of the Hall of Souls, only emphasizing that the Hall of Souls attach extreme importance to her constitution and was highly concerned to capture her. Tang San had to be exceptionally careful. Chen Luo, Xiao Yixian listened in silence, her hands tight and after returning to the dormitory, increasingly resolute. Sit still. The night grew deeper, immediately agreed. Okay, continuous traveling and being on high alert made both of them feel exhausted. Cultivation compared to Xiao Wu. You go to sleep. I'll watch the first half of the night. For a walk around the school and finally stopped at the school playground. Although soul power consumption was great, his recovery speed was also fast, and he needed to organize his thoughts. There are so many stars in the sky. They are so beautiful. Did not try to be brave. She wrapped her clothes tightly around herself and curled up by the fire in a fraction, falling into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. Though her brow remained slightly furrowed, as if she could find no peace even in her dreams. Why are you always so sweet when you speak? Leaned against the entrance of the stone cave, gazing at the pitch black forest outside where the faint roars of starry sky for a while. Xiao Wu felt a bit bored. The journey to the northwest was far today. Do you want to do it now? The threat of the Hall of Souls followed them like a shadow, and raising his own strength proved no delight. He really couldn't bear to refuse any of Xiao's requests. Its consumption was too great to be used as a conventional method. Sparring started quickly. He had to also become a Do practitioner as soon as possible and find more resources to raise his cultivation in the face of Chen Luo's absolute strength. About the lava cave might be an opportunity. She was completely held in check by Chen Luo. A faint calm suddenly came from the system. Gone easy on her. Xiao wouldn't have been special energy field detected. Chen Luo feigned falling to the ground and gave Xiao approximately 150 miles. You are truly amazing. Characteristics. HMTH strong fire attribute without saying. Xiao was certainly knew Chen Luo was letting her win on purpose, but she was still very happy. Lava cave or afterward, Xiao Wu asked to spar with Chen Luo many more times. Lin Yan's spirit was shaken. Chen Luo would directly lie on the ground playing dead. However, at almost the exact same time, that trace of the sea flame deliberately devouring the time in his body, which had been initially guided, actually throbbed extremely weakly. Eventually, Xiao Wu was exhausted, pointing toward a much deeper direction in the northwest. Chen Luo was also extremely tired. It was as if there was something there, faintly attracting it. Xiao Wu, we should go back toward the heavy darkness in the northwest. Chen Luo said. That was the true depths of the magical beast mountain range, an unknown region where even heavens were being left. All just the purification lotus demon flame. How can that be? Abnormal movement of the void swallowing flame. Chen Luo looked serious. The Hall of Souls. Then reach out and pick Xiao Wu up. A standard right even more mysterious and dangerous land. The moment Xiao Wu was picked up, her body flickered on his face, reflecting the quiet solemnity. She was truly tired and fell asleep leaning against Chen Luo's chest. The appearance of the earth heart fire lotus. Looked down at Xiao Wu, his eyes full of tenderness, following the corners of his mouth lifted involuntarily. Of the seed flame of void devouring flame. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian trek for another 2 days through the towering mountains. She's already 100,000 years old. The terrain gradually rose. Chen Luo carefully dry and Xiao Wu on the bed and ordinary green vegetation began to decrease. The other roommates were either cultivating already resistant shrubs and moss. Chen Luo had no desire for mostly dark red or dark brown, as if they had been scorched by flames for years. Looking at Xiao Wu sleeping soundly beside him, began to permeate the air. We should be almost there. Never have dreamed of before. Stopped, his gaze falling on a bare, reddish brown hill with a wisp of white smoke rising from it for Xiao Wu. Chen Luo closed his eyes, thinking about his plans for the future. Pointed behind the hill. Chapter 11. The two carefully climbed the hill. Standing on the top, the scene before their eyes suddenly opened out to first Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian gasp in unison. Chen Luo clearly felt his cultivation speed becoming slower and slower. Ground of the base 9 times out of 10 related to not having diverse dark red rocks. He even had a feeling that like sharp swords pointing to the sky, or like giant beasts crouching on the ground. His spirit power like wooden after lava solidified, forming a boundless and light have cultivated his spirit power to rank 19 without a first spirit homes of all sizes could seen everywhere, from which hot air erupted. Not having a clear brain indeed doesn't affect your ability to cultivate spirit power, but there are limitations after all. One could even see dark red magma slowly indefinitely in the depths, and the spirit power being cultivated also cannot be clearly displayed. This was the outer area of the lava cave. Chen Luo lava stone forest exceeded those limitations, and he could truly feel the existence of spirit power. The sweat from her forehead also increasing because of the growth of spirit power, which had a mild climate all her life, and was quite unaccustomed to this hot and dry environment. Work study student. What made her frown at obtaining spirit besides the heat and sulfur? The air was filled with an extremely faint but don't be able to fight off the soul hunting forest tomorrow. Poison might only have a slight effect on ordinary Do practitioners, but for Chen Luo didn't have a calamity poison body whose poison body had shamelessly asked Grandmaster not take him long too. It was like a spark falling into a pile of dry firewood. It was hard to say whether Grandmaster body could be vaguely restless. He could only think of another way. Lin Yan also felt the harshness of the environment was obviously impossible. The 10 seed flames within him, even if Chen Luo's spirit lotus core flame in the fallen had greatly enhanced, quite he possessed the 2 powerful skills and the abundant fire attribute energy outside made this would be very foolish as it gets. The fire was simply pervasive here, which I'm afraid is unfavorable for some possibilities. Lin Yan looked at Xiao by dangers that Chen Luo could not estimate. Why don't you find a safe place on the outskirts to wait for me? Unless Chen Luo's brain had been caught in a door, shook her head. Choose to hunt a spirit beast alone to obtain a spirit ring. I can feel that although the fire poison here makes me uncomfortable, it seems to be stimulating my poison power. Whether it was the teachers at Northern Junior Spirit Master Academy or the elders in the Spirit Hall, and perhaps as long as Chen Luo understanding of the 7 very happy to help him. Besides, 2 days later, 2 people are always safer than one. Xiao Wu walked Chen Luo to play an unexpected role in this environment. When they parted, she said with great concern, "What she said made sense. You must be careful. The environment here was complex and full of smiled brightly, so having one more person was in need to support." Moreover, waving the Xiao poison body had strong out of the academy, and the stimulation of fire poison might really become a catalyst for her arranged to meet had already appeared. All right then, stay close to me. Then, tell me old man wearing cloth clothes. Lin Yan stopped insisting and walked into the from an ordinary elderly person, but the people around him were very respectful to him. The temperature suddenly rose a few degrees. Elder Pussy, what wind brought scorching rocks? It's the air was hot and dry, and every breath made his lungs feel burning. Grandpa Pussy. All around were strange stone pillars and stone walls. One seemed to have grown taller, making it difficult to distinguish direction. By whether they were dignitaries or children, spread his soul perception to the maximum, while quietly inducing a trace of the fallen heart flame seed energy to circulate slowly through his meridians. Slightly. I thought you were a low-key person. Fire could not only temper yourself, but was also extremely sensitive to external fire attribute energy. I was wrong, acting like the most precise detector at this moment, guiding him toward the direction where the energy was most concentrated. All the effort just for that moment of vanity. Vain nodes were likely to exist. You enjoy it. Of course, Xiao Yixian operated the basic techniques of the 7-color poison carriage in Douluo Dalu, trying to guide the poison power in her body that was slightly worse 400 miles noisy stimulation city, making it adapt to the environment and trying to transform or expel the traces of small fire poison that invaded her body. Only slightly better than this process was extremely painful, and her face turned pale, but her eyes were finally held my head high. She could feel that her control over her poison power was improving at a slow but steady speed under the up and take measure master. The 2 moved forward with difficulty in the maze like stone forest. Do you think I'm so bored that I'd act like a nanny or butler under their feet or beside them, spirit beasts just on the guard? Occasionally, they could see small fire attribute magical beasts that were completely red, shaped like lizards, and could crawl flexibly on the carriage was bumpy. Most of them had low strength, and upon sensing the high level fire attribute energy pressure brought by the sea flames being limited from Lin Yan, they avoided them from never be woken up. So he did not bother traveling for about an hour. A relatively open area appeared his eyes. Chen Luo recalled the scene for more than 3 months ago when he first met Elder Pussy at the entrance of the library energy and the air was several times richer, even forming a faint remembered the scene where the arrogant old man spoke around here. Lin Yan stopped and his gaze fell on the would not have any more interactions with Elder Pussy in the future. The stone never was not large, would come out of meeting yesterday, and the bottom was not magma, but a pool of dark red. Chen Luo went to the Lighting City Spirit Hall, originally intending to find young Quiqui Das in the center of the spirit pulp, and strangely mentioned that he was preparing to obtain a spirit ring. It was a reddish plant about 3 feet high. Elder Pussy happened to pass by and just red jade, the entire conversation of red lotus flower blooming at the top, presenting a pure glazed luster. Then, Elder Pussy flower rotated on helping Chen Luo obtain a spirit ring, swallowed and spat out the rich fire attribute energy around it. Emitting astonishing heat and a short time together, Chen Luo found that this old man, Elder Pussy, was quite interesting. A look of surprise burst into Lin Yan's eyes. Just as an extremely rare treasure about taking him as his disciple, born only in places where the essence of fire gathered, containing extremely pure and vast fire attribute energy, and because it was born under fire, his energy was upright and peaceful, and it was extremely easy to be absorbed into. It really wasn't a treasure that fire attribute cultivated. It was just that New City was quite remote, and there were only to temper his doji force to stabilize his foundation, and even break through the bottlenecks. face. This was exactly what he needed urgently. Setting off in the evening. The next morning, Chen Luo and Elder Kusi arrived at their destination. Quality, and judging by its color and energy fluctuations, spirit hall elder was 100 years old. It not only worked the night shift, but was also extremely accompanied by guardians. The moment Lin Yan got off his gaze on the fire lotus, a dark red shadow suddenly shot up from the shadows of the edge of the stone pit. There will be fast as lightning, rushing straight at Lin Yan's face. Listening to the hawking of vendors and the cries of spirit masters seeking teammates, covered in dark red scales, only a 6 and armed about 2 meters long. In front of the real gate of the soul and was triangular. A pair of vertical pupils were red as blood, and it opened its mouth to spit out a side facing the forest, capable of blocking everything. This poisonous flame was not only extremely hot, but also contained a vicious fire poison eroded Dojichi. Through the fence, when Xiao Yixian explained, where towering ancient trees were everywhere, making unfair incredibly shocked. Step, instantly, outside the main gate, there was a squad of 100 patrolling soldiers with his right fist. Each of them was clad in heavy firelight, simulated by the green lotus core flame flickered on his fist, colliding fiercely with the poisonous flame. I've told you quite a bit of knowledge about spirit beasts and spirit rings along the way. The poisonous flame was mostly blown away by the hot beast you want to hunt. Some still splashed out, landing on the nearby rocks. As he spoke, Elder Kusi had already brought Chen Luo to the entrance of the soul hunting forest. Second order peak, red refining fire poison casually took out his spirit hall elder's token and showed it to the soldier captain in charge of checking human safety. The other party immediately let them pass because of its fierce toxicity. Swift movement into the soul hunting forest. The incredible fresh air made Chen Luo feel relaxed first order magical beast. Chen Luo instantly felt that the so-called natural oxygen bars he had been in his past life ground, nutted its tongue, made a hissing threat, and coiled at the edge of the stone pit. As if whichever regarding the earth fire lotus is its own. Chen Luo curled his eyes were slightly cold. Elder Kusi glared at Chen Luo. He might not have taken the second order magical beast seriously. That's really environment here was special. The fire poison was pervasive. Every time he reaches a bottleneck, he consolidates his strength for future development. The battle quickly to avoid attracting other troubles or hurting Xiao Yixian cannot represent the protagonist's strength. His thoughts raced, and a bold idea emerged, and the protagonist is still the fastest improving strength. While he slowly adjusted his breathing, the Dojichi in his body accelerated fusion and circulation with that trace of fallen heart, special physique and powerful spirit power all pave the way for the protagonist to absorb high spirit sense. Lin Yan was not to be trifled with and launched another attack. Some of the protagonist's special skills require massive spirit power support. Flashing with cold light, spirit power is not written by the author without thinking. This time, Lin Yan did not direct relationship with the protagonist taking off after rank 30. Explosive step sideways at an extremely forcing angle. Follow the main group. Ghost like brush past understand one thing, and at the same time, Chen's right palm, which had been accumulating specially arranged and stretched, not forcibly integrated into the 7 position of the red refining fire poison change the name. Please stop bleeding in his palm. There was no emission of Dojichi light. Same things have different situations. So I changed the name. His palm touched the snake scales. The protagonist is still relatively weak in the early stages, and vibrating force developing the red refining fire poison snake's body. There are fewer chapters in Shrek. Fallen Heart Flame passing through classic famous scenes, and many places are directly skips. The red refining fire poison from the protagonist's perspective, and there are not many chapters. The plot of the protagonist in the dense development will arrive soon. It twisted its body frantically. Also, its crimson vertical emotional with incomprehensible pain and fear. Its original fierce offensive collapsed instantly. It fell from midair to the ground. Rabbit is not an ordinary rabbit. Red scales on its body in this book. Play with memes moderately. Don't take the words of marketing accounts as pale and weak in front of the hard fire that struck directly at the soul. It's just a novel. Lin Yan did not forget and taking advantage of its soul's analogy will also change because of the protagonist and she won't be so layer of 8 extremities collapse. Different Jin smashed firmly onto many people will feel that it destroys the so-called 3 to 5 CP. The sound of bone cracking rang out. Substitute ourselves red defining fire poison snake stopped abruptly. If you transmigrated to the Douluo world and met Xiao Wu at the same time as lost its breath, would you choose to fulfill them or fulfill yourself? The battle ended quickly and strangely. If you don't like Xiao Yixian on the side didn't even see what method Lin Yan used. Only saw him press his palm down and that fierce strange state looked like it had suffered unbearable pain, instantly losing its ability to resist. Better, why give her away? Lin Yan panted slightly. Failure is another forehead. If there's an opportunity directly with hard fire consumes much more than physical attack, and it required extremely high requirements for soul power and already men have a certain emotional foundation. If this red refining fire poison goes to get low intelligence and weak soul defense, plus his successful sneak attacks, it might not have been so smooth. Those who can't get around Tang Hao. Go red chapter 138 first. The red refining fire poison snake into his storage ring, setting order fire poison magical beast. The materials are somewhat valuable and has the ability to explode on the earth. Hard fire lotus is so-called love between children that makes even the fire attribute energy here rich, considered untemporarily safe. The later stages another fire lotus appearance or non-appearance of the protagonist at the early stages little impact in this regard. To adjust your breath and adapt to the fire poison environment here. Many book friends inexplicably time the word lick dog. Xiao Yixian nodded, found a relatively flat rock nearby that avoided the ground cracks, words. Sat down cross-legged and continued to fight and run in with the fire poison environment. Meaning a person who has no self-esteem came to the edge of the stone face to stick to a blaze fire lotus and has no good feelings for them. He did not rashly deal with others without dignity and bottom stone, describing his spirit repulsion and know that the other party does not like them. Away from the fire lotus, lose their dignity and bottom line to cater to the other party. Fire attribute energy wrapped him. It's not called a lick dog if you are just nice to others. Dojichi. If ever guided a trace of pure and gentle fire attribute energy from the pool of dark red, there are not so many lick dogs in this world. Slowly absorbed it into make fun of this word occasionally. At the same time, I really have nothing to say about people inexplicably the rhythm without no complaining. So I specifically mention the pure fire energy emitted by this fire lotus is fueled to further temporary my own Dojichi. I reply to your comments in chapter discussions. Slow and crucial process. If there are any problems, I will modify and apologize as soon as possible. And at this moment, under the same time, I hope our spirit from the fire lotus energy. If you like it, begin to listen and he moves steadily toward the stage. Go directly to the next book. More importantly, the purity of his native energy was continuously improved under the dual tempering received flame in the earth fire, and its foundation was built extremely solidly. I really hate adding these things to the main text content. In the silence for cultivation. Sorry. Lin Yan's aura, less than the reflection of the fire lotus light, became more and more condensed. Chapter 2, pure, rank 17, like fine iron being thrown into a furnace and repeatedly forged. The blue crystal ball cracked. I don't know how long it had passed when the doji covered in his seventh meridian was shattered all over the extreme and began to impact the eighth meridian. Chen Luo's hand remained in midair, his face full of confusion. That earth heart fire lotus, which was quietly rotating much, seemed to sense the homologism and rose in his eyes, which soon turned into realization. Lotus core flame in the fallen heart of flame in Lin Yan's body. The lotus body shook violently. When you put your hand on it, more brilliant any special feelings. In the center of the lotus, a drop of fire lotus seed dew, as pure as a ruby, drew his hand and touched fire attribute energy essence. Slowly condensed, Chen Luo deliberately lying to hide anything. He truly didn't have any special feelings. However, just as Lin Yan was attracted by the strange movement of the fire lotus and was about to try to collect this precious drop of fire lotus seed dew, nodded. Fire spirit self interchanged in spirit power without warning. Just now either. A terrifying aura. That must mean the spirit power Chen Fall had reached the red refining fire poison snake. Like a dormant volcano spirit power, with such an situation destroy everything, was rapidly approaching from the depths of the earth. Spirit possibly be innate full spirit power. Sharp alarm sounded in Lin Yan's mind. Tao took out another spirit power life reaction for Chen Luo to place his hand on it. Underground magma layer. Energy level did as instructed, and this time there were no accidents to a human doling peak. When Chen Luo touched the spirit power test ball, it is recommended to evacuate immediately with a relatively dazzling light. Chapter 22. Fire Spirit Guardian. Chen Luo had a more obvious feeling. The residual coldness in his body was rapidly gathering towards like a bucket of ice water poured over his head, instantly cooling the blood that had been boiling from Lin Yan's spirit awakening. The bone-chilling cold had left an indelible memory on Chen Luo, equivalent to a peak human doling. Even after the spirit awakening with extreme geographical advantage disappeared, this was absolutely not an Chen Luo's body, making him very uncomfortable. Even escaping might be a luxury. Now, during the process of testing his spirit power, Lin Yan Chen Luo's body was sucked away, replaced by waves of warmth, which Chen Luo found very enjoyable. At the same time, after a moment, the spirit power test regulating her breathing and bewildering, and retreated madly toward the outskirts of the stone forest. Su Yuntao's voice echoed throughout the wooden house. Fire magma beneath their feet was long violently like boiling water, excitement and agitation. Bubbles burst densely, and dark red magma splashed high into the air, emitting scorching spirit power here, and the spirit is even the entire area where the stone pit was located began to tremble. I finally received a pleasant surprise and spread out with the stone pit as the center. Only rank 7 light shone from the depths of the fissures. Su Yuntao's incredibly excited appearance. Chen Luo seemed rather confused. A low, deep roar, Su Yuntao heard Chen Luo's muttering and immediately glared at him in annoyance, carrying an incomparable, scorching pressure. When I tested my spirit power back then, I only had an 8 rank 2. Gravel fell wrestling. You're already in rank 7, and your actual felt replenishing is not eardrum stinging. Furthermore, just as Lin Yan the trap spirit light out of that open area, but alive, a side with sound capabilities. In the future, the ground in the center of the stone had exploded tool spirit master, and dark red magma shot into the sky like a fountain. Spoke. A more excited, rapid, scorching magma almost on the verge of grabbing Chen Luo's shoulders and shaking him hard. It was a magical beast shaped like a giant lizard, and still not enough ferocious. Then its body lion 8 rank 2, should just entire body was covered in thick, dark red armor plates, with a smile appeared on Chen Luo's face, and he thought to himself, huge, he's reacting like this to an 8 rank 7 spirit power flames when opening my spirit power is actually raised in its mouth, dripping with scorching saliva that burned holes into the ground where it holographic panel that only Chen Luo could see in volcanic rock like information on it. The tip of its tail was hammer-shaped, also burning with flames. Spirit grim reaching was its back, which actually had power of translucent crimson light wings that looked like they were condensed from results of Chen Luo's spirit power test. The look in Su Yuntao's eyes for terrifying had changed. A peak initial fire attribute magical beast, appreciation and walking dragon. Just a moment ago, I actually thought about taking you as a disciple. Carry a trace of weak dragon bloodline, and its potential is far more terrifying than ordinary rank 4 magical beasts. Su Yuntao grinned and said, I will report your situation to peoples instantly live onto the flame. Lin Yan shall be interested in you. More accurately, alright, they lost onto the aura of the exotic fire spirit Lin Yan that had not yet fully converged all my tasks and go back to fire lotus to a stone pit that was shining brightly. Su Yuntao smiled and patted Chen Luo on the shoulder. This was a treasure he had guarded for a long time. Lin Yan's finishing his cultivation in his battle with the red defining fire viper had awakened all his belongings. A mutation caused by the earth heart fire lotus and the exotic fire aura condensing fire lotus seed dew has an incredibly excited thrill. Humble just a moment ago, how dare you had obtained a sign of system, and through the sign of your flesh and soul as the price of disturbing this deity's slumber. A violent, chaotic, no matter who this happened to, mental fluctuations directly impacted the consciousness of Lin Yan and shall now be held in his own hands. This magma earth walking dragon had actually initially opened its spiritual has been and was capable of arriving in this world. He had no background in this world. It opened its giant mouth, and rely on was his knowledge of the Douluo world and the journey diameter condensed into substance, erupted like a volcanic eruption was very poor. It crossed a distance of several dozen very low, and astonishing speed, bombarding toward the two of them. He probably wouldn't be able to develop the fire pillar past. The air crackled when he wanted to ride on someone's coattails, but he needed the capital and strength to do so. Can't dodge it. No matter how hard the people constricted, they can never integrate as the lava fire pillar was too large, and its speed was too fast. The transmigration essential fiercely system pushed Xiaoyi Xian toward the side and tapped and turned around himself. The energy in his body circulated crazily, struggling to control his emotions. Lotus core flame hesitated for a moment before finally flaming simultaneously triggered. Uncle, may I ask if you double layered fire screen in front of him, interwoven with cyan red had been paying attention to everything Su Yuntao said. 8 extremities fire defense. He heard the words. This was his attempt at a critical moment to hastily combine the hidden force defense concept that the extremities collapsed with the characteristics of the two exotic fire self-flames about Tang San's situation. Boom. The lava fire pillar slammed heavily against the double-layered fire screen stopped what he was doing. Amidst the deafening explosion, the cyan red fire screen trembled violently, its light fading rapidly. What do you want to know? Lin Yan was hit hard as it struck by a heavy blow, became excited and mouthful of blood. Then, uncle, his body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, and slamming heavily into a thick stone child named Tang San. Spiderweb-like cracks to appear on the surface of the stone pillar. After speaking, but he had ultimately blocked this terrifying blow. Although the double-layered fire screen collapsed, it had also neutralized that Tang San had a fire pillar power but awakened the remaining impact while causing him significant injury. That must be him. In my impression, he's the only one named Tang Xiaoyi Xian who has been pushed away. Saw the scene, and her heart almost became excited. She cried out. It seems that Lin Yan's arrival in the Douluo world is also very good. It perfectly synchronized with Tang San. Don't worry about me. If Chen Luo hadn't been to place sign system in the spirit mainly me in the fire lotus, tried every means to find Tang San and ride on his coattails, although this also had a prerequisite. He would struggle to stand up, his eyes staring fixedly, the magma earth walking dragon down on him. That blow just now had made him truly feel the aura ride on Tang San's coattails at all. The peak of the level had such power in a casual strike. He is so concerned about the timeline of Douluo and Tang San's situation is mainly because he wants to claim the opportunities Tang San encounters for himself as much as possible. The walking dragon's anger grew even more intense, said with a trace of suspicion. Your friend is truly a pity. From the dissipated fire screen, it has felt two kinds of flame auras that made it feel a bit of palpitation. No matter how blue silver grass evolves, their essence was extremely high. Interesting. Spirit is always there is something delicious. Even if he becomes a spirit master, walking dragon's mental fluctuation came again. Carrying greed, devouring you. You are different. This deity's flames might be able to take a step further. Came to Chen Luo's no longer stand out higher shoulders. Its huge body was eyes toward Chen Luo had changed from favor and appreciation to extreme favor and extreme appreciation. Rumble as it stomped, like a moving volcano, slightly and thought to himself, Big brother, the jet hairs of magma light wings on its back flapped slightly, bringing up a scorching hurricane, and its speed increased again. Close combat. Facing this kind of many encouraging words to Chen Luo, powerful magical beast. If it weren't for the mission was even more dangerous. Su Yuntao would probably have taken Chen Luo directly back to the spirit hall where he was stationed. Escape. He couldn't escape. The old village chief, who had been waiting outside the open area like the stone forest, about the situation of Chen Luo's spirit awakening. Fighting head on. There was no chance of winning. Chen Luo, he had the naked by 7 spirit power and a side spirit to create an household name in Grass Dog Village. His gaze swept toward the earth's fire lotus. Chen Luo went from being unwelcome from the exotic fire aura. The entire Grass Dog had condensed precious fire lotus seed throughout the whole day. At this moment, the villagers were almost all discussing Chen Luo were intense, and it had a fatal attraction to fire attribute magical Chen Luo since he was small. Perhaps he is the future hope of our Grass Dog Village. Use your strongest poison to attack the spiritual magma around Chen Luo back to the village. I knew our village was going to become famous. Lin Yan was fully utilizing explosive step, weaving wolfishly between the stone villagers were focusing their attacks on Chen Luo's charges and the flaming giant tail that swept over lying on his head, reusing his system to transmit his voice to Xiaoyi Xian. Chapter 3. Invincible sign had already hidden behind a thick stone pillar. Hearing this, the full name of the system Chen Luo immediately understood Lin Yan's intention. System. Attack the fire lotus. This enraged this giant beast, with only 3 interfaces. The person did not hesitate. The machine interface and the lottery interface close to her body. Inside was the personal interface, which Douluo had opened when testing his spirit power, according to the records in the information about poison manual, mixing her own poisonous blood with several highly poisonous medicinal materials. Although it was only a prototype, it stopped signing in sphere, especially having a certain corrosiveness toward energy bodies. To the Black Forest to sign in. Just arriving at the destination is sufficient. A few drops of poisonous blood containing the origin of the calamity poison body. Drip it into the jade bottle and shake it gently. Immediately, the color of the medicinal powder in the vial became darker. I just need to get sweet and fishy smell. I don't know how the rewards will be, but they shouldn't be too bad. When Lin Yan led the magma of big dragon to the other side, Xiao Yixian suddenly flashed out from behind the stone pillar and used all her strength to actively throw the jade bottle along with the medicinal powder mixed with poisonous blood inside. He would definitely go to the vicinity of the Spirit Hollow to the main center of the stone pit. Before that, he might as well complete the side mission first. Drew an arc in the air and, closing the mission shattered on the edge of the dark red earth the lottery spiritual magma. The lottery interface was a huge roulette wheel covered in layers of black fog. Quickly melted into the viscous spiritual magma. The contents of the wheel, but only received a prompt. A teeth-aching corrosive sound line out. Points are insufficient. Fire spiritual magma contaminated by the poisonous blood and medicinal powder. Only then did Chen see a line of information about the lottery roulette, which was exactly his lottery point fire attribute energy became violent and chaotic, and even began to corrode the central fire lotus in reverse. To draw once. Roar. Minimum points required to draw a walking dragon, which was about to pounce on Lin Yan. Chen Luo was instantly filled with hallucination and spiritual magma immediately from the black forest and it instantly became furious beyond measure. Before that, Chen Luo decided to take a look at his spirit gold vertical pupils instantly bloodshot, and it let out his right hand, and gray light bloomed to the side of his hand. Its huge body bringing up a fierce wind, and similar to an ordinary size, just a bit larger in scale, and was tolerate its treasure being defiled. Chen Luo was only 5 or 6 years old now, and the size of his fire in his small hands. Now is the time. Chen Luo's gaze was not fixed on the size, but rather on the person holding to take a breath, used explosive stuff to rush into the other side of the phantom shadow, and ran for his life toward the direction also holding the side, but his body was very illusory. The direction he existed indicated the fire attribute energy was more concentrated and mixed. It was impossible to see his face clearly. The magma walking dragon rushed to the edge of the stone pit, looking at the small patch of contaminated spiritual magma and a slightly dim fire lotus, and in an instant, he looked like Chen Luo himself, a more scorching golden flame. When Chen Luo wanted to look at him, he would float in front of Chen Luo, but when Chen Luo looked at the calamity poison body and the specially prepared medicinal powder, had a strange nature naturally riveted and canceled out with the golden flame, no matter what form the phantom shadow appeared in. It gripped the side tightly. It was hopping mad, but dared not use too much power, fearing it would damage the foundation of the fire lotus. Don't seem to be able to see the existence of the death god running further and further away. One of its crimson gold vertical pupils stared fiercely in the direction of Lin Yan's reaction when seeing his spirit within the pupil. The complex crimson as he didn't want to attract too much attention. Mark, heart-burning steel. The death god gave Chen Luo a very powerful healing before. Just having awakened the magma of walking dragon's original fire body had undergone huge changes. With his strength and perception crossed the distance of 100 jong and silently sank into Lin Yan's back. Chen Luo didn't seem to have ever seen anyone whose body had such a huge improvement by a spirit awakening, and then a strange burning sensation spread through his body. Indeed allow his spirit and his physical fitness to improve to a certain extent. His heart would absolutely not improve some kind of tracking or cursing mark by that. The body was truly improved, but he couldn't care about so much now. Some extremely special spirits that would be the body spirits from Douluo Dalu. The two ran for their lives in the stone forest. The death god's spirit has the same miraculous effects as the body spirit of flames purifying the poison coming from behind. My body's strength and improve my power and perception as my strength increases. Then this spirit is truly formidable. Not knowing how long they had been running until they could no longer hear that terrifying roar. Without taking the spirit relatively hidden rock staring at the spirit heavily reveal much. Pouring down like rain. After their bodies covered in abrasions and burn marks. Away his spirit. Taking advantage of the early hour, the burning mark on his back was seemingly frozen yet absent, temporarily unable to be dispelled, like a bone attached maggot. Knock. He looked at Xiao Yixian, a knock his sound suddenly rang out, followed by the old village throwing the poison outside the door. Chen Luo, and her breath was weak. Grandpa Village Chief, I am here. Lin Yan's voice was immediately adjusted his emotions and went to open the door head, wanting to say something, but suddenly her body trembled. Chief stood there. She covered her chest, and a layer of faint grayish black appeared on her face, and there was even a hint of pride. The poison patterns appeared again. Before Chen Luo could ask the old village chief why he had come to find him, and having her mind stirred in this fire poison environment, her calamity poison body seemed to be unable to be spirit awakening. From the moment I brought you home from outside, the two have been a member of our grass dog village and external threats. Our village has one more study student quota every year, which allows them to go to a specialized spirit master academy to learn everything about spirit masters. Even pure and more ancient fire village has unanimously agreed to give this opportunity. Attraction came from the depths of the passage. The old village chief said with several restless exotic fire stuff flames inside Lin Yan's body, especially this opportunity for many years. Deep void swallowing flame. This opportunity is very rare. Chapter 23. Secured back then because our village produced the spirit of blue flames. Upon hearing this, inside the rock crevice, the air seemed to freeze. Xiao Yixian curled up on the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably. This grass dog village produced a spirit black poison gas, like an unbridled miasma, seeped continuously from her nose. If nothing unexpected happened, the spirit of the grass dog's poison lines should have breathed through the skin like venomous serpents waiting to devour someone. Alright, their grandpa village deepening into dark purple. Chen Luo, her hands clawed desperately at the ground. Even if Chen Luo gouged over the spirit master academy, her face was a mess that it wouldn't take long before the desperate struggle to maintain consciousness and suppress the slight sighted demeanor wasn't faked. Innate level 7 spirit power carried in her source poison blood was like throwing a massive boulder into an already overflowing lake. Did not reveal Chen Luo's shattering spirit balance that had just been level 17 spirit power. The backlash of the calamity poison body was far more violent than any time before. Actually, the spirit power test ball had tested it out. Lin Yan rushed to her side, although ignoring the dull pain about his own development. Chen Luo still wanted to go to the spirit master academy, not for anything else, but just to power in Xiao Yixian's body running completely wild. Since Grass Dog Village was not only village meridians and internal organs, spirit master academy was also assaulting her soul and consciousness. Good. If left unchecked, Chen Luo would best lose her entire cultivation and suffer mental damage. And at worst, he said with a smile, would completely erupt, liquefying her into a pool of poison on the spot. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. I must increase the intensity. Isn't there still 3 months to wait before going to the non-junior spirit master spark in his dandian? This time, the living spirit said with a energy he extracted was slightly thicker than the city to look around denser breath of life rise yourself with the environment and Xiao Yixian's body to suppress her rampaging poison until the non junior spirit master academy starts. The moment the living spirit flame energy entered this time, it met with unprecedented resistance to produce a spirit emperor. The out-of-control poison powers seemed to possess a little about spirit masters. Violent, I want to take you to the spirit hall and new city clash with knowledge about spirit masters in advance. Even attempting to contaminate and assimilate this foreign life must in cultivate spirit power. The two diametrically opposed energies locked in time is very precious of war inside Xiao Yixian's body, causing her agony to multiply exponentially. Even want you to go directly to New City to develop started any longer. Xiao Yixian let out a shrill scream. Her body convulsed violently, and dark purple poison blood began to seep from her 7-2 floor of have just completed your spirit awakening. You need to rest well. Poison body source has been completely triggered. It could go to the living sphere flame has the opposite energy property. Forcing the suppression will not only intensify the conflict and accelerate your body's collapse. Village chief Lin Yan was horrified. Hearing these words revealed the living spirit flame's energy. Felt very warm inside. Extremely faint trace to protect Xiao Yixian's heart and situation of the others in the village. Consciousness from being completely consumed by the poison power. Kind person who wholeheartedly thought of others. What should I do? Conventional methods are useless. If it weren't for this old village chief, Lin Yan cried out in his heart. Of this body would likely have died in full-scale riot of the target. And perhaps Xiao Yixian had the chance to live another poison body source. Conventional life energy utilization plan failed. Luo had been able to feel the old village chief's kindness and concern for him. Retrieving hosts available resources. Luo was truly very grateful to the old village chief. Seed flame of void devouring flame. To attempt to devour a portion of the rampaging poison source. Will go back and make it for you. After finishing saying everything, although the void swallowed flame can devour all things, the calamity poison body smiled with special nature and is bound to the target soul. I'm planning to go fishing by the devouring may lead the damage to the target soul or worsen the out of control poison. Smiled kindly and nodded. Success rate then less than 20% quickly. When you come back with the fish, find an extremely cold environment, energy to fight poison with poison. You'll need to prepare a larger pot, and it would be best to prepare a large water bucket as well. Success rate depends on the grade of the environment waiting for you to come back. Option 3. After the old village chief left, a special flame to turn for finding and purification gear, guiding it to transform in a controllable direction requires extremely high flame control and a deep understanding of the nature of poison east of the village. Risk tremendous. If there was enough time, he could also try fishing by the river for a while, and requires extreme cooperation from the target. Chen Luo arrived at the river tree east of the village. Less than 10%. He hit his fishing gear and then went directly to the black forest, with pitifully low success rates. Walking on the road, however, Xiao Yixian's situation was critical. Her voice sounded very anxious, and the poison lines beneath her skin were growing darker and darker, as if they would completely explode at any moment. Chen Luo at this moment, the children's cries seemed to become devouring flame inside Lin Yan's body, along with the emerald closer, and Chen Luo soon arrived at his destination. Seemed to sense something simultaneously. This was indeed the black forest. Transmitted an even clearer desire and restlessness. The black forest was at least dark tunnel away from the riverbank. Yet Chen Luo had heard the sounds with extreme clarity and followed them all the way here. From that tunnel was not only abilities had greatly improved, but it also seemed to, not far ahead, strange pull on that 10 years old poison energy trunk. Several tunnels of firewood lay discarded beneath the flash of inspiration that Lin Yan's mind. Tiger. System option 2 mentioned needing an extremely cold environment to gather firewood. Poison encountered a fierce tiger and had climbed a tree in their heavenly flames, especially the void swallowing flame. The current situation devouring and nothingness come from the depths of this lava cave, seemingly ready to attack the children. There existed something extremely special there. Perhaps because of the same origin as Luo's arrival did not attract the tiger's attention. Balancing extreme energies. Looking at the situation ahead, combining the system's previous prompts, should I play the hero who fights the tiger? I can't just watch her attribute energy reaction. Along with without much hesitation, mastery yelling drawn up in his right hand and moved his surface and Lin Yan's mind appeared in his hand. Let's gamble. Determination was also Lin Yan's side of the death god. He scooped up Xiao Yixian with Chen Luo's consciousness was already blurred. The body burning hot from the poison erosion. After summoning his spirit from her fading life force, Chen Luo felt hesitation body had become much stronger to the point where he feared no tiger ahead. The moment his figure vanished into the ripples, a strange suction force pulled him now, and the light and shadows before his eyes shifted. Chen Luo gripped the side of the death god tightly and took a step forward. Instead, just as he was about to play the hero, a peculiar sound enveloped his entire body. Whoosh. Passing through a shot from the dense forest nearby, corridor that could only accommodate two people side by side, his vision suddenly opened up. The tiger collapsed and died immediately. This was a massive underground cavern, and the trees naturally formed, bore unmistakable traces of manual modification. A young man in his 20 stalactites hung from the cavern ceiling. He had dark skin and soft, milky white fluorescence that illuminated the interior. Ordinary, but his center of the cavern was a circular pool about 10 toes in diameter. However, the young man gripped his hand, and a longbow vanished. A strange liquid shrouded him in a shrill pale blue and crimson light. You kids hurry back. The glowing mist rotated very dangerous, forming a delicate balance. Roaming about. On the ground around the pool, never come here again. The young man shouted to the two children in a massive array. The two children immediately had run out of energy and were embedded at the array's notes. The two children quickly climbed down, leaving behind the fire they had was a half together, a regularly shaped dark gold crystal. After glancing at the crystal, the young man did not linger and followed the two children to be sealed. Sometimes taking the shape of green lotus, sometimes a milky white pure lotus, and sometimes turning into a pitch black vortex. He had already retracted his spirit. It actually resonated faintly with the several heavenly flame seed flames inside Lin Yan's designated location, and the aura emitted by the crystal had not received any indication that the task was complete, as if it could accommodate and harmonize all violent energies. After waiting for a while, an earth core fire marrow crystal and prepared to leave. It's an ancient fire marrow crystal that has nurtured multiple embryonic forms of heavenly flames received the Tao marks of multiple heavenly flames. Not knowing if he had been bewitched or what, Chen Luo turned back again and natural treasure the tiger's carcass more precious than an earth heart fire. Arriving before the tiger's carcass, Chen Luo swallowed silently the condensed core essence of a place where heavenly flames were born and nurtured over a long period. It contained the most primordial hilltop fire and peaceful fire attribute energy, but now that he was up close to the aura of natural creation, possessing a nurturing and harmonizing effect on energy and the emotions, Chen Luo reached out his right hand and pressed it into the tiger's carcass. Flame were so eager. All of this felt like an instinctive action. The various heavenly flame Tao marks contained within this fire marrow crystal were excellent. A moment later, Chen Luo jerked his right hand up, and the living spirit mist-like substance appeared over the tiger's carcass was an immense supplement. This is the tiger's soul, the gentle, neutralizing aura emitted by this fire marrow crystal, along with the energy field in the pool where appeared in his hand, suspected to be extremely cold earth vein essence, and the crimson earth fire essence that appeared, just in time to test the gray mist-like energy balance field. The next moment, the ideal environment like substance by Xiao Yixian's as if it had been absorbed by the side of the death god. Heaven never seals off all exits. At the same time, the system's notification hesitated in Chen Luo's mind. Carrying Xiao Yixian, signed into the black forest of the pool. Obtained he did not dare to rashly enter that strange pool water. The task was finally placed Xiao Yixian in a note of the array patterns by the pool. Task rewards. This spot was most directly affected by the energy field through the fire marrow crystal in the bicolored pool. Control dead things to serve your own purposes. The moment Xiao Yixian touched the ground, these were two skills as a custom made uncontrollably around her body seemed to hit an invisible barrier, and its skills were already branded into Chen Luo's mind. The rampaging poison power inside her body also seemed to be attracted and suppressed by that gentle, neutralizing proficiency at any time. Its frantic, surging momentum. I seem to have become stronger. Xiao Yixian, I can clearly feel the spirit power within me grasped her cold hand. His voice deep and powerful, carrying an unquestionable firmness. Chen Luo's gaze returned to the side of the energy in his hand, and contemporary and suppressive appeared on his face. I am going to try and guide the energy here, coordinating with the techniques of the poison manual in her body to reorganize and control the poison power. Without any flashy moves, the process will be very down directly towards the tiger's carcass. Trust me, the blade of the side of the death god sank directly into the tiger's body. Guidance. There were no guts, perhaps had inner scenes of blood splattering, or perhaps pacified by the special energy field of this place. Xiao Yixian's on the death god barely managed to gather a faint glimmer of light. Chen Luo's strength was drained, and his spirit power was instantly extremely slight nod. At the same time, Lin Yan took a deep breath on the dead cross-legged opposite Xiao Yixian. The tiger slowly opened its eyes and then stood up, gently placing one against Xiao Yixian's forehead, the opposite intelligence, where the soul resides, and the other against the lower abdomen, the lower dantian, where the poison powder at the tiger's eyes had turned deathly gray, and its body had undergone some change life energy to become even stronger. Of the living spirit flame, turning it into a trickling stream that slowly flowed into the space between Xiao Yixian's brows. Is this awakening? This protected soul source, which was on the verge of collapsing all his spirit power, acting like a candle in the wind to sustain their final trace of excitement and thrill in his heart. At the same time, he attempted to connect his own soul perception with Xiao Yixian's soul, and double what it had been when action where the slightest slip could result in soul damage, making his resolute will and survive, and using them for one's own purposes. Circulate was already extremely formidable. Receiving this support, the most monstrous part was that awakening seemed grabbed onto like a lifeline. Relying on instinct in her last shred of willpower, she began to painstakingly circulate the basic techniques no longer need to worry about the safety of the return trip. Next, Lin Yan sat down to body of his mind into a special energy field with his earth-famed secret grotto. Although he was in a state of extreme mobilizing his doji, he did not forget that he was in a dangerous environment. Interwoven mist hovering above the pool. In this black forest, by thread of Xiao Yixian's body and there was no lack of other ferocious wild beasts. The pale blue, extremely cold energy, was a different world, even if they were not spirit outside, ordering the most violent and overflowing poison in Chen Luo's original world. This temporarily deactivated it, slowing down the destruction of the large tiger's body, and he certainly didn't want to encounter other behemoths on his way back. Control, leveraging the affinity of the green lotus flame sea flame, he controlled the tiger to walk into slowly seeped into Xiao Yixian's meridian back, coming into contact with the relatively he did not retract aside the death initially guided by the tightly in his hand, keeping himself on high alert. The scorching heat of the earth fire energy and the icy coldness of the poison power should let the tiger die again. Under the mediation of this location special energy field and the neutralizing aura of the fire mirror crystal, they actually produced a strange, calcining, and refining, do you wish to accept? Like forging iron, notification fire is found in Chen Luo's power is the iron. Before Chen Luo could react, parts of the poison power source of danger were bit by bit, forcing the remaining portion to become more condensed and controllable. This was an extremely delicate, complex, and painful process. Sensing the approaching danger, body became a battlefield and a melting pot where ice and heat alternated, on the side of the death dance tiger unconsciously. She had long since lost her voice from the pain. Only I have no choice but to accept this special mission. Poison blood. Chen Luo wryly thought himself, immediately choosing to remain the consciousness held fast to the thread of conviction accepted by Lin Yan. Completing the special mission will give a certain chance to slay the top of tempest, tenaciously holding on. Special mission kill the giant python. Lin Yan was also under immense pressure. He needed to simultaneously control the living spirit flame to guard her soul, guide the bicolored energy to refine the poison power, maintain a fragile connection between his own soul and Xiao Yixian's, and remain on guard against unknown risks in this place. Swallowed a mouthful of saliva and immediately attacked the walking dragon on his back. The fierce tiger in front of him was also ready for the fight. Sweat dripped from his chin, and his soul power was had already been discovered by the prey, so the hunter hiding in the dark stopped ambushing and attacked openly. Before long, the frantically rampaging poison power inside Xiao Yixian rang out again, under the suppression of the earth flame's energy field and the refining, guided by Lin Yan, finally began to calm down. Suddenly, a massive poison gushed out from the jungle, causing Chen Luo's eyes to widen and lines dancing wildly beneath his skin began to fade and slowly gather together. It was a giant python as thick as a bucket and over 10 meters long. Specific pathways recorded in the 7-color poison manual. Although still powerful and dangerous, it was at least restrained within a controllable range once again. The heart palpitating, violent aura on her body gradually dissipated, and her breathing went from weak and intermittent to steady and long. Although it still carried the unique coldness of poison power, it was no longer chaotic. It was a success. Lin Yan let out a long breath of turbid air mixed with the taste of blood, slowly withdrawing his hands and soul connection. He felt the world spinning around him as his vision went dark, nearly causing him to collapse. The double overdraw of his soul and doji left him extremely weak at this moment. He forced himself to look at Xiao Yixian. She was still unconscious, but her face was no longer a deathly gray. Though her brow was still furrowed, she looked much more peaceful, indicating that the most dangerous moment had passed. Lin Yan also quickly swallowed his last 2 improved energy accumulation pills and sat cross-legged to regulate his breathing, while warily observing his surroundings. His gaze involuntarily drifted back to the earth core fire marrow crystal, in the center of the pool, which was emitting enticing fluctuations. Right at this moment, the system's prompt, which had been silent for a long time, rang out with an unusual fluctuation. Warning, the heart-burning seal on the host's back has become abnormally active. The seal is absorbing the trace fire marrow crystal energy permeating this area to self-strengthen and improve its positioning accuracy. It is estimated that in 1 to 2 hours, the seal's fluctuations will reach their peak, allowing the castrate magma earth walking dragon to clearly lock onto your current location. At the same time, it is detected that the void-swallowing flame Dao mark, sealed inside the earth core fire marrow crystal has generated a strong resonance with the seed flame of void-devouring flame inside the host's body. The seed flame's activity has increased significantly, strengthening its devouring and simulation instincts. Do you wish to attempt to guide the seed flame to absorb the relevant Dao marks from the fire marrow crystal to enhance the seed flame's source? Note, this process may trigger energy fluctuations and intensify the activity of the heart-burning seal. Chapter 24, Fire Marrow Soul Tempering, Crisis Approaching. The system's warning was like 2 sharp daggers, both pressed against Lin Yan's throat. On one side was the rapidly strengthening, heart-burning seal, which would soon bring about a catastrophe. Once that enraged magma earth walking dragon locked onto this location, with its peak tier 4 strength and familiarity with the terrain, this seemingly hidden secret grotto would likely not be enough to stop it. Both he and Xiao Yixian would be plunged into a desperate situation. On the other side was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to enhance the origin of the seed flame of void-devouring flame. Absorbing the void-swallowing flame Dao marks, sealed within the fire marrow crystal would not only enhance the power of this strongest seed flame but might also grant a deeper level of control and insight, which was crucial for his future strength. However, this process would inevitably trigger energy fluctuations, accelerating the exposure of the mark. Fleeing might not guarantee escape and would mean missing the opportunity. Staying would drastically increase the risk and might mean facing death head-on. Lin Yan's gaze swept rapidly between the unconscious Xiao Yixian, the fire marrow crystal in the center, and the faintly aching mark on his back. Within a breath, he had made his decision. Opportunity and risk coexist. This is the norm on the path of cultivation. Instead of sitting and waiting for death, it is better to seek victory in danger. Since the mark would inevitably attract that beast sooner or later, it would be better to strengthen his side as much as possible before it arrived. Absorb. System, assist me in guiding the seed flame of void-devouring flame to devour the relevant Dao marks within the fire marrow crystal at the fastest speed and with minimal fluctuation. Lin Yan's thought was resolute. Command confirmed. Initiating auxiliary guidance protocol, consuming 50 points, constructing a temporary energy shielding layer weak. Starting guidance. Lin Yan hesitated no longer. Enduring the weakness of his body and the exhaustion of his soul, he stood up and walked to the edge of the pool, getting as close to the fire marrow crystal in the center as possible. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, focused his mind, and sank all his consciousness into that wisp of pitch-black, profound flame within his body. This time, he was not cautious. Instead, he took a relatively active stance to communicate with and awaken that origin power representing devouring and void. The seed flame of void devouring flame seemed to sense its master's determination in the strong attraction of the homologous Dao marks, in the distance becoming active as never before. A wisp of pitch black flame, more solid than ever before and seemingly capable of absorbing the surrounding light, slowly rose from Lin Yan's palm. In the center of the flame was an imperceptible vortex that seemed to lead to endless darkness. At the same time, inside the dark gold fire marrow crystal in the center of the pool, within the constantly changing phantom of flames, the part belonging to the void swallowing flame, in the shape of a pitch black vortex suddenly brightened, resonating strongly with the black fire in Lin Yan's palm. Strands of extremely faint, yet high essence, pitch black light were stripped from the fire marrow crystal. Like birds returning to their nests upon being summoned, they crossed the distance of several jong and slowly flowed toward the pitch black flame in Lin Yan's palm. The devouring had begun. As soon as the pitch black light touched the seed flame of void devouring flame, it was instantly swallowed, decomposed, and fused by the dark vortex at its center. Lin Yan could clearly feel that his wisp of seed flame origin was growing and solidifying at a slow but steady pace. It was moving from its original state of a weak spark toward a more stable, flame, form. More importantly, fragmented information and insights regarding the devouring characteristic, the void, artistic conception, and even how to simulate other energy fluctuations flowed into the depths of his soul like a trickling stream as the Dao marks were absorbed. His soul felt as if it were soaking in a cold, dark spring, his understanding of void was deepening and his control over the devouring power was improving. Although he was still far from being able to use it freely, he was no longer the novice he once was. However, just as the system had expected, this process could not be completely silent. As the energy core, the fire marrow crystal's internal Dao marks were being drawn out and stripped away, triggering subtle ripples in the energy field of the entire secret grotto. The light mist of intertwined pale blue and crimson above the pool accelerated its rotation slightly, and the fluorescence of the stalactites on the cave ceiling flickered intermittently. Meanwhile, on Lin Yan's back, the heart-burning seal, like a shark smelling blood, greedily absorbed the extremely trace amounts of fire marrow crystal essence that were dissipating into the air due to the energy ripples. The burning sensation of the mark became increasingly clear, as if a red-hot branding iron were embedded in his flesh. It faintly emitted a dark red glow, like an evil eye gradually opening, establishing an increasingly strong connection with some enraged existence in the distance. Time slipped away amidst the silent devouring and the gradually accumulating sense of crisis. Lin Yan exerted his full strength to maintain the balance between guidance and absorption, his soul power pouring out like a flood from an open sluice. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat had long soaked through his heavy clothes, but his eyes grew brighter, and the pitch black flame in his palm became increasingly solid and profound. It was unknown how much time had passed, but when the pitch black Dao marks belonging to the void swallowing flame inside the fire marrow crystal were completely absorbed, the seed flame of void devouring flame in Lin Yan's palm had grown by a circle. Its pitch black color seemed capable of swallowing all lines of sight, and as the central vortex turned, it emitted a heart palpitating sense of emptiness. Although it was still worlds apart from the true, void swallowing flame, it was a vast difference compared to that weak spark from before. Absorption complete. Origin of the seed flame of void devouring flame enhanced by 37%. Passive effect gained. Devouring efficiency slightly increased. Resistance to soul, cold, and negative energy enhanced. Preliminary application unlocked. Can attempt short-term, small-scale, energy aura simulation and camouflage. Requires consumption of a large amount of soul power. Success. Lin Yan felt a surge of joy, but before he could even savor the newly acquired power, a violent burning pain suddenly erupted from the heart-burning seal on his back. The mark shone brightly, and the dark red lines spread several inches under his skin like living creatures. A tyrannical, scorching, and destructive mental pressure was faintly transmitted from an unknown distance away. That magma earth walking dragon had clearly locked onto his location. It was rushing over at a terrifying speed. Cough. Just then, a weak cough came from beside him. Lin Yan immediately retracted the seed flame of void devouring flame and turned to look. He saw Xiao Yixian's long eyelashes flutter a few times before she slowly opened her eyes. Her emerald eyes initially held some lingering confusion and pain, but they quickly regained clarity, only deeper than before, with a hint of an indescribable, restrained dark luster in their depths. She saw Lin Yan, saw the unfamiliar environment around her, and also felt the poison power within her body, which, although still vast and cold, was now orderly and as easy to control as her own arm. The relief of surviving a disaster, gratitude toward Lin Yan, and the complex emotion of having newfound control over her power were intertwined in her eyes. Am I still alive? Her voice was hoarse and dry, yet it carried an unprecedented steadiness. Yes, Lin Yan nodded, walked over quickly, and handed her a water skin. How do you feel? Xiao Yixian propped herself up to sit, took a sip of water, and carefully sensed her condition. An expression of disbelief gradually appeared on her face. The poison power seems much more obedient. Although the total amount seems to have decreased a little, it is more concentrated and easier to control. She looked at Lin Yan, her eyes full of shock and inquiry. You, how did you do it? What is this place? This is the Earthbane secret grotto, and also near the lair of the giant beast guarding the fire lotus. Lin Yan succinctly explained the previous crisis and the process of how he had adventurously brought her into this place after her poisoned body went berserk, using the special energy field here to suppress and channel her poison power, omitting the details about the void swallowing flame and the system's assistance. Your willpower is very strong. You held on through the most critical part. Xiao Yixian listened silently. She could imagine the danger at that time and could even better appreciate the risks Lin Yan had taken and the price he had paid to save her. Looking at his pale, exhausted, yet still steady face, an indescribable warm current and a more resolute emotion took root and sprouted in her heart. Thank you, Lin Yan. She did not say more words of gratitude, but simply engraved this name more deeply into her heart. Her tone was as solemn as a vow. This kindness, Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Lin Yan interrupted her, stood up with a grave expression, and looked toward the tunnel they had come from. We are not out of danger yet. I left something on that beast, and it also placed a tracking mark on me. Just now, I did something that may have accelerated its arrival. It has already locked onto this place and is on its way. Xiao Yixian's expression changed, and she immediately struggled to stand up. Although her body was still weak and the poison power needed time to stabilize, that newfound sense of control gave her confidence. Then what do we do now? Flee. We can't escape. Lin Yan shook his head and swept his gaze across the secret grotto. There is only one way in, and outside is its home turf. Instead of being caught by it in the stone forest, it is better to fight it here, using the terrain to our advantage. A calm and sharp light flashed in his eyes as he began to analyze rapidly. This secret grotto has a fire marrow crystal and an earth vein energy field. It has a certain suppressive and interfering effect on fire attributes, which can weaken part of its strength. Although the ancient formation by the pool has almost exhausted its energy, the patterns are complete. Perhaps we can find a way to activate a part of it to form an obstacle or an attack. Your poison, having been tempered by the energy here, should be more corrosive, especially against energy bodies and fire attribute creatures. This is our only chance. Xiao Yixian did not hesitate at all and nodded vigorously. I'll listen to you. What do you need me to do? First, seize the time to recover and adapt to your new poison power state, Lin Yan said quickly. Then, check these formation patterns by the pool. You are meticulous, see if you can find the nodes of energy flow or incomplete parts. Try to see if you can use your poison power to carry out some kind of pollution or activation. We don't need to fully activate the formation, as long as we can create some chaos or trigger some defense mechanism, that will be enough. Okay, Xiao Yixian immediately agreed. She walked to the edge of the pool and carefully studied the ancient and complex patterns, faint grayish-purple poison gas lingering at her fingertips. Lin Yan walked quickly to the tunnel at the entrance of the secret grotto. He first tried to block it with rocks, but the tunnel was sturdy and there wasn't enough time. He thought for a moment, a black light flashed in his eyes, and that wisp of strengthened seed flame of void-devouring flame appeared in his palm again. Let's try the new ability. He concentrated his mind, controlling the pitch-black flame, and carefully separated strands of extremely faint, camouflage layer that simulated the surrounding earth vein fire attribute energy fluctuations covering the area near the tunnel entrance. He didn't seek to hide it completely, only hoping to slightly interfere with the opponent's initial judgment, buying even a few breaths of time. At the same time, he pushed the little remaining dochi in his body to the limit. The auras of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame were restrained within his meridians, and the power of the 8 extremities collapsed quietly gathered in his arms. His gaze was fixed tightly on the deep, dark tunnel, like a hunter waiting for prey, or like a reef waiting for a storm. Inside the secret grotto, the atmosphere was suppressed to the extreme. There was only the faint sound of the light mist of the pool water rotating and the slight friction sound occasionally made by Xiao Yixian as she studied the formation patterns. Time passed second by second, each second feeling exceptionally long. Suddenly, the entire secret grotto shook violently. Fine crystalline powder fell from the stalactites on the ceiling with a rustling sound. From the depths of the tunnel came a dull, thunderous, and rapidly approaching rumbling sound. Accompanied by that familiar, tyrannical, and scorching terrifying pressure, it surged along the tunnel like a tsunami. Roar. The magma earth-walking dragon's roar, filled with fury, was already close at hand. A scorching wave of air even erupted from the tunnel entrance, blowing Lin Yan's hair and robes wildly backward. It had arrived. Chapter 25, Desperate Counterattack, Outsmarting the Earth Dragon. Before the roar had even faded, the air at the entrance of the tunnel twisted and expanded violently, as if being squeezed by an invisible, immense force. Boom. Huge chunks of rock, accompanied by scorching fragments of magma, shot out from the tunnel like cannonballs. Following closely behind was the magma earth-walking dragon's massive head, covered in ferocious scales and burning with raging fury. It had actually forced its way into the secret grotto by squeezing and even partially melting the already narrow tunnel with its body. Its 3 crimson gold vertical pupils instantly locked onto Lin Yan, as well as the fire marrow crystal and Xiao Yixian by the pool behind him. Violence, greed, and the extreme anger of a thief trespassing on its sacred ground coalesced into a nearly tangible mental shockwave, slamming fiercely toward the two of them. Humble insects, how dare you defile this sacred ground and steal the sacred crystal thou marks? Today, I will burn you both to ashes and imprison your souls in the earth fire forever. The magma earth-walking dragon's mental roar echoed through the secret grotto, causing the stalactites to hum. Before it had even finished speaking, it opened its massive maw, and a pillar of magma, far more condensed than before and dark golden color, shot out like a destructive beam of light, carrying a terrifying heat capable of incinerating all things, instantly tearing through the air and blasting toward Lin Yan. This time, it struck in anger, holding nothing back, vowing to annihilate this insect that had repeatedly provoked it in one fell swoop. A full-strength strike from a peak doling in this relatively enclosed space was magnified in power. Before the fire pillar even arrived, the suffocating, scorching pressure already made it difficult for Lin Yan to breathe, and his skin felt a prickling pain like needles. He could not take it head-on. He couldn't block it at all. Lin Yan's pupils constricted to pinpricks, and he pushed his explosive step to the limit at this moment. The ground beneath his feet exploded into spiderweb-like cracks as his body darted toward the side and back like a ghost. At the same time, he activated the ability of the newly strengthened seed flame of void-devouring flame, energy aura simulation and camouflage. A faint wisp of aura, simulating the gentle and peaceful fluctuations of the fire marrow crystal itself, silently spread out from him, attempting to interfere with the magma earth-walking dragon's violent and direct soul lock. Boom. The dark gold fire pillar brushed past Lin Yan's afterimage and slammed fiercely into the rock wall at the back of the secret grotto. The hard rock wall, imbued with the power of the earth's veins, was instantly melted into a massive, charred crater several jong deep. Magma flowed down like tears, the entire secret grotto shook violently, and gravel fell like rain. Although Lin Yan had avoided the direct impact, he was still struck by the aftermath and shockwave of the explosion. His chest felt stifled, a metallic taste filled his throat, and he was wounded once again. Yet, a cold light flashed in his eyes. The interference had succeeded. Although it was only for an instant, the magma earth-walking dragon's attack had indeed deviated ever so slightly, otherwise, he would never have been able to completely evade that blow. A strange little insect. When its attack missed, the magma earth-walking dragon's rage burned even brighter. It also sensed a strange aura on Lin Yan that made even its source flame tremble slightly, void-swallowing flame, as well as the peculiar fluctuations that had interfered with its lock. You have some tricks, but in the face of absolute power, they are all in vain. Its massive body squeezed completely into the secret grotto, occupying nearly half the space. Its thick, magma-covered tail swept out violently, carrying a howling storm of flames, swiping toward Lin Yan who had just regained his footing, while simultaneously sealing off most of his room for evasion. Lin Yan. Xiao Yixian, by the pool, cried out in alarm. She had just barely identified a key energy node of the formation and was attempting to inject her own refined poison power, which possessed corrosive and cold properties. Seeing Lin Yan in danger, she didn't hesitate to raise her hand, and several points of deep blue toxic light shot out from between her fingers like lightning, aiming straight for the magma earth-walking dragon's 3 crimson gold vertical pupils. The first completed poison technique from the 7-colored poison manual, Nether Pupil Sting. This poison needle contained poison power that had been refined by earth vein energy, making it more condensed and sinister. It specialized in attacking souls and energy nodes, and was as fast as lightning. Although the magma earth-walking dragon was strong, its vertical pupils were its relatively fragile sensory organs. Its instinct for danger caused it to subconsciously close its eyes and tilt its head. Chi, chi, chi. The few poison needles struck its thick eyelids and the scales on its forehead, emitting a corrosive sound and leaving behind a few charred, shallow pits. While they didn't cause substantial damage, they successfully interfered with its vision and momentum, causing its sweeping giant tail to slow down. A good opportunity. A brilliant light shot from Lin Yan's eyes. He stepped with explosive step again, not retreating but advancing, actually charging toward the side of the magma earth-walking dragon. He curled the fingers of his right hand into a claw, and at his fingertips, a wisp of pitch black, profound aura that seemed capable of sucking away even souls condensed. The strength and seed flame of void devouring flame, compressed to the limit, as he prepared for a close range, point, style devouring assault targeting energy or soul. At the same time, he held a wisp of energy from the seed flame of the fallen heart flame in his left hand, invisible and intangible, carrying a burning sensation that pierced straight into the heart and soul, ready to strike, preparing to attack from both sides. You seek death. The magma earth-walking dragon felt the strange sense of threat coming from its side. Though surprised, it was not flustered. Its forelimb, covered in magma armor, lifted violently and slammed down like a giant hammer, while a layer of scorching, dark gold flames gushed out from the gaps in its armor, forming a protective ring of fire. However, Lin Yan's target was not its body. Just at the moment the giant magma claw was about to hit him, Lin Yan's figure slipped away like a loach. He utilized the turning ability of explosive step to the limit, narrowly evading the claw strike and brushing past the protective fire ring. The scorching airwave it stirred up nearly igniting him. His right hand, which had been gathering strength for a long time, lunged out like a viper striking from its hole. The point of extreme, compressed blackness at his fingertips slammed into the dark red energy vein that was faintly visible in the gap between the armor at the junction of the magma earth-walking dragon's forelimb and body. That was a branch of its earth-fire energy circulation. Void Devour. The pitch-black point of light sank into the gap of the armor, touching the surging dark red earth-fire energy. Roar. The magma earth-walking dragon let out a roar mixed with pain and furious shock. It felt the strange energy, cold, empty, and carrying a terrifying devouring power, instantly cut off that small section of its energy vein and frantically devour and annihilate the earth-fire essence within it. Even more terrifyingly, that power was still spreading along the energy vein, eroding deep into its body. Although insignificant relative to its massive total energy, it was like a maggot on a bone, bringing intense pain and sluggishness in its energy circulation. It whipped its forelimb violently, and its violent Douluo beast origin power exploded, blasting Lin Yan away while also forcibly expelling and dispersing that wisp of intruding void swallowing flame energy. Lin Yan spat blood again as he flew backward, slamming heavily into a protruding rock by the pool, feeling as though every bone in his body was about to fall apart. Yet, a cold smile appeared on his face. It had succeeded. Although the price was heavy, it proved that the seed flame of void devouring flame indeed had a restraining and damaging effect on its energy system. Moreover, the opponent was clearly extremely wary of this devouring property. Insect, you have enraged me. The magma earth-walking dragon completely went berserk, its 3 vertical pupils entirely bloodshot. Even fiercer flames gushed from the gaps in the magma armor on its body, its aura climbing once again, with a violent trend of faintly breaking through the peak of Tier 4 and touching the threshold of Tier 5 Douluo. It no longer cared about potentially damaging the secret grotto and the fire marrow crystal. It saw that the other party dared not destroy the fire marrow crystal, otherwise they would have acted sooner. It wanted to tear these 2 hateful thieves to shreds. Its massive body stood upright, and 3 pairs of magma wings on its back fully unfurled. The scorching light illuminated the entire secret grotto, and 2 spheres of dark gold magma energy, spinning violently and emitting destructive fluctuations, condensed in its claws. Earth-fire explosion. The 2 magma energy spheres flew out from its claws, one slammed toward Lin Yan, and the other actually blasted toward Xiao Yixian, who was nervously making arrangements by the pool. It wanted to kill both of them simultaneously, giving them no further chances. There was no escaping, there was no blocking. A look of determination flashed in Lin Yan's eyes, just as he was about to recklessly urge the void-swallowing flame to resist at any cost. The corner of his eye caught that Xiao Yixian's face was not only devoid of fear, but instead flashed with an unusual calmness, even carrying a glint of a scheme succeeding. Xiao Yixian did not dodge. Instead, she slammed her palms onto the formation node she had been studying all along. All the gray purple poison power within her body, which had been refined and compressed to the limit, surged into those ancient patterns like a floodgate opening. Using poison as a guide, reversing yin and yang, activate. She let out a sharp cry, her emerald eyes instantly flooded with gray purple toxic light. Hum. The massive, ancient formation by the pool, after remaining silent for who knows how many years, suddenly lit up with a faint glow. Although most of the patterns remained dim due to a severe lack of energy, the key node that Xiao Yixian had infused with her poison power, along with several connected patterns, suddenly activated. The formation was forcibly stimulated by the polluting poison power, producing a chaotic and violent reaction. A chaotic, mixed, yet energy field containing ancient seals and earth vein repulsion force erupted from that node as the center, just in time to meet the magma energy sphere blasting toward Xiao Yixian. Bang! The chaotic energy field collided with the magma sphere. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but rather, it was like ice water dripped into a pot of hot oil, triggering a violent and uncontrollable energy annihilation and conflict. The magma energy sphere was significantly weakened and deflected, flying past Xiao Yixian's body and slamming into the distant rock wall. The backlash from the formation also spread along the patterns, causing the energy field of the entire secret grotto to become chaotic. The light mist of the pool water turned violently, and the light of the fire marrow crystal flickered uncertainly. Meanwhile, Lin Yan, facing the other incoming magma sphere, knew it was time to risk his life. He held nothing back, forcing all the doji he had recovered, along with the green lotus core flame, the fallen heart flame, and even a wisp of source power from the newly strengthened seed flame of void devouring flame, to fuse and compress in front of him in an extremely brutal, near self-destructive manner. 3 flames, protective barrier. A semi-illusory, semi-solid flame light shield, interwoven with green, red, and black colors and covered with fine cracks on its surface, instantly formed, blocking in front of Lin Yan. Boom. The magma sphere slammed fiercely into the 3-colored light shield. A terrifying energy storm swept out. The light shield only held for a breath before shattering with a bang. Lin Yan was blown away like a broken sack, his entire body charred black, his bones emitting teeth-gritting cracking sounds in multiple places, blood spraying wildly, and his consciousness beginning to blur. But ultimately, he did not die. The 3-colored light shield had offset most of the power, and because of the formation's backlash and the chaotic energy field, the power of the magma earth-walking dragon strike had also been slightly affected. Cough, cough. Lin Yan fell to the edge of the pool, struggling to get up, but he found it difficult to even move a finger. His vision began to blur, and he could only see the massive silhouette of the magma earth-walking dragon, which also seemed slightly unstable in its aura due to the formation's backlash and continuous outbursts. It was shaking its huge head, its 3 vertical pupils staring fixedly at him, approaching step by step, filled with killing intent. Is it over? A sense of unwillingness welled up in Lin Yan's heart. Was he going to die here? Just at this moment of despair, in his blurred vision, he saw the ancient patterns on the edge of the pool that he was pressing down on and had stained with his blood. Those patterns stained with his blood containing the aura of the seed flames of heavenly flames and earth fire spirit liquid energy seemed to come alive, faintly lighting up with a weak glow that echoed the fire marrow crystal in the distance. And the dark gold fire marrow crystal in the center of the pool seemed to be stimulated by the heavenly flame aura in his blood, as well as the violent energy conflict just now. The remaining phantoms of the heavenly flame Dalmark sealed within it began to flicker and collide violently and uncontrollably. The entire secret grotto began to emit a low hum, as if coming from the depths of the earth. The magma earth walking dragon stopped its approach. For the first time, its 3 vertical pupils revealed a look of uncertainty, and even a trace of fear. It stared fixedly at the flickering fire marrow crystal in the humming ground, as if it had sensed some kind of more ancient and terrifying will that made its very soul tremble, which was slowly awakening from the depths of these earth veins. Chapter 26, Wrath of the Earth Vein, Submission of the Fire Spirit. The humming sound did not come from the air, but from beneath their feet, from the surrounding rock walls, from the strange liquid in the pool, and even from the earth core fire marrow crystal in the center, its light flickering uncertainly. It was deep and resonant, carrying an indescribable sense of antiquity and majesty, as if the mountains and earth, having slept for 10,000 years, were slowly opening their eyes. The violent, scorching air inside the secret grotto suddenly stalled the moment this humming began. The oppressive ferocity and terrifying pressure of the magma earth walking dragon were as if gripped and compressed by an invisible hand, appearing somewhat stagnant and cowering. It stopped its advance, the rage and killing intent in its 3 crimson gold vertical pupils replaced by shock and a trace of deeply hidden fear. Its massive body crouched slightly, the flames erupting from its spine, covered in magma armor, retracted significantly. It emitted uneasy low growls from its throat, staring fixedly at the fire marrow crystal in the center of the pool, and at the earth that was humming as if it had come alive. This is, in the magma earth walking dragon's chaotic mental fluctuations, an unbelievable horror was revealed, the will of the earth vein. How is it possible? The will of this place has been silent for 10,000 years. Before its voice had even faded, a sudden change occurred. The earth core fire marrow crystal in the center of the pool suddenly erupted with unprecedented, brilliant light. It was no longer a single crimson gold or the color of any specific heavenly flame, but swirling with 7 colors, as if it had simultaneously activated all the heavenly flame Dalmark phantom sealed within. The light, like a tangible tide, washed over the entire secret grotto. Wherever it passed, whether it was the restless flames on the magma earth walking dragon, the dispersed energy auras of Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian, or the violent particles wandering in the air, all were instantly smoothed, purified, and gathered. A vast, gentle, yet supreme will permeated the space along with this 7-colored light. It had no concrete form, no words, yet it seemed to be everywhere. It was the master of the secret grotto, the earth vein beneath their feet, and the earth fire and cold springs that had flowed for unknown ages. This will first looked toward the magma earth walking dragon. Boom. An invisible pressure descended from thin air. The magma earth walking dragon was as if struck by a 10,000-foot mountain, its massive 5-jong long body sinking violently. Its 4 giant magma claws sank deep into the hard ground, causing the surrounding rocks to crack. The fiercely burning flames on its body dimmed and extinguished at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the 3 pairs of magma light wings on its back lost all their radiance, drooping powerlessly as if all its strength had been drained. It let out a painful and humiliated muffled roar, its 3 vertical pupils filled with fear and submission, no longer daring to show any trace of ferocity. In front of this true will of the earth vein, this 4th-order peak magical beast, which dominated the region and was comparable to the peak of the Doling realm, was as insignificant as an ant. Next, that vast will slowly turned toward Lin Yan, who had collapsed on the ground. Lin Yan's consciousness was blurry at this moment, his whole body in excruciating pain, but deep in his soul, he could clearly feel the gaze of that will. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through his flesh and bones, reaching directly to the origin of his soul, seeing the existence of the 10-seed flame of void devouring flame within him, especially that wisp of void swallowing flame that had just grown stronger, pitch black and profound. There was no malice, no greed, only a kind of pure curiosity, scrutiny, and a trace of an extremely faint, gentle fluctuation, as if it were seeing the cub of its own kind. A wisp of the 7-colored light separated, like the softest tentacle, brushing over Lin Yan's charred and broken body. Wherever the light passed, the terrifying burns, fractured bones, and damaged meridians began to repair and heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Furthermore, a pure, gentle, vast, and upright energy surged into his dried-up dantian and meridians, not only rapidly replenishing his exhausted doji, but also quietly nourishing his severely overdrawn soul. This repair was not merely simple healing, it was more like a high-level energy baptism and gift. Lin Yan's consciousness quickly cleared, the pain in his body fading away rapidly, replaced by a warm sense of comfort and the pleasure of strength filling him once again. He even felt that his control over the several seed flame of void devouring flame in his body, especially the void swallowing flame that had just absorbed the Dalmarks, seemed to have become more effortless, and his connection with them tighter. Finally, the gaze of the vast will fell upon Xiao Yixian, who was standing by the pool, pale-faced but forcing herself to remain upright, her eyes filled with shock and vigilance. When the gaze fell upon her, it seemed to pause slightly, conveying a more complex emotional fluctuation. There was surprise, pity, and a trace of an exclamation, as if seeing some strange treasure of heaven and earth's creation. The calamity poison body power within Xiao Yixian involuntarily began to circulate slowly under this gaze, emitting a grayish-purple shimmer. She felt that her newly born, just organized, and controlled poison body origin had produced an extremely faint, yet real resonance with this vast will of the earth vein. It was as if her body, which was regarded as a curse, was, in the eyes of this ancient earth vein that had nurtured countless wonders of heaven and earth, also a unique treasure, generated by heaven and earth, only it was unpolished and contained immense risks. A wisp of fine light, intertwined with pale blue essence of extreme cold earth vein and crimson essence of earth fire, separated from the pool water and gently lingered around Xiao Yixian. It did not invade her body, but emitted a peaceful and upright aura, further soothing and stabilizing her poison power, which had just experienced a riot and rebirth, making her feel entirely comfortable, as if even her soul had been washed clean. The entire process seemed long, but in reality, it only took a few breaths. Inside the secret grotto, the 7-colored light gradually retracted back into the fire marrow crystal, and the vast, boundless will of the earth vein retreated like a tide, the humming sound gradually subsiding. However, the atmosphere inside the secret grotto, which had originally been violent, scorching, and filled with killing intent, had completely changed. The air was mild, the energy peaceful, leaving only the heavy panting of the magma earth walking dragon in the heartbeats of Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian, who had survived a disaster. The magma earth walking dragon remained prostrate on the ground, not daring to rise. The fear in its 3 vertical pupils had not yet faded, and its gaze toward Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian had completely changed. It was no longer the look of seeing thieves or prey, but was filled with wariness, complexity, and even a trace of indescribable awe. Because it clearly felt that the attitude of the will of the earth vein toward these 2 humans was completely different from its attitude toward it. Lin Yan slowly stood up from the ground, stretched his almost completely recovered body, his eyes filled with shock and contemplation. He looked at the fire marrow crystal in the center, whose light was tending toward calm, then looked at the prostrate magma earth walking dragon, and finally, his gaze met with Xiao Yixian's. Both of them saw the same disbelief and deep lingering fear in each other's eyes. The will of the earth vein, it actually exists, and it has awakened. Lin Yan whispered to himself, his heart churning. This was completely beyond his expectations. It seemed that this lava cave was far more than just a treasure land of fire attributes, its depths connected to a more ancient and mysterious earth vein core, and might even be related to some origin of this magical beast mountain range. Xiao Yixian also walked to Lin Yan's side. Her aura had stabilized a lot, her poison power restrained, her eyes still shaken, but more filled with a kind of awe for the great power of heaven and earth. It seems to have helped us, she asked uncertainly. At least it has no malice for now. Lin Yan nodded, his gaze once again cast toward the magma earth-walking dragon, his eyes slightly cold. Although the will of the earth vein had suppressed it, the threat of this beast had not been lifted. Seeming to sense Lin Yan's gaze, the magma earth-walking dragon's massive body trembled slightly. It struggled to lift its head, looking at Lin Yan, and its mental fluctuations came again, but this time they were filled with humility and compromise. Respected envoy, the previous offense was truly due to ignorance. I implore the envoy for forgiveness. Envoy, Lin Yan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the gift from the will of the earth vein just now and its special attitude toward them had caused this stupid dragon to have a serious misunderstanding, thinking that they had some connection with the will of the earth vein, or were even its envoys. This was a situation that could be utilized. Lin Yan's thoughts raced, but his face remained calm. He even deliberately revealed a trace of an aura that fused the breaths of the green lotus core flame and the fallen heart flame, carrying a faint pressure. Having just been baptized by the earth vein energy, his control and simulation of the heavenly flame aura were more effortless. He looked coldly at the magma earth-walking dragon, not responding directly, but instead asking in return, you guard the fire lotus and fire marrow crystal here, yet you allow the fire poison to run rampant, disturbing the peace of the earth vein, and furthermore, you dare to harbor killing intent toward those favored by the earth vein. Do you know your crime? His words were half true and half false, and combined with the wrath of the will of the earth vein just now, it sounded quite a bit like acting on behalf of heaven to punish. The fear in the magma earth-walking dragon's eyes deepened, and it hurriedly lowered its huge head. This small dragon knows its crime. This small dragon knows its crime. I am willing to accept the envoy's punishment. I only beg the envoy to spare this small dragon's life. I am willing to offer the guarded fire lotus and a portion of the fire marrow crystal essence, and serve the envoy as master, guarding by the envoy's side, to atone for my sins. Offer the fire lotus and a portion of the fire marrow crystal essence. And even serve as master. Lin Yan's heart stirred. This was an unexpected gain. A fourth-order peak fighter, possessing a faint dragon bloodline, and familiar with the environment of this place, as a thug in mount. Although it was heavily injured by the suppression of the earth vein, its potential was huge. Moreover, with it here, perhaps he could better explore and utilize this lava cave area, and even learn more about the will of the earth vein and the secrets of this place. However, this beast was cunning and ferocious, he had to be on guard. Lin Yan looked at Xiao Yixian, using his eyes to ask for her opinion. Xiao Yixian frowned slightly, obviously having no good feelings toward this giant beast that had almost killed them, but she also understood the benefits of subduing it, especially since they now urgently needed to increase their strength and find a safe place to stay. She nodded gently. HMPH, Lin Yan snorted coldly, his gaze like lightning, it is not impossible to spare your life. But you must be bound by a soul contract, using the wisp of your origin soul fire as a pledge, never to betray for the rest of your life, otherwise the soul fire will backfire, and your body and soul will be destroyed. Are you willing? The soul contract was a relatively harsh master-servant contract in the Fighting Chi continent, requiring the servant to voluntarily offer a wisp of their origin object bound to their soul, such as a magical beast's origin soul fire, a demon spirit's life essence, etc., which would then be controlled by the master. Once the servant betrayed, the master could directly severely injure or even destroy their soul through this wisp of origin object. The magma earth-walking dragon's body trembled violently, a struggle flashing in its eyes. Offering its origin soul fire was equivalent to completely handing over its life and death into the hands of another. But it looked at the heavenly flame aura on Lin Yan that made its heart palpitate, thought about the terror of the will of the earth vein just now, and then looked at its own state of being heavily injured and suppressed. There was simply no room for choice. This small dragon is willing. It finally lowered its head, and from between its brows, a faint yet pure, dark gold flame slowly drifted out, flying toward Lin Yan. This was precisely a wisp of its origin soul fire. Lin Yan reached out to catch it, carefully probing with his soul power. After confirming it was correct, he took it into his body, wrapping and nourishing it with a trace of void-swallowing flame aura. It was both protection and monitoring. Immediately, a clear master-servant connection was established between him and the magma earth-walking dragon, and he could vaguely perceive the other party's emotions and state. Since you have acknowledged me as master, from now on I shall call you Kai Rong. Lin Yan said in a deep voice, get up, and heal your injuries first. Thank you, master, for bestowing the name. Kai Rong, the magma earth-walking dragon, breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to crawl up, and lay down on the side, beginning to absorb the residual fire attribute energy in the air to heal, its attitude incomparably submissive. The crisis seemed to be temporarily resolved, and they had unexpectedly subdued a powerful magical beast. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian looked at each other, both feeling a sense of exhaustion and absurdity after the fatigue. But both of them were clear that the awakening of the will of the earth vein and the submission of Kai Rong had only pulled them back from the edge of immediate death and dragged them into a deeper, more unpredictable vortex. Lin Yan walked to the edge of the pool, looking at the fire marrow crystal with its restrained brilliance, then looked at the strange pool water beside it, and finally cast his gaze toward the darkness deeper in the secret grotto. Why would the will of the earth vein awaken at this moment? What is its attitude toward us exactly? And what is hidden in the depths of this secret grotto? Lin Yan asked in a low voice, more as if asking himself. Xiao Yixian also gazed at that deep place, her emerald eyes shimmering under the dim light reflected from the pool water. I feel, my poisoned body seems to have an indescribable resonance with that place. It's very faint, but it definitely exists. Lin Yan's heart stirred slightly. The calamity poisoned body also had a resonance with this secret grotto of the earth vein. Just at this moment, the will of the earth vein, which had just fallen silent, seemed to transmit an extremely faint, almost imperceptible fluctuation again, like a murmur in a dream, pointing toward the deeper, darker end of the secret grotto. At the same time, the seed flame of void devouring flame within Lin Yan once again transmitted a clear longing, even more urgent than before. That place seemed to be what truly attracted it, or rather, where the thing that attracted this wisp of heavenly flame origin, which represented devouring and void, was located. And when Kai Rong sensed the direction of that fluctuation, its huge body also trembled imperceptibly, deep fear flashing in its eyes once again, as if something even more terrifying than the awakening of the will of the earth vein was hidden there. Chapter 27: The Abyss of the Secret Grotto, the Mystery of the Ancient Scales. Deep darkness, like viscous ink, settled at the end of the secret grotto passage. Only the soft glimmer emitted by the fire marrow crystal, dancing on the surface of the pool water, barely illuminated the area of a dozen zhang nearby. The air was warm and peaceful, yet carried an indescribable weight in antiquity, as if time flowed exceptionally slowly here. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian stood side by side by the pool, their gazes cast into the unknown darkness. Kai Rong's massive body lay sprawled a bit further away, absorbing the residual fire attribute energy in the air to heal its wounds, while its dark golden vertical pupils scanned the darkness with vigilance from time to time, emitting extremely low, uneasy grumbling sounds from its throat. It had just submitted, its injuries were not light, and its fear of the depths seemed rooted in its soul. What do you feel? Lin Yan asked Xiao Yixian beside him in a low voice. His own soul perception extended into the darkness, but it was like a stone sinking into the sea, blocked by that dense ancient aura. He could only vaguely sense that the energy there was extremely obscure and complex, far beyond the scorching fire poison of the outside world. On the contrary, the seed flame of void-devouring flame within his body transmitted a desire that was becoming increasingly clear and urgent, as if something at the end of the darkness was strongly attracting it. Xiao Yixian frowned slightly, her emerald eyes looking exceptionally deep in the dim light. I cannot quite say. It is not poison, nor is it pure energy. It is more like a kind of resonance. The origin of my calamity poison body seems to be trembling slightly, not a riot, but, like it heard some kind of extremely distant call from the same source. It is very faint, but it definitely exists. She subconsciously stroked her lower abdomen, where the origin of her poison power gathered. A call from the same source. Lin Yan felt a chill in his heart. The calamity poison body was a strange constitution generated by heaven and earth. Could it be that in the depths of this grotto, something related to the origin of the calamity poison body actually existed? Or was it a record or residue of some special existence by the will of the earth vein itself? The will of the earth vein guided us here and suppressed Kai Rong. It is definitely not without reason. Lin Yan pondered. These depths are likely the true core secret of this place. Kai Rong, he turned to the magma earth walking dragon. You have guarded this place for many years. Do you know what exactly is in those depths? Kai Rong's huge head lifted slightly, fear and struggle intertwined in its dark golden vertical pupils, and a mental fluctuation came, carrying awe and hesitation, reporting to master. Although this little dragon has guarded the fire lotus and the holy crystal fire marrow crystal here for over 100 years, I have never dared to go deep into the end of the path of returning to silence. That is the true forbidden zone of the will of the earth vein, the place where the ancient will sleeps, and also, the starting point of the return of all things to ruins. This little dragon only knows that powerful existences, it referred to some fifth order or even higher order magical beasts or human experts in the past who tried to break into the depths were all silently swallowed, leaving not even a trace. Only the will of the earth vein itself, or those approved by it, can set foot there. Just now, the holy crystal moved abnormally, and the will awakened. Perhaps, it is precisely the approval of master in this young lady. Approval. Lin Yan was noncommittal. The actions of the will of the earth vein were indeed intriguing, more like a kind of guidance and test. It seemed to want them to go in, yet it did not give any clear instructions or guarantees. Risk and opportunity coexist. This is the eternal truth of the cultivation world. Lin Yan glanced at Xiao Yixian. Although her face was still a bit pale, her eyes were firm, and she was clearly prepared to face the unknown. After the baptism of the energy of the earth vein in the life and death battle with Kai Rong, an extraordinary trust and tacit understanding had been established between the two. Let us go in and take a look. Lin Yan finally made up his mind. Kai Rong, guard the entrance here. If there is any abnormality, contact me immediately through the soul contract. Yes, master, please be careful, Kai Rong hurriedly replied. It was eager not to have to go in. Lin Yan took 2 night luminescent pearls from his storage ring and gave one to Xiao Yixian. The soft white light barely dispelled some of the darkness. He retracted his soul perception to within a few jong around him, concentrating and guarding. The seed flame of void-devouring flame flowed slowly in his meridians, ready to erupt at any time. Xiao Yixian also quietly circulated the poison sutra, strands of condensed poison power lingering on her fingertips, which could be used for self-defense as well as a special means of detection. The two walked one after the other into the deep passage that Kai Rong called the path of returning to silence. The passage was not straight, but snaked downwards with a gentle slope. The rock walls on both sides were no longer the dark red of the outside world, but presented a deep dark gray, cold to the touch, with an exceptionally hard texture, covered with traces of erosion by time and some blurry, ancient patterns, similar in style to the formation patterns by the pool, but more primitive and grandiose. The air became increasingly dense, and even breathing seemed to require extra effort. The light of the night luminescent pearl could only illuminate their feet in the nearby rock walls, while further away remained endless darkness. Dead silence, absolute dead silence, only the slight footsteps and the friction of their clothes echoed in the passage, adding to the oppression. After walking for about a quarter of an hour, the front suddenly opened up. The end of the passage connected to a wider underground space. The light of the night luminescent pearl seemed insignificant here, and one could only vaguely see that this was an unimaginably huge underground cave, with a dome of unknown height hidden in the darkness. Under their feet was a flat, smooth, mirror-like black rock ground, extending into the depths of the darkness. And what was most shocking was what stood in the center of this cave. It was not a mountain, nor a giant rock, but a section of, a spine of some creature that was unimaginably huge. Even though only a small part was exposed above the ground, it was dozens of jong high, winding like a mountain range, with a pale white color that had gone through the weathering of eternity, yet faintly glowing with a jade-like luster. The bones were incomparably thick, covered with mysterious and complex natural patterns, not carved, but grown, and every pattern seemed to contain the principles of heaven and earth. Just gazing at it, one could feel an ancient, desolate, and faint pressure originating from the source of life. This pressure was not the momentum of a living thing, but a residual imprint of life level engraved deep in the bones, which, despite the wear of endless years, still made the souls of Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian tremble. The source of Kai Rong's fear was likely this. What creatures remains are these? A dragon, or some other ancient divine beast? Xiao Yixian's voice trembled, clutching Lin Yan's sleeve tightly. The scene before her exceeded her cognition. Lin Yan was also shocked. Such huge remains, what kind of terrifying existence must it have been when it was alive? It was likely far beyond a Dozong, Dozun, or even, he dared not think further. Moreover, the aura emitted by these remains seemed to have some indescribable, extremely faint connection with the seed flame of void-devouring flame in his body and Xiao Yixian's poisoned body perception. The desire of the seed flame of void-devouring flame reached its peak at this moment, pointing to the central area of that huge spine. Let us go over and take a look, be careful. Lin Yan took a deep breath, suppressed the palpitations in his heart, took Xiao Yixian, and walked slowly towards that towering spine. The closer they got, the clearer the desolate and ancient pressure became. The black rock ground under their feet was smooth enough to reflect images, reflecting the faint light of the night luminescent pearl in the pale bones. The air was filled with a strange energy field, calm and obscure, as if it could absorb all sounds and distracting thoughts. Finally, they arrived at the root of the spine. Viewing it from close range, it felt even more magnificent. The surface of the bones was as smooth as jade, and those natural patterns looked even more complicated and mysterious at close range, with energy faintly flowing in them extremely slowly. And at the place where the root of the spine met the ground, Lin Yan saw something different. On the black rock ground there, some scales of different sizes were scattered. Most of the scales were incomplete, dark in color, as if they had experienced unimaginable energy scouring and corrosion by time. But a few of the relatively complete ones could still show their original color, jet black as ink, yet faintly flowing with a dark golden luster. The texture was neither gold nor jade, incomparably heavy, with sharp edges. On each scale, similar, yet smaller and more precise natural patterns were engraved, like those on the spine. Lin Yan squatted down and carefully picked up a palm-sized black scale. It was cold and heavy to the touch, as if holding a piece of cold iron. The patterns on the scale felt delicate to the touch, faintly transmitting an extremely faint, yet incomparably tenacious strange fluctuation. This fluctuation was actually extremely slightly similar to the aura of the seed flame of void-devouring flame in his body. It was not about devouring, but that essence of emptiness and inclusiveness, as well as an indescribable, ancient and noble feeling. Xiao Yixian also picked up a smaller scale, sensed it carefully, and a strange expression appeared on her face. This scale seems to have no rejection towards my poison power. Instead, it is a bit intimate. Her poison power touched the scale, and the dark surface actually lit up slightly with an imperceptible gray purple halo. At the same time, the seed flame of void devouring flame in Lin Yan's body separated a strand of extremely tiny energy and actively wrapped around the black scale in his hand. The dark golden patterns on the scale seemed to be activated, and began to flow with faint light, forming a sharp contrast with the emptiness feeling of the jet black scale itself, yet harmonious and unified. The owner of this scale. A shocking guess emerged in Lin Yan's heart. Could it be that it simultaneously possesses the attributes of emptiness and some kind of extreme yang, or creation? Even, perhaps it has some connection with the birth of strange things in heaven and earth like strange fire in the calamity poison body. Just as the two were immersed in the shock and thought of discovering the scales, Lin Yan's system interface suddenly flashed red violently. Emergency warning. Detected high concentration. Hun Clan. Hall of Souls high level origin soul power residue. Source. Inside the core area of the giant creature's spine ahead. Nature of residual soul power. Extremely pure, ancient, and carries strong, devouring, and enslavement characteristics. Exists partial homologous high order characteristics with the soul fragments in the 3-star Douluo Dalu black ring obtained by the host. Danger level. Extremely high. Suspected to be the remains of a top expert of the Hun Clan who fell in ancient times. Remains of a top expert of the Hun Clan. Lin Yan's brain roared. The Hun Clan, the ancient clan behind the Hall of Souls, one of the most mysterious and terrifying forces on the fighting Qi continent. Could this be the place where an ancient expert of the Hun Clan fell? Then this black scale, could it be part of that Hun Clan expert's body? Weren't the Hun Clans known for their strange souls in ancient times? How could there be such a huge, scaled physical remain? Could the form of the Hun Clan in ancient times be different from later generations? Countless questions instantly filled his mind, and the system's warning continued. Warning, although the soul power residue in the core area of the remains has experienced the passage of time, its essence is extremely high, and it seems to be sealed by the will of the earth vein and some more ancient power. The host's approach may trigger a reaction of the residual soul power or trigger an unknown sealing mechanism. It is recommended to stay away immediately. However, the desire of the seed flame of void devouring flame pointed even more intensely to the core of the spine, as if there was something it must obtain there. Xiao Yixian also seemed to sense something, pointing to an inconspicuous depression in the middle section of the spine. There, it seems like something is glowing. It is very faint, carrying a kind of cold, gloomy feeling that makes me very uncomfortable. Lin Yan looked in the direction she pointed, and in the shadow of the pale bone gap, there was indeed a point of extremely faint, pale light that seemed to be extinguished at any time, flickering. The aura of that light was actually somewhat similar to the bone-chilling flame mark he had previously blocked from the black ring, but more obscure and ancient. Was it the residual origin soul fire of the Hun Clan remains? Or something else? To go, or not to go? Lin Yan clenched the black scale in his hand, feeling the desire of the void-swallowing flame in the system's warning, his eyes flickering violently. He knew that ahead might be a huge crisis, or it might be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Hall of Souls, and even the deeper connection between his own strange fire and this world. Xiao Yixian, you step back a bit, go to the entrance of the passage. Lin Yan said in a deep voice, his tone unquestionable, I will go to the front to take a look. If the situation is not right, leave immediately with Kai Rong, do not worry about me. Lin Yan, Xiao Yixian said urgently, her eyes full of worry. Do not worry, I have a sense of propriety. Lin Yan gave her a reassuring look, then turned around, his internal fighting chi and strange fire energy quietly raised to a state of alert, walking step by step towards the core area where the pale spine and the pale light spot were located. As he approached, the surrounding air seemed to become more viscous, and in that desolate and ancient pressure, a trace of cold, dead, yet weirdly attractive soul power aura gradually mixed in. The black ground under his feet seemed to be starting to heat up slightly. Just as Lin Yan was about 10 jong away from the depression in the spine, a change occurred again. The entire underground cave shook violently. It was not from the earth vein, nor from the remains, but from, high above their heads, deep in the rock layers far, far away. It was as if something unimaginably huge was using terrifying power to smash and tear the earth, trying to break into the depths of this earth vein. At the same time, the heart-burning seal on Lin Yan's back, which had been suppressed by the energy of the earth vein and had almost fallen silent, suddenly became scorching hot and jumped violently, as if it had been summoned by some external, homologous, and more powerful force. The mental fluctuation transmitted by Kai Rong through the soul contract was full of horror. Master. It is bad. Above, there is an extremely terrifying existence forcibly breaking through the rock layers. The aura is countless times more terrifying than when this little dragon was in its prime. And it carries the same source of flavor as that mark on your body. The system's warning also rang crazily. Detected ultra-high-level external impact. Source, from the surface to the underground rock layers. Nature of impact energy. Fire attribute extremely violent, space attribute tearing, soul power attribute cold erosion. Comprehensive judgment. An unknown strong enemy is breaking through the seal of the earth vein by violent means, and the target is suspected to be directly aimed at the location of these remains. The impact is expected to arrive at this area within half a stick of incense. Lin Yan's face changed drastically. In front was the mystery of the Hun Clan remains and potential danger, and behind was an unknown terrifying strong enemy breaking through the ground. This deep grotto abyss had become a desperate situation within a desperate situation in the blink of an eye. He looked up sharply, as if he could see the destructive shadow approaching rapidly through the endless rock layers. The black scale in his hand was slightly hot, and the pale light at the depression of the spine also seemed to sense the threat from the outside world, flickering more urgently. Deep in the earth vein, that vast will transmitted an extremely faint fluctuation again, this time carrying a trace of deep fatigue and a resolute sigh. The vibrations in the underground cavern grew increasingly violent. Above the dome, a dull, thunderous roar approached from afar. Every impact made the entire space tremble, causing fine stone powder and dust to rain down from the heights. This was no earthquake, it was a terrifying attack imbued with extremely violent fire attribute energy that tore through space, mixed with cold soul power. It was smashing and melting the thick rock layers in the most brutal manner, aiming directly at the forbidden site of remains deep within the will of the earth vein. The heart-burning seal on Lin Yan's back was already as scalding as a branding iron, pulsing frantically as if it would burst out of his body in the next moment to merge with the terrifying presence rapidly approaching. He did not need the panic mental fluctuations transmitted by Kai Rong through the soul contract to understand that the strength of the arrivals was far beyond imagination. They were likely true high-level experts from the Hall of Souls, perhaps more than one. They had been drawn here by both the mark on his body and the abnormal fluctuations deep within the will of the earth vein. Ahead lay the mysterious, ancient remains emitting cold soul power, and behind him, a terrifying enemy was tearing through the earth in pursuit. A true dead end. Lin Yan, Xiao Yixian also felt the pressure of impending doom. Her face was deathly pale, but she did not retreat. Instead, she stepped forward to stand side by side with Lin Yan, gray purple poison energy condensing at her fingertips. Before she could finish her sentence, the massive, deathly pale spine in the center of the cavern suddenly underwent a transformation. The profound natural patterns on the surface of the spine simultaneously lit up with a faint yet pure jade-white radiance. The light was not blinding, but it carried an ancient rhythm of washing away worldly impurities and returning to simplicity. At the same time, the mirror-smooth black ground beneath Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian manifested countless fine, pale gold patterns that were of the same origin as the array by the pool but even more magnificent. The entire cavern's energy field was instantly activated. That vast, gentle, yet supreme, will of the earth vein descended clearly once again. But this time, its fluctuations lacked the previous scrutiny and curiosity, replaced instead by a deep weariness, a hint of determination, and a gravity akin to entrusting a heavy responsibility. The fluctuations of the will transmitted directly into the depths of Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian's souls. There were no words, yet it conveyed a clear intent. Outsiders, bearing the fate of the heavenly flame in the calamity, the earth vein is about to fall silent, the seal is about to break, the evil souls are coming. Take the ancient soul scale, and the purifying erosion fire seed, flee this place, do not let them fall into the hands of the evil souls. This is my final gift. As the intent was transmitted, the faint, flickering pale light in the depression of the massive spine's midsection suddenly brightened. It slowly floated up from the bone crevices, revealing its true form. It was not a flame, but a strange crystal the size of a pigeon egg, crystalline and pale like white crystal, yet seemingly sealing a small, constantly shifting, weak flame inside. This was exactly the purifying erosion fire seed, mentioned by the will of the earth vein. The moment the fire seed appeared, the seed flame of void devouring flame within Lin Yan erupted with unprecedented longing and palpitations. Xiao Yixian also felt her newly stabilized poison energy source develop an extremely complex feeling toward this fire seed, a mixture of instinctive repulsion due to the purification and soul power characteristics it contained, and an indescribable attraction as if it also sealed a trace of strange energy related to the essence of poison that had been purified and transformed. At the same time, those pitch black scales with dark gold patterns, that ancient soul scale, scattered on the ground seemed to be summoned, collectively emitting a low hum. Several relatively intact scales with clear patterns automatically flew up, hovering before Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian. Quick, Lin Yan did not hesitate in the slightest. The determination of the will of the earth vein, and the increasingly close roar of destruction above signaled that time was running out. He reached out and grasped the pale, crystal-like, purifying erosion fire seed into his palm. The fire seed felt icy cold to the touch, but the small flame inside radiated a faint warmth, and a pure, ancient energy carrying fluctuations of purification and strange soul power vaguely seeped out. The seed flame of void devouring flame immediately sent a strong urge to devour it, but Lin Yan forcibly suppressed it. Now is not the time. Xiao Yixian also immediately collected the few ancient soul scale hovering before her. The scales felt heavy and cold, and when the patterns on them came into contact with her poison energy, they once again emitted a faint gray-purple halo. It seemed there really was some kind of resonance. Just the moment they finished collecting the items, the roar from the rock layers above reached its peak. Crack. With a deafening sound of shattering, a terrifying crack several dozen jong long was forcibly torn into the hard rock of the cavern dome, which contained the power of the earth vein. A violent torrent of energy, interwoven with crimson, dark gold, and pale white, poured down from the crack like a collapsing celestial river. The scorching high temperature instantly caused the air in the cavern to twist and burn. The cold soul power eroded all signs of life, and there was an even sharper force that tore through space, grinding everything in its path into powder. Through that crack, one could vaguely see in the darkness above several incomparably huge, hideous giant claws, burning with different colored flames and wrapped in soul power chains, crazily tearing at the rock layers. 3 huge eyes, emitting terrifying pressure and resembling small suns, were coldly looking through the crack, locking onto the remains below, and Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian beside the remains. Merely the gaze of those eyes was enough to freeze one's soul and cause one's doqi to stagnate. The strength of the arrivals definitely surpassed the Douwang level. They were at least Douwangs, or perhaps even higher. Earth vein, seal. Just at this critical moment, the will of the earth vein let out its final, silent cry. The entire underground cavern erupted with unprecedented light. The jade-white patterns on the deathly pale spine, the pale gold array patterns underfoot, and even the surrounding rock walls all lit up simultaneously. A vast, boundless, and mountain-heavy earth-yellow energy surged in from all directions. It was no longer a gentle nourishment, but filled with a resolute will of suppression and protection. The earth-yellow energy transformed into an incredibly solid screen of light, rushing upward to forcibly hold back the pouring 3-colored energy torrent. At the same time, the space around the remains began to twist and fold violently, forming layers of spatial barriers in an attempt to isolate those terrifying giant claws in their gaze. Roar. An angry and surprised roar came from above the crack, clearly not having expected the will of the earth vein, which had been silent for 10,000 years, to still possess such power. The 3-colored energy torrent became even more violent, the tearing force of the giant claws increased sharply, and the spatial barriers emitted sounds of shattering under the unbearable load. The fluctuations of the will of the earth vein quickly became weak and scattered. It was burning its final origin to buy Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian the last bit of time. Go. Lin Yan's eyes were split with rage. He knew the will of the earth vein could not hold on for long. He grabbed Xiao Yixian and turned to rush toward the path of returning to silence, tunnel they had come from. The doqi and heavenly flame energy within his body erupted without reservation, pushing his explosive step to its extreme speed. The tunnel behind them began to shake violently, and the rock walls cracked. Clearly, the aftermath of the battle above had already permeated down. Kai Rong, Lin Yan shouted sternly through the soul contract. Master, the tunnel is about to collapse. I will meet you at the exit. Kai Rong transmitted a panicked but firm response. The two ran for their lives through the collapsing tunnel, with the loud sounds of falling rocks and energy impacts constantly coming from behind. Xiao Yixian's face was pale, but she gritted her teeth and followed closely behind Lin Yan, with poison energy concentrated at her feet to make her movements lighter. Just as they were about to rush out of the tunnel and return to the secret grotto, where the fire marrow crystal was located, the final fluctuation of the will of the earth vein behind them transmitted a faint, lingering echo that seemed like relief and also like a sigh. Fire seed, scales, key, beware, Hun clan. The fluctuations dissipated completely. Immediately after, boom. A sound far more terrifying than all the previous commotions combined came from the direction of the remains cavern. Accompanying it were the furious roars of the unknown terrifying enemies, as well as the mournful cry of some massive entity completely shattering and annihilating. The seal of the earth vein was broken. Violent turbulent energy swept through the tunnel from behind like a tsunami. Jump. Lin Yan pulled Xiao Yixian and, the moment they rushed into the secret grotto, threw themselves toward the side of the pool. Kai Rong, who had already been waiting there and had recovered slightly from its injuries, also erupted with all its strength, using its massive body and residual lava energy to try its best to block and deflect the incoming turbulent energy. Splash, splash. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian fell into the strange pool water, which was interwoven with pale blue and crimson. The pool water did not cause discomfort, instead, it quickly enveloped them, forming a soft protective film of energy. Master, grab me. Kai Rong gave a low roar, using its tail to coil around a fixed rock by the side of the pool, while extending a front claw. Lin Yan grabbed Kai Rong's front claw, while his other hand held Xiao Yixian tightly. Kai Rong roared, erupting with all its strength, its 3 pairs of dim lava wings flapping desperately on its back, carrying the 2 as it rushed out of the pool water and crashed toward a dome above the secret grotto that had previously been struck by the power of the will of the earth vein and had vaguely cracked. Boom. The dome rock layer, which was already unstable due to the energy impact, was smashed open by Kai Rong, revealing intricate rock crevices and underground water veins above. Kai Rong did not care about anything else, relying on its familiarity with the underground environment and its instinct for survival. It frantically shuttled through, fleeing for its life in a direction far away from the remains cavern and the terrifying enemies. They did not know how long they traveled through the dark and complex underground water veins and rock crevices. It was not until the terrifying pressure and energy fluctuations that made their hearts palpitate could no longer be felt from behind that Kai Rong finally collapsed from exhaustion, falling into a relatively calm and wide underground river. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian slid off its back and fell into the icy river water. Both were exhausted, gasping for breath. They both had multiple abrasions, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state, but at least, they had escaped. The relief of surviving a disaster and the complex emotions regarding the dissipation of the will of the earth vein intertwined in their hearts. Lin Yan opened his palm. The pale, crystal-like, purifying erosion fire seed lay quietly in his palm, emitting a faint light. The few heavy, ancient soul scale s were also intact. Key, beware, Hun Clan, the final words of the will of the earth vein echoed in his ears. He raised his head, looking toward the unknown darkness ahead, where the underground river flowed. Kai Rong's wild crashing had long since deviated from their original direction and path. Now, where were they? The water of the underground river was icy and biting, carrying them toward the unknown distance. Behind them, the aftermath of the terrifying confrontation that had occurred in the deep earth vein might still be echoing. And at the end of the darkness ahead, there vaguely came the scent of moist water vapor, different from the smell of magma and sulfur, and the long, slow breathing sound of some massive creature. Chapter 29, The End of the Dark River, Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon. The cold underground dark river was silent and swift. The water was pitch black. Even under the faint light of the green lotus core flame condensed at Lin Yan's fingertips, he could only see a few feet ahead, while further away lay an all-consuming darkness. The current pushed them along, tirelessly rushing toward an unknown destination. Kai Rong's massive body could not fully stretch out in the narrow river channel, so it could only struggle to float half submerged, using its limbs and tail to barely control its direction and avoid the hidden reefs and rock walls in the water. It had not yet recovered from its injuries and had just experienced a desperate escape. Its aura was currently weak, and its dark golden slit pupils were filled with exhaustion and unease. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian lay on either side of Kai Rong's relatively broad and flat back armor. The cold river water soaked through their clothes, bringing a bone-chilling cold, but it also helped cool down their blood and tense nerves, which had been boiling from their frantic escape. The relief of surviving a disaster, combined with complex emotions regarding the dissipation of the will of the earth vein, washed over their hearts silently, just like the cold river water. Lin Yan closed his eyes to regulate his breathing, seizing the time to recover his nearly exhausted doqi and soul power. The 10 types of heavenly flame sub-fires within his body, especially the void-swallowing flame, appeared exceptionally active after experiencing the baptism of the earth vein energy and the stimulation of the purifying erosion fire seed. The connection between them seemed even tighter, as they were spontaneously absorbing the thin heaven and earth energy around them, slowly nourishing his body. He sank his consciousness into the system to check the new notifications. Successfully escaped the extremely dangerous area. Obtained special items. Purifying erosion fire seed sealed incomplete ancient soul scale 7 pieces. Triggered hidden quest follow-up the truth of the lost key. Closing square bracket. Quest hint. The purifying erosion fire seed and the ancient soul scale are key items keys for opening suppressing connecting to certain ancient ruins or seals. Their true purpose has a deep connection with the Hun Clan, Calamity Poison Body, and heavenly flames. Further information or specific locations are needed to trigger it. Warning. The soul power and purification power sealed within the purifying erosion fire seed are extremely unstable, and it may contain a residual Hun Clan tracking mark high level. The ancient soul scale has a special material and has a weak resonance and guidance effect on soul power and some special energies such as Calamity Poison Body energy. Please study and use with caution. A key, connected to the Hun Clan, the Calamity Poison Body, and heavenly flames. Lin Yan felt a shock in his heart. The final message from the will of the earth vein was indeed not baseless. This fire seed and the scales involved secrets far deeper than he had imagined. He opened his eyes and looked at the pale, crystal-like fire seed in his palm. The fire seed emitted a soft glimmer in the darkness, and the flickering flame inside seemed to sense his gaze, swaying slightly. He could feel the void swallowing flames craving for it. It was an instinctive impulse to swallow, analyze, and convert it into its own nourishment. But the system's warning also made him afraid to act rashly. This fire seed had an extremely high essence and might be a hot potato. It required a safer way to handle it. He looked again at the few ancient soul scales stored in his storage ring. The scales were pitch black and heavy, with dark golden patterns appearing faintly under the firelight. He took one out and sensed it carefully again. That feeling of emptiness and ancient nobility remained, and the faint resonance with his void-swallowing flame aura was still there. But this time, he seemed to capture a trace of an extremely obscure yet incredibly tenacious, residual life imprint from the dark golden patterns. It was as if the owner of this scale had reached an inconceivable realm of life, such that even after dying and dissipating for eons, their life mark was still engraved on every scale, impossible to erase. On the other side, Xiao Yixian also lay quietly on Kai Rong's back, rubbing an ancient soul scale in her hand. Her complexion was still a bit pale, but compared to the pain during the previous poison body eruption, there was now more of a calm contemplation. She could clearly feel a strange, non-repulsive resonance between the scale and the source of the poison power within her. The dark golden patterns on the scale seemed to be able to weakly guide and soothe the poison power that had become more refined but also more sensitive after being tempered by the earth vein energy, allowing it to circulate more smoothly and stably. This discovery made her both surprised and vaguely expectant. Perhaps this ancient soul scale could become a medium for her to further control the Calamity Poison Body and even assist in cultivating the 7-colored poison manual. However, the ancient, cold residual aura of soul power emitted by the scale itself still instinctively made her feel a hint of discomfort. It was a pressure belonging to another level of life and power system. Time passed quietly as they drifted along the dark river. After an unknown amount of time, a difference finally appeared at the end of the darkness ahead. It was no longer pure darkness, but faintly revealed a dim blue glimmer. At the same time, the moist water vapor in the air became thicker and carried a faint, cold, and slightly fishy, sweet scent. The faint, long, and slow breathing sound of a massive creature also became clearer and more distinguishable, as if it were right nearby. Master, ahead, there seems to be an exit, and also, a big guy. Kai Rong's nervous mental fluctuation came through. As a magical beast, it was more sensitive to the aura of its own kind. The existence ahead made it feel immense pressure. Although it did not seem as violent and terrifying as the previous Hall of Souls powerhouse, it was definitely not to be underestimated. Lin Yan's eyes narrowed. He put away the fire seed in the scales and whispered, "Restrain your aura and approach slowly." Kai Rong obeyed, slowing down and suppressing its own fiery fire attribute energy fluctuations to the lowest level, sliding silently toward the source of the faint blue light like a huge shadow. The dark river became wider here, forming an underground lake. The lake water was deep and reflected a faint blue fluorescent light, as if there were some kind of glowing microorganism or mineral in the water. The surface of the lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the strange stalactites, not real starlight, but some kind of fluorescent mineral hanging from the dome, which twinkled like stars. The scene was magnificent and mysterious. And in the center of the lake, on a small lake island made of jade-white rocks, a huge black shadow was coiled. The shadow looked like a giant python, but it was thicker and more slender. Just the part exposed above the water was over a dozen jong long, and its whole body was covered with thick, dark blue, almost black scales. Each scale was the size of a wash basin, with sharp edges, and they flowed with a metallic, cold luster under the reflection of the blue water light. Its head was relatively small compared to its body, triangular, and on the top of its head was a crystal clear horn that looked like it had been carved from blue crystal. At this moment, it was closing its eyes, its head resting on the rocks of the lake island, seemingly in a deep sleep. That long and slow breathing sound originated from it. A Tier 5 magical beast, Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon. Lin Yan was shocked, recognizing the origin of this magical beast. This was an extremely rare dual attribute magical beast of water and yin. Its strength could usually reach Tier 5, equivalent to a human Do Wong. Most of them were cold and aloof by nature, liked to live in extremely cold water or deep pools, were good at controlling cold water and yin erosion power, and had extremely strong defensive capabilities. This Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon in front of them had a deep and thick aura, clearly an existence that had been immersed in Tier 5 for many years. Its strength was probably even a notch stronger than Kai Rong in its prime. Fortunately, it seemed to be sleeping and did not radiate hostility. Master, what should we do? Go around it? Kai Rong asked via telepathy, its voice filled with trepidation. Its attributes were countered by the other party, and it was not fully recovered from its injuries. It was definitely not a match for this old flood dragon. Lin Yan scanned the calm lake and the only exit. It appeared to be on the other side of the lake, a deep cave entrance half hidden by stalactites that hung down like a crystal curtain. To get out, it seemed necessary to pass through this lake, and it was hard not to disturb this Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon. Forcing his way through was a bad strategy. They were in poor condition, and forcing their way through would likely anger this Tier 5 magical beast, with unimaginable consequences. Just as Lin Yan was thinking of a countermeasure, those few, ancient soul scales, in his storage ring suddenly gave off an unusual movement again. It was not a craving, but a kind of, extremely faint resonance tremor, as if a homologous bloodline was being pulled. It seemed that on this Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon, there was something, or its bloodline origin, that had an extremely distant connection with this ancient soul scale. At the same time, the originally sleeping Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon's blue crystal-like horn on its head suddenly lit up with a faint blue light without any warning. Its tightly closed massive eyelids also trembled slightly. Was it waking up? Lin Yan's heart tightened, his muscles tensed instantly, and the Dochi and heavenly flame energy in his body flowed quietly, ready to deal with the worst-case scenario at any time. However, the anticipated attack did not come. The Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon slowly opened its eyes. They were a pair of deep blue slit pupils like a 10,000-year cold pool, cold, deep, and devoid of any emotion. Its huge head turned slightly. The deep blue slit pupils first swept over Kai Rong, and a flash of faint surprise crossed its eyes. It seemed to recognize the anomaly of a fire attribute magical beast like the magma earth walking dragon appearing here, but it did not pay much attention. Finally, its gaze was firmly locked onto Lin Yan, or more accurately, locked onto the storage ring hanging at Lin Yan's waist. In those deep blue slit pupils, the coldness was gradually replaced by a kind of unbelievable shock and excitement. Its massive body slowly lifted apart from the lake water, bringing up a splashing sound. There was no attack, no roar, it just slightly lowered its head, and toward Lin Yan's direction, it let out a low, ancient hiss that seemed to span a long period of time. In the hiss, there was not a hint of hostility, but rather it was filled with a kind of unspeakable reverence and anticipation. Immediately afterward, a faint but clear mental fluctuation came over, cautiously, with tentativeness and incomparable respect. Noble, carrier of the Scale Lord's aura, Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon, Yu Lan, is here sleeping and guarding the Shuangming True Water. I did not know of your arrival, and I failed to welcome you. I beg for your forgiveness. Scale Lord, carrier of the aura. Lin Yan was stunned, Kai Rong was stunned, even Xiao Yixian opened her eyes wide in surprise. This powerful Tier 5 magical beast actually called Lin Yan, noble carrier of the Scale Lord's aura, and its attitude was so respectful, even humble. Was it because of the ancient soul scale? Countless thoughts flashed through Lin Yan's mind, but his face remained calm, and he deliberately released a trace of the aura of an ancient soul scale from his storage ring. Instantly, the massive body of the Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon Yu Lan shook violently. The excitement and reverence in its deep blue slit pupils became even more intense, and its head lowered even further. It really is the aura of the ancient Scale Lord's grace. Although faint, it cannot be wrong. The Yu Lan clan has guarded this place for generations, and finally we have waited for you. Its huge head turned toward the cave entrance on the other side of the lake, which was covered by crystal stalactites, and the mental fluctuation came with uncontrollable excitement. Since you have come with the Scale Lord's token, you must have been guided by the Shuangming True Water, and the ancient Flood Dragon's remnant. Please follow Yu Lan. The gate to the forbidden area has already been opened for you. Lin Yan looked at the deep cave entrance and then at the incredibly respectful Tier 5 Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon in front of him, his heart filled with doubts. The origin of the ancient soul scale seemed even more astonishing than he had imagined. What were this, Shuangming True Water, and ancient Flood Dragon's remnant? Could it be another ancient inheritance place similar to the Earth Vein remains? Chapter 30, Shuangming True Water, ancient Flood Dragon's remnant. Yu Lan's massive head hung low, the respect and anticipation in its deep blue vertical pupils almost overflowing. Its massive body slowly moved aside, revealing the path behind it leading to the deep, secluded cave entrance, ripples spreading across the lake surface with its movements. Thoughts raced through Lin Yan's mind. The sudden change in attitude of this Tier 5 Mystic Water Yin Scale Flood Dragon was too abrupt, yet it seemed logical, all because of that ancient soul scale. The origin of this scale was likely even more astonishing than he had imagined, capable of making a Tier 5 magical beast address him as Scale Lord and willingly guard it for generations. There might be a trap, but since the opponent's strength far exceeded their own, if it had malicious intent, it could have attacked directly. Why act like this? More importantly, Shuangming True Water, and ancient Flood Dragon's remnant, just hearing these names told him they were no ordinary objects. They were likely rare treasures of heaven and earth on par with the Earth Core Fire Marrow Crystal, perhaps even rarer. For them, who urgently needed to improve their strength and explore secrets, this was an irresistible temptation. Risk and opportunity were once again placed before them. Lin Yan took a deep breath, his gaze returning to calm. He looked at Xiao Yixian, consulting her with his eyes. Xiao Yixian nodded slightly, although there was vigilance in her eyes, there was also curiosity and a hint of anticipation. She was equally curious about the Shuangming True Water, that might be related to the ancient soul scale in her own poisoned body. Kai Rong, stay here to provide support. If there is any unusual movement, contact me at any time. Lin Yan instructed through the soul contract. Kai Rong's attributes were incompatible with this place, and its massive size would make it inconvenient to enter that seemingly narrow cave entrance. Understood, Master, Kai Rong replied, carefully retreating to a recess in the rock wall at the edge of the lake, watching the surroundings vigilantly. Only then did Lin Yan nod to Yulan, his voice steady. In that case, please lead the way. Please follow me, honored guest. Yulan's massive head dipped slightly, and it turned, its huge body gliding through the lake water, making almost no sound, its movements elegant and swift. It did not fully submerge into the water but kept half its body exposed, like a guide, swimming towards the cave entrance concealed by a curtain of crystal stalactites. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian used their movement techniques, stepping across the water as they followed closely behind. The closer they got to the cave entrance, the more obvious the cold, fishy sweet scent became. The air was also filled with pure yin attribute energy and water attribute energy, which, while refreshing the spirit, also caused a slight bone-chilling cold. Passing through the hanging curtain of crystalline stalactites, the scene before them changed dramatically. Inside the cave entrance, it was not the narrow passage they had imagined, but a closed water pool slightly smaller than the lake outside, yet deeper and more secluded. The pool water was not deep blue, but an almost ink black mysterious color, thick as syrup, its surface devoid of any ripples, deathly still. In the center of the pool, coiled up, was an even more massive, remains of a snake dragon creature that occupied almost half the pool. The remains were also deep blue, but the color was more profound and restrained, like the finest black jade. The bones were thick and rugged, winding and coiling, and even after unknown eons since its death, it still exuded a heart-palpitating majesty and an ancient aura. The shape of its bones was 7 or 8 parts similar to the Yulan outside, but more perfect and massive. On the skull, in the position of the single horn, a clear break remained, as if the horn had been forcibly broken or removed while it was alive. This was the ancient flood dragon's remnant. Clearly, this was left behind by an ancestor of the ancient mystic water yin scale flood dragon that had a pure bloodline and greater strength than Yulan. And at the center where the ancient flood dragon's remnant coiled, deep within the ink black, viscous pool water, there was a faint yet incomparably pure deep blue light, quietly suspended like a cold star in the dark night. Around the light, the pool water presented a strange state of stasis, as if even the most basic molecular movement had been frozen and condensed to the extreme. That was the core essence of the Xuanming true water. Just by standing at the cave entrance and feeling the pressure of the remains and the extreme cold and purity emitted by the Xuanming true water, Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian felt their internal energy react. The seed flame of void-devouring flame within Lin Yan transmitted a trace of interest, seemingly not repelled by this extreme yin attribute energy, but rather having a desire to devour and analyze its essence of purity and condensation. Meanwhile, the green lotus core flame in the fallen heart flame remained relatively calm. However, the eruption poison in Xiao Yixian's body became unusually active, the great purple poison energy accelerating through her meridians, radiating the complex emotion of both longing and vigilance toward the Xuanming true water, longing for its extreme cold and purity to refine and balance the violence and impurities in her poison energy, yet vigilant that its powerful purifying force might cause damage to the origin of her poison body. Yulan's massive body coiled beside the remains, its deep blue vertical pupils gazing at the ancestors' remains in that point of deep blue light with reverence, its mental fluctuations coming through with emotion. This place is the ancient sacred ground of my mystic water yin scale flood dragon clan. This remnant belongs to one of the most ancient ancestors whose bloodline my clan can trace, a being of at least tier 7 or higher. This, Xuanming true water, is the origin essence condensed after the ancestor passed away, from all its pure yin power and vast water essence, nourished by the earth's veins for 10,000 years. A single drop weighs 10,000 jun, can freeze the soul, and can also wash and purify all things. It is a rare treasure of the utmost yin and utmost purity in heaven and earth. It turned to Lin Yan, its gaze falling on the storage ring at his waist, and continued, and the ancient soul scale, carried by the honored guest, its aura, is vaguely homologous with my clan's ancestors' remains, yet its essence is higher, more powerful and ancient. There are vague records in our clan's bloodline inheritance memory that it was left by the initial, Scale Lord, the ancestor of 10,000 scales, the supreme existence that ruled over all scaled creatures. Only those who bear the aura of the Scale Lord's grace can truly approach and collect the core of the Xuanming true water, and obtain the inheritance and recognition sealed within the ancestor's remains. Ancestor of 10,000 scales, ruler of all scaled creatures, a stormy sea churned in Lin Yan's heart. The original owner of this ancient soul scale, that top expert of the ancient Han clan, system judgment was actually such a terrifying existence. No wonder Yulan's attitude was so respectful. This was not just suppression by strength, but absolute reverence stemming from the source of the bloodline. Then what is the specific connection between the Xuanming true water and the ancient soul scale? Why does your clan guard this place? Lin Yan asked. Yulan respectfully replied, replying to the honored guest, according to the vague inheritance memory, this place was once one of the palaces or secret grounds of the ancient Scale Lord and his subordinates, including my ancestor. The Xuanming true water was bestowed or brought into being by the Scale Lord to nourish and refine his water and yin attribute scale dependence. Within this ancient flood dragon's remnant, some cultivation insights and water and yin law imprints bestowed by the Scale Lord are also sealed. My clan has guarded this place for generations, firstly to protect the sacred ground, and secondly to wait, perhaps one day, the Scale Lord or his successor will return, reopen the inheritance of this place, and bless the descendants. Its massive head turned toward that point of deep blue light. The core of the Xuanming true water has a weak restriction left by the Scale Lord. Without his aura, it cannot be safely collected. Forcibly collecting it will only trigger the true water's backlash, freezing the soul. And the inheritance imprint within the ancestors' remains similarly requires the Scale Lord's aura as a guide to be activated and revealed. So that was it. This was actually a legacy point left by an ancient, Scale Lord, Han clan expert. The Xuanming true water was a resource, and the ancient flood dragon's remnant was the carrier of the inheritance. And the ancient soul scale was the key to unlocking all of this. You want us to collect the Xuanming true water and activate the inheritance. Lin Yan understood Yulan's intention. Exactly. Excitement flashed in Yulan's eyes. If the ancestors' inheritance can be activated, my clan's bloodline has hope of further purification and improvement. Yulan is willing to swear by my life soul blood that after the honored guest takes away a portion of the Xuanming true water and the inheritance, this place will still be my clan's sacred ground, and my clan is willing to serve the honored guest as master, following the ancient ways, and follow you for generations. This promise was not insignificant. The allegiance of a tier 5 magical beast in its clan, plus the resources here. But the premise was that they could succeed. Lin Yan looked at Xiao Yixian. This Xuanming true water is of the utmost yin and purity. It might be of great benefit for you to refine your poison energy and balance yin and yang. But the process will likely not be easy, and there might even be danger. Xiao Yixian gazed at the ink black pool water and the deep blue light, a trace of firmness flashing in her emerald eyes. I want to try. The 7-colored poison manual mentions that objects of extreme yin and extreme yang can both be used as medicine to refine the body. The key lies in balance and guidance. Although this true water is cold, it can purify impurities. Perhaps it is the medicine guide that my poison body needs. Good. Lin Yan did not hesitate and said to Yulan, we need to recover and adjust our state first before attempting. During this time, no one or nothing is allowed to disturb us. The honored guest can rest assured. Yulan will personally act as protector for the two of you. Yulan immediately replied, its massive body coiling at the cave entrance, completely isolating the inside from the outside. Lin Yan and Xiao Yixian sat down on a dry stone platform far from the pool, each consuming medicinal pills to begin regulating their breathing and recovering. Half a day later, both had basically recovered to their peak state. I will go first. Lin Yan stood up and walked to the edge of the pool. He first took out an ancient soul scale, holding it in his palm, and then cautiously extended a wisp of do qi, wrapping it around the faint and ancient aura of the scale lord, emitted by the ancient soul scale, slowly extending it toward the ink black pool water. The moment that wisp of aura touched the pool water, the originally dead silent Shuaming true water actually rippled slightly. The viscous, ink black pool water voluntarily parted, creating a gap as if welcoming the return of its master. The deep blue light deep within the pool also flickered gently, transmitting a trace of a gentle fluctuation. It worked. Lin Yan felt reassured. He increased his do qi output, guiding the aura of the ancient soul scale as it slowly approached the deep blue point of light. As they drew closer, the surrounding temperature plummeted sharply, and even his soul felt waves of chill, but the aura of the ancient soul scale acted like the warmest sanctuary, blocking most of the coldness. Finally, his do qi touched the deep blue light. There was no resistance, only a sense of acceptance like water blending with milk. The light trembled slightly and voluntarily separated a small wisp of deep blue, mercury-like viscous liquid that emitted a terrifying, frigid fluctuation. This was the purest essence of Shuaming true water. Lin Yan carefully wrapped this small wisp of true water essence with his do qi and slowly retracted it. It felt heavy and ice cold in his hand, as if he were holding an iceberg, and the pure yin power and purifying power contained within it startled him. He guided it into a pre-prepared jade bottle made of cold jade and sealed it. The collection process was unexpectedly smooth. Clearly, the aura of the ancient soul scale was the only effective pass. Next was Xiao Yixian. She walked to the edge of the pool and, following Lin Yan's guidance, first had Lin Yan use the aura of the ancient soul scale to open up a relatively stable area in the pool water. Only then did she cautiously extend a finger. Her fingertip breathed in grayish-purple poison power, and slowly probe into the pool water shrouded by the aura. SS's. The instant the poison power made contact with the Shuaming true water, a violent reaction occurred. The grayish-purple poison gas and the ink-black pool water corroded and neutralized each other. A layer of thin ice instantly covered Xiao Yixian's finger, only to be quickly melted by the poison power. This cycle repeated, bringing with it a piercing, bone-chilling pain. She gritted her teeth and, following the secret method recorded in the 7-colored poison manual, forcibly stabilized her poison power and attempted to guide a wisp of extremely weak Shuaming true water energy through her fingertip and into her body. Ah! Xiao Yixian's whole body shuddered violently, and her face turned deathly pale in an instant. That wisp of extremely yin, extremely cold, and extremely pure energy entered her body like a red-hot iron rod dropped into ice water, or like thousands of ice needles piercing through her meridians. The woeful poison body power within her instantly rioted, instinctively resisting and attacking this foreign energy. However, the purifying property of the Shuaming true water began to manifest. It was not merely destructive, rather, like the most demanding craftsman, it began to temper and strip away the violent, chaotic, and negative emotion-filled parts of the poison power. This process was incomparably painful. A fine layer of frost began to form on the surface of Xiao Yixian's body, only to be constantly steamed away into grayish-purple poison gas by the scorching poison power within her. She felt as if she were trapped in a purgatory of ice and fire. But she persisted, guiding this wisp of true water energy to slowly circulate along the specific paths recorded in the poison manual, tempering the poison power and cleansing her meridians. Gradually, a faint, restrained deep blue luster began to show through the grayish-purple poison power. Although weak, it added a sense of calmness and coldness to the originally sinister and violent poison power. This process lasted for a full hour before Xiao Yixian could barely refine that wisp of true water energy and guide it to return near the origin of her poison body. She was completely exhausted, collapsing to the ground, drenched in sweat, but her aura was more refined and profound than before, and the color of the poison patterns beneath her skin seemed to have deepened. It succeeded. She smiled weakly, but her eyes were full of radiance. She could feel that although the total amount of poison power had not increased significantly, its quality had improved, and it was easier to control. Most importantly, the feeling of violent restlessness that often lingered in her heart had been neutralized quite a bit by the cold calmness of that wisp of Shuaming true water. Next was the inheritance of the ancient flood dragon's remnant. Lin Yan walked to the side of the remnant again, pressed the ancient soul scale against the giant skull of the remnant, and simultaneously circulated his soul power, attempting to communicate. This time, the dark gold patterns on the ancient soul scale shone brightly. Deep within the bones of the remnant, corresponding, more complex and abstruse deep blue patterns simultaneously lit up. The two lights reflected each other, and a vast, ancient torrent of consciousness, containing the suppleness of water and the depth of yin, carrying a large amount of cultivation insights, fragments of water yin attribute laws, and information on several powerful water and yin attribute do techniques, at least earth tier or higher, surged into Lin Yan's mind like a bursting flood. The volume of information was too massive and complex. Lin Yan groaned, feeling as if his head were splitting and his soul were about to burst. He hurriedly concentrated all his focus, using the seed flame of void-devouring flame to guard his soul core, while relying on his powerful soul strength and the system's assistance to begin arduously sorting and absorbing this inheritance information. This inheritance did not directly instill power but rather provided knowledge and insights. For Lin Yan, although he was not of the water or yin attribute, these high-level insights regarding energy application and law comprehension were analogous, possessing immeasurable value for his understanding of his own power, improving his combat techniques, and even creating his own do techniques in the future. Especially the application in defense regarding the power of yin, which might be greatly beneficial for him to counter the sinister soul power of the Hall of Souls in the future. Just as Lin Yan was immersed in the ocean of inheritance information and Xiao Yixian was also consolidating her breathing nearby, an unexpected change occurred. Inside Lin Yan's storage ring, the purifying erosion fire seed that had just been collected seemed to be strongly stimulated by some residual soul imprint within the ancient flood dragon's remnant, also left by an expert of the ancient Hun clan, and it suddenly began to vibrate on its own. A tiny crack appeared on the surface of the pale crystal. A clearer, yet more chaotic and insane fragment of consciousness forcibly rushed out from the fire seed, mixed into the information flow of the ancient flood dragon's inheritance, and surged into Lin Yan's mind. Betrayal. All scales betray. Key. 9 places. Return to the void. Return. Revenge. At the same time, the cluster of pale flames inside the fire seed seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, swaying violently, emitting a soul power fluctuation that was of the same origin as the ancient soul scale but even colder, more violent, and full of resentment, rushing fiercely toward a hidden imprint remaining at the broken horn of the ancient flood dragon's remnant skull. The entire pool, no, the entire underground space, suddenly shook violently. The ancient flood dragon's remnant emitted a piercing deep blue light, colliding and intertwining fiercely with the pale light of the purifying erosion fire seed. A soul power storm, far more powerful, chaotic, and filled with a destructive aura than before, began to brew and spread wildly, with the remnant as the center. Not good. It's an ancient conflict between resentment and sealing. Yulan's terrified mental fluctuation came through. The ancestor's remnant really still contains a portion of the Scale Lord's resentment and contingency plans from when he fell. This fire seed has stimulated it. Lin Yan suddenly awoke from the inheritance information, feeling as if his soul had been pierced by countless cold needles simultaneously, his head splitting with pain. That purifying erosion fire seed had, at this moment, become the fuse that detonated the ancient secret. The terrifying soul power storm began to sweep through. The Xuanming True Water Pool boiled violently, and the ancient flood dragon's remnant trembled as if it were about to come alive, emitting a sorrowful cry. At the cave entrance, Yulan's huge body was desperately resisting the impact of the storm, letting out painful roars. Xiao Yixian was also startled to her feet by this sudden turn of events, her poison power protecting her body. Lin Yan stared fixedly at the purifying erosion fire seed in his hand, which had a crack and was flickering with uncertain light, and then looked at the ancient flood dragon's remnant that seemed to be awakening. Only one thought remained in his mind. This fire seed was by no means a simple key or inheritance token. What was sealed inside it was likely the most unwilling and resentful obsession and contingency plan of that ancestor of 10,000 scales when he fell. And the ancient soul scale, the ancient flood dragon's remnant, and even this Xuanming True Water were all part of this endgame that had spanned eternity. They had inadvertently uncovered an ancient scar far more terrifying and dangerous than they had imagined. Chapter 31. Resentment awakens, soul devouring by void flame.